This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the Oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry, and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Hello one and all, and welcome to day 2 of the final county championship match of the season here at the Micky Stewart Oval, so named for this week. And first day was a pretty good day for Surrey. They were put into bat by Yorkshire under pretty gloomy skies. The pitch was doing a fair bit, ball was nibbling around, and when bad light called a halt to play after 73 overs, Surrey had moved on to 292 for 6. So not a massively imposing total, but in the circumstances, a pretty good one, you'd have to say, especially after the loss of the early wicket of Rory Burns. Ollie Pope was the star of the show. 136 from 131 balls. He was just a cut above everybody else out there yesterday. And in partnership with Jordan Clark and with Ben Foakes, has to be said, for a little bit, when they repaired the damage from 136 for 5, they've got Surrey now within 8 runs of a third batting bonus point. And of course, there's more than just this match going on today. There is extraordinary scenes unfolded down at the Aegeus Bowl yesterday. I'm delighted to say that John Norman from Talksports has come to join me, fresh from a late train. How are you?
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, yo, yo.
My tooting brother from another mother. First rule of radio, guys and girls listening or watching, never run into the studio.
No, you walked quite serenely, I thought.
Yes, well, duck on water and all that. Tell you what a day yesterday. I'm just trying to find my WhatsApp messages to you, because of course I was part of this fabled commentary team.
Yes.
For the first session, and then had to head off to Talksport Towers to cover historic first T20, of course, between Pakistan and England. Got there, and thank heavens for Ben Compton. After being 33 for 5 or 6, Ken.
Yeah.
They huffed and puffed their way to 150 odds. as I settled myself comfortably in my seat, that they were all out. And I thought, well, that's a score.
165?
Yeah, it's a score.
Sort of a score.
You can do something with it.
Yeah?
You know what I mean?
Yes, I didn't quite expect that they'd do what they did do with it, though.
Well, I'm just having a look at my WhatsApps to you yesterday because the problem was I was on my own, so...
Scenes was what often came up. Scenes, Dan, scenes!
Well, this is the problem. I was on my own, so I had nobody to talk to and basically shout to. And so I basically vented to you on WhatsApp. So 54 for 7, no exclamation mark, followed very quickly. 54 for 8, exclamation mark. And you hadn't looked at it. The blue ticks hadn't come up by this point.
No.
57 for 9.
I was next door with Tanya Aldred.
Wow.
Because we were also looking at Lancashire, who at one point succumbed to 7 for 6.
I'd missed that, you see, in all the excitement of what was going on at the Ageas Bowl.
Yes.
By the way, 57 all out.
Well,
can you believe it? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. You didn't answer. Then, because I'd just seen our good friend Vish tweeting, "Are you all right, Hampshire?" Followed by, "Are you all right, Lancashire?" Lancs currently 5 for 5. It's like that Scottish football scoreboard, isn't it? East 5.
4-5-4, East 5-5.
That's the one.
Yeah.
For a while.
It was. Well, I couldn't actually understand what I was looking at because it had 2-4. I thought, is this right? And then it had 7-6. I thought these were horse racing odds.
Well, it's either horse racing odds or, sometimes you flip round the Aussie Kiwi way of doing things because the score doesn't make sense.
That's right.
So you say 4 for 5. It must be the Australian way of doing things. Hang on, 5 for 4 doesn't make any sense either.
Well,
it is 4 for 5.
I think if you didn't think you could believe it, well, I'm delighted to say I think we can show our watchers now that Hampshire collapse. Here we go. This is the first one to go. That was Felix Organ, caught by leaning off Podmore. Don't be confused by the score at the bottom of the screen, by the way. This is Hampshire collapsing. This is Joe Weatherly going, dragging one back on off Matt Quinn. That was 13 for 2. We were quite excited at 13 for 2. You might even have sent me a WhatsApp at 13 for 2. But
I did. I was listening to the stream.
Nick Gubbins there getting a little nick through.
This is where I was getting excited.
28 for
Gubbins
3.
wicket. This is the first one I saw in real time.
And next up is going to be James Vince, obviously the big wicket. What do we make of this pitch? I mean, it looks pretty grassy.
Well, I tell you what,
he doesn't look happy with that decision either, did he, James Vince? That was 38 for 4.
I tell you what was really handy. They'd gone off a bad light here around this time, so I was able to switch streams, Ghostbusters style.
That was Holland going, regulation catch the first slip. That was 39 for 5. Love the way he stays at the crease there, just to practice playing the shot slightly better.
I mean, Conor McCurr will get player of the match, no matter what happens, of course.
Ben Brown, bowled comprehensively. That ball's nipping back a bit. There's definitely something juicy going on in that pitch.
Oh, wait, look at that pitch there.
You've got to kind of wonder why they've done it as well. That was Keith Barker holding out.
Yeah, he'd hit a couple of meaty blows, hadn't he?
Conor McCurr taking the catch there, actually.
It was Conor McCurr taking the catch.
Yeah.
He was out twice yesterday, wasn't he? Okay.
Yes, he got a 2-ball duck. He came in as night watchman. Look at that, stump
Nighthawk.
out of the ground.
The only time you'll celebrate Gilchrist doing anything good on a cricket ground.
54 for 8, soon became 57 for 9. Here's leading with another catch at slip off Quinn.
I mean, this is the point where you start thinking, we've seen this before, haven't we? When every single edge goes to the fielder and every single inside edge goes onto the stumps.
And Mohammed Abbas dragging one exactly on cue from you, straight back onto the stumps. That was 57 all out. Matt Quinn 6 for 23. Nathan Gilchrist 2 for 21. Harry Podmore 2 for 11. But look, Hampshire went into this game 8 points behind Surrey.
They did.
That pitch screams low score. Now, I can see
well, it
why they want a
screams result.
It screams result.
I'm not sure it screams 24 points for a result.
It doesn't. And the result of that is, if you are wondering back home and you're trying to crunch the numbers, if Hampshire lose that game, and let's face it, it ain't going to be a draw. So if they don't win, Kent 20 for 3 overnight, they've just been starting out over there, so a lead of 128. Hampshire would have only 3 points. Surrey would still be 5 points ahead, which means to win the county championship in this match, Surrey would need to get 20 points. Now, they've already got 2 batting points. If they bowl Yorkshire out and win the game, that'll be enough. That won't, of course, be in their minds right now. What they'll be thinking about as we resume, as we wait for the first ball of the day, first of all, get to 300, tick off another batting point, then make an assault on 350. Here's the first ball of the day. It's Ben Mike, who's very expensive yesterday. Bowls a wide, filthy delivery and a run added to the score straight away. This is completing an over that was started yesterday, of course, when they came off for bad light. And the light, in fairness, was a bit gloomy. We've got the floodlights on already today. As I look away towards Tooting, and this did irk me yesterday, John, I got out of the tube station at Tooting and it was beautiful, fine, sunny weather. And as I look over towards Tooting, it looks pretty lovely already.
Always
but over
looks
here,
lovely.
At the Oval, there is just a flying saucer blanket of low, unrain-bearing cloud.
Yeah, I wasn't here yesterday when the players were called off, but I can't believe it was much darker than it is now. It's gloomy out there, isn't it? Not sure what the reading was or is.
Well, it really is gloomy. I was sent, actually, I'm delighted to say, because I'd asked about lumens or luxes. I'm very bad at physics. And someone had come back
I was worse at chemistry.
Yeah,
Biology, I could scrape a pass.
Well, you're incentivised with biology.
Physics, no chance.
No.
Chemistry, 0 out of 100.
But it's so smelly, isn't it?
I don't know. Apart from the burning of the splints, and the magnesium bit. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a drive and a miss. It tells you something about Jordan Clark's attitude this morning. Let's briefly dwell on that.
Yes.
What's Surrey's plan here? Because the forecast for Friday is poor. Had a little look at that, and it's a very similar forecast to the one we had for the scheduled first day of the Test match, actually. And it's
that bad.
Spots of rain come in, then they go away, then they come in again. So this could be a situation where Surrey, of course, have yet to take a Yorkshire wicket. They need to get what runs they want to get as quickly as possible, and they need to start bowling. Oh, he's bowled him. Well. Dragged back on, I think, from Jordan Clark. First wicket of the day, 7th wicket goes down for Surrey, and they still need another 7 runs to get that 3rd batting bonus point. Clark goes for 55, bit of pace from Mike, and he's just a bit late on the shot there, Jordan Clark.
And the first wicket for Yorkshire, for Mike as well. It was an expensive day yesterday, wasn't it? And not everything went his way. It was a little bit wayward. He's got the pace, but
one for 87, 12.5 does rather tell the tale. So, well, look, if Surrey do want to get bowling quickly, I'm not saying that they would have wanted that to happen necessarily, but
well, look,
they're in a pretty strong position in this match.
Let's put ourselves in the position we were yesterday. Surrey would have bowled first. Yorkshire did so. At the start of play, having a little chat with our good friend Mark Church, he was of the opinion Surrey get 300 here, 350. They're going to be dominating the game from here on in. It's not going to be a 4-day affair. Friday may not come into the equation. So, as a Surrey fan, member, player, you'd love to see a full collection of batting points. I'm not sure that's going to happen now. But essentially, they get past 300, maybe they get up to that 350, and then, as you say, they've got plenty of time to take advantage of these conditions. And we know this Yorkshire batting card is a little brittle on occasion. I think that was the word that was used yesterday. So, look, Surrey know they have to win the game, whether it's 24 points or 23-22. And whilst that setback early on the day isn't exactly what they wanted, because of course if Clark has stuck around, he scores so quickly, a short game is a good game. Well,
Tom Laws has strode out to the wicket, and he's had a pretty good debut season for Surrey. He's contributed with both bat and ball, kind of golden arm when he bowls, but he's had some handy contributions down the order with the bat, and Surrey would like him just to hang around a bit here with Jamie Overton. And I'll tell you for why. And it completes, I say the first over of the day, it completes yesterday's over, because let's say rain does come into the equation on Friday, and Yorkshire may have a slightly brittle top order, but at the moment, Surrey only made 300, 310. They'd struggle to enforce a follow-on. They'd have to bowl out Yorkshire for 150 or below. Now, that might make forcing the result pretty tricky. They might end up with a draw in this game. If they get 8 points for the draw, and they get 6 bonus points, that would give them 14 points. Let's say Hampshire lose, and they only get 3 points. That would give Surrey a 19-point lead going into the last game. Then they could take themselves, we need to bowl the opposition out and score 300 and win county champions.
Is that the equivalent of being 2-0 up at half time, though?
it is a bit. Hill is going to bowl the first ball from the pavilion end, wide outside the off stump. Jamie Overton giving himself a sighter. Don't think it'll be long before we see Overton fling that back though.
No, absolutely not. And it's a shame for Clark, but at every junction you see a wicket go down, you wonder whether you wonder about the tactics that are going to be employed by Surrey. We saw Patel, Burns didn't really stick around too long, and Amla both start watchfully, but it didn't take them long to start playing their shots. That tells you a little bit about this pitch and possibly the tactics on show as well.
Well, there you have it. Jamie Overton giving himself room to thrash a ball through the offside. He just practiced playing it again with even more murderous intent.
Ollie Pope then comes in and advances down the track first ball. Tells you all you need to know about his approach, and that was consistent. I was listening to your excellent chat with Micky Stewart, who made the observation that Ollie Pope had always played a certain way up until about 2 or 3 years ago. Now Ollie Pope walked off with 120, didn't he, next to his name?
136 in the end. Big appeal that. I think there might have been a bit of inside edge. The umpire's not interested. I don't think the slip and keeper was either, really.
Jordan Clark comes in. Again, he's watchful at the start, but then he starts to... then the two of them. How many runs did they score in that? Essentially, I went for a cup of tea, and Surrey lost 4,
I think, in the
session.
In the afternoon session.
And they lost 2 wickets in 3 balls in there.
Yeah.
When I went to make a cup of tea.
Oh, did you miss them both?
I did.
Well, you would do, yeah.
But essentially, again, so I think I get the feeling from this Surrey side that they're allowed to make up their own mind. I'm not sure that there is a dictive. Is that a word? Dictive? No.
Directive?
Directive? I'll Google it in a second.
Yeah. Dictum?
Dictum. I'm not sure there is. I think it's a... They're in the side because they deserve the spot and they know how to play the game.
Well, I think you're spot on, actually, and they play in their own specific ways, don't they? Rory Burns plays at his pace, Hashim Amla at his pace, and they do like to get on with it because,
they bat so deep, don't they?
And look at that, Overton there, just advancing down the wicket. He's got intent here, there's no doubt about it. You'll see their minimum overs remaining 103.1. That's because, in theory, they will try and make up some of the lost overs from last night, unless the clouds really break. It gets pretty dark here at the Oval by about 6 o'clock, even at this time of year, even with good weather. Partly the way the ground is structured, and the annoying way that the sun insists on being obscured here by the JM Fin stand.
Yeah, it was a point made by Cameron, wasn't it? Cameron Ponsonby, who was on air with you yesterday, and he picked up on something Mark Butcher had said on Sky, whereas essentially it's depending on what end you're at, that affects how easily you can see the ball. And we saw in the Test match, which got underway 10 days ago or so. The matches were coming to a close at 6:30. Yesterday's play came to a close about 4:30.
Yeah, we had pretty low cloud there yesterday, but if we don't have the cloud, I think they'll be able to get through till 6 o'clock. But once even on a decent day here, by about 6 o'clock this time of year, it's going to be very, very difficult. So Mike is going to continue. Oh, there's a bit of pace there. But Mike, I tell you, there's something in this pitch still, John Norman, because this ball is 75 overs old. We've been banging on about how horrible, spongy, orangey these balls get. But there's a bit of carry there for Mike.
And there's a consistency to his bowling today. I know we were very early, but he was a little bit both sides of the wicket yesterday, wasn't he? His line and his length was a bit all over the place. He seems to have just settled on a length and a line today. There it is.
Yeah, well, he's got 3 slips in. Yorkshire are attacking. There's a long leg. There's no other boundary rider. 3 in the ring on the offside. A mid-wicket and a mid-on.
And is that also something in Surrey's mind, second new ball?
Well, I think it certainly was when Jordan Clark and Ollie Pope were going. I think they were really putting their foot on the pedal, trying to get as many as they could before the 80th over. But Pope got out really at just the wrong time while that charge was going on.
It was a curious wicket, wasn't it?
Oh my word, now then, Jamie Overton was desperate for a run there, wanted to get on strike, and was sent back by Laws. A direct hit might have been tight. Let's take a look at this again. It's Laws' call. He sets off, and then Jamie Overton, who's quite a big unit, has got to turn round, which in fairness to him he does pretty well. Sprawls in with the dive. I think he might have been safe.
He was just about in, didn't he? But
now then, one of the things we're going to be doing today, John, is keeping a watchful eye on other county championship matches.
well, I was just about to say we need to be keeping an eye on the Hampshire-Kent score.
I'm going to go and do that right now.
Well, while you do that, let's have a little look at what's taking place here at the Micky Stewart Oval. Another decent crowd in today. Not quite as many as yesterday, I don't think. Certainly the pavilion doesn't seem to be as busy as it was, but it is colder out there, so possibly a few huddled inside with a drink or two.
Oh, Laws drawn into playing a ball. Probably didn't need to. Now then, I bring you good news, Surrey fans.
No additional wickets for Kent?
No, and far from it. In fact, 12 extra runs, while the sun may well be shining down at the Aegeus Bowl. You can tell it isn't here at the Oval because the floodlights are on, as Alan Partridge would say, full beam. There is a tantalising sight of light all the way around the ground. It's just not over the ground.
Have we had a run today?
We've had a wide.
A wide first ball.
Yes.
Correct, yeah.
And now we've got 4 more. That's a beautiful shot from Laws. 2 full from Mike. Just a little punch. It was aerial, but it was safe. And Surrey, at the end of the over, moved within just 3 more runs of their third batting point.
Well, I wonder if that was the effort ball. We've been talking about the consistency to Mike's approach. For the first time, pitch is up, and it's hit straight back past him. So, slightly disappointing end to the over for Yorkshire. Laws off the mark, 297 for 7, 3 runs away from that additional batting point.
We have had a wicket, not at the Aegeus
Lancashire?
Bowl. Yes. In the game we were talking about earlier, Lancashire had been reduced to 7 for 6, and then a rather disappointing partnership of 27 developed between Bell and Hartley. But for fans of ridiculously low scores, they'll be delighted to know that Bell has gone, bowled by Snater for 24. Snater now has the extraordinary figures of 4.2 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 6. Now then, that's a decent appeal. He's given him.
I thought that looked good.
Yes, that did look pretty straight. And Overton just propping onto the front foot. Got no bad on that at all. Played round the front pad rather limply, and it's thudded into his knee roll, I'd say. In front of middle stump, he goes off shaking his head. He's a tall man, he might be thinking it was going over the top, but from first sight, yeah, he's just pointed actually. He's pointed at his knee roll as if to say, really? I might have got this completely wrong. Let's have a look at the replay. Ooh, that looks pretty out to me, John.
I thought it looked out, and I wasn't watching the screen, so Overton had his back to me.
And it felt
looking in, as the umpire would see it, I think that's a fair shout for LBW, and I can see why the umpire's given it. He is a tall man. He did get half a stride down the pitch, but he nipped in. I think that would have taken top and middle of the leg.
Well, and the other thing it shows is, that has nipped back off the pitch, gone past the inside edge, and this ball is 76.1 overs old. Surrey will be licking their lips. I fancy they would love to be out there bowling. I think Kemar Roach and Tom Laws will be told get to 300 and then have a thrash.
Well, they've got to get a 300, of course. 292 for 6 overnight. They've added 5 runs to the score, lost 2 wickets. They do need those. Well, you feel it seems like it's an important moment. Just a single point. It seems crazy when both Surrey and Hampshire have got over 200 of them.
Well, they've lost now 3 for 19. When Ollie Pope was out, it was 278 for 6. And Clark and Overton. So they're just limping their way to that third batting point. Now, like I say, it will probably be irrelevant if Surrey were to win this game. But if they draw this game, if rain plays a part, then every bonus point is going to be vital.
And I still wouldn't rule out Hampshire in that game against Kent.
Neither would I.
What Hampshire will be hoping is that pitch does flatten out. If it flattens out, they've got Kent 3 down. 2 of them are Nighthawks, I know. But essentially, 275, 285.
Well, it will need to flatten out, because what we saw there from that collapse was the ball was nipping around all over the place.
But this is the thing. So I watched those 11 overs, and with 9 balls to go, Kent had got themselves to a position where they were looking like they were going to get in there without losing a wicket. Compton was batting well, and then I think it was Abbas. He took 2 wickets in 3 balls. And looking at that scorecard in isolation, of course it's a bowler-friendly pitch. Of course it is. It'd be stupid to suggest otherwise. But if Kent get to stumps with 10 wickets in hand, that gives you a very different look. And the ball was not moving around in the manner that maybe being bowled out for 59 suggests it should have been, or was.
Now, off the mark is Kemar Roach. He'll pick up at least 2 here, which will take Surrey to 299. They're going to come back for a third. Oh, they probably should have done, actually.
Johnny Bairstow would have been back for 3.
He most certainly would. And so this tantalising third batting point remains just out of reach.
It's so crazy, though, isn't it? We're both fixated.
I know.
On 300.
On
and of course, as soon as Surrey get to 300, you'll start thinking,
could they get 350?
And I think the point you made
points
about enforcing the follow-on, I think that is the key point.
Oh, it's got him. What a ripper. Wow, stump out of the ground. Surrey have lost their 3rd wicket this morning. We have had how many overs? About 2.5. Surrey have already lost 3 wickets. This is quite the morning. And look, Kemar Roach will be very disappointed with that. Of course he will, but he might be thinking to himself, get me the ball. I want to bowl on this.
Well, I think he should be thinking, I should have come back for 3. 3 was definitely on there.
Take a look
3
at
would
this
have
replay. That has jagged back a mile. Look, I've said this a few times this morning. This ball is nearly 77 overs old.
Well,
now, I have watched a lot of cricket this summer. I have not seen a 77 over old ball this summer do anything at all.
Well, I tell you, there is another telling point. I think that the reaction to those wickets from the Yorkshire bowlers is a little bit subdued. I mean, even George Hill there seemed to be suggesting. We saw a lot of seam at the start yesterday. I didn't see a great deal of swing. But this,
well, let's
have another look at this.
That's jagged back a mile. That has gone a mile. That started outside off stump, and you're right. Hill's sort of going, sorry lads, it's doing a lot. Well,
I mean, it's an almost embarrassed, I'm really sorry, but the ball is doing so much and you're going to have to be batting against that in about 20 minutes time.
Yes, well, possibly fewer, maybe 11, because Dan Worrell has got, well, Dan Worrell's going to survive this ball, and then Tom Laws
has got to get that
single, and then that will be effectively job done for the morning. For Surrey's batters, it's been job done certainly for Yorkshire. They picked up those 3 wickets, which we should, in the interest of balance, point out, has given them their 3rd bowling bonus point. The 9th wicket. I really didn't think Surrey would struggle to get to 300 at 292 for 6 this morning, but they've lost 3 for 7. Here we go, last ball of the over. Can Worrell survive? Yes, he can, and he's going to pick up 4 of his first ball, and he's going to take Surrey past 300. That's how you get the batting bonus point. Kemar, a wild slog first ball.
Well, I'm not saying it's gloomy out there, but the fielder at mid-on did a passable impression of Moley from Wind in the Willows, because that ball was coming in some direction towards him, but whether it was catchable or not, he had no idea. I mean, partly to do with the shot itself. I think both of us were kind of wondering where that ball was, where was he trying to hit it and where it actually ended up. But the end of the day, Dan, Surrey have that batting point.
Yep, and Kent now 41 for 3. They need 149 with Yeye and Bell Drummond.
Well, Yeye is an interesting,
isn't he,
story in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, young Zimbabwean.
Young Zimbabwean, a refugee family. And I saw a couple of his shots yesterday in second innings. He's more than happy to get onto the front foot and cream on through the covers, that's for sure.
Now the field remains up, and you imagine Tom Laws is going to be thinking, if Dan Worrell's playing that way at the other end, either he's thinking, I'll get the red inker and be 5 or 6 not out, or he's thinking, if I want any runs, I better get them now.
One other small point I noticed about Mayeye is that, you know that Mark Wood has this, he falls over a lot, doesn't he, in his follow-through?
He does.
Well, Mayeye, when he's beaten outside the off stump, has this kind of way of almost collapsing in a heap.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm exaggerating slightly, but imagine the batter coming forward, beaten past the outside edge, and essentially allowing instead of just holding the shot, he's almost reproaching himself. He almost allows himself to continue, and then puts one knee on the floor, and the bat sometimes is on the floor at the same time.
You know, after this ball,
I'm not doing it.
I'm going to ask you to do it for the commentator cam. I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to let you demonstrate.
All right.
Steve Patterson is in the attack, by the way. And, I think this is a good move from Yorkshire. Give Surrey nothing. Mike was bowling at some pace, but with 2 guys teeing off, put boring old Steve Patterson on to bash out at length. He's bowled really, really well. He's taken 4 wickets. He's after a 5th. He's trying to make an assault, of course, on 500. I think he's about 15 away. He's got another innings after this and then another match. Oh, I say. Right. Well, I thought that might be Lawes' approach. Use his feet. Got to the pitch of the ball and flashes the ball through the offside. All these runs now valuable for Surrey because the follow-on is going to be... I say that. Yorkshire might bat incredibly well, but I think Surrey will be thinking to themselves, seeing what the ball has done this morning, if they can bundle Yorkshire out and put them back in again today, that will be their best route to victory with the forecast that we've got coming for Friday. Oh yes. My word, where has that gone?
It's gone over second slip.
I don't think it was quite where he intended. He's trying to get it more
to go over leg slip.
Yeah. But look, invention from Tom Lawes. I like this.
I tell you what, Patterson's run-up reminds me. It has an air of my father's body language ahead of a day of decorating.
Ahead of a day of decorating.
Yeah, worked all week. He's got to decorate, got to paint and do the living room. His run-up, it just reminds me of my dad approaching the back room, about to do some strip away at the wallpaper. I also wonder whether the Yorkshire players are watching this approach from, and they're not going to be taking any lessons in the art of batting from Worrell and Lawes, but essentially hanging back in the crease, playing defensively, watchfully. I mean, obviously that's how they'll start out, but
yeah, it doesn't look like it's got a lot of value, does it?
Not really. And it, you know, of course, Ollie Pope is well, what about the batter he is, but essentially it was noticeable. First ball, he was down the track, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Just disrupting the line. If you just are going to allow the bowler to bowl at you, especially when you see the prodigious swing on show, and you've got to think that Kemar Roach is going to be able to do something pretty similar.
Hill's going to continue. Full toss there, missed out on by Dan Worrell. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, and with the seam movement as well. If you hang back, you've got to deal with a sharply jagging delivery off the seam. At Roach's pace, at Worrell's pace. We know what Tom Lawes has managed to achieve this season, and Jordan Clark. That's four seamers who are going to be bashing away on the seam, getting it to jag. Let's just hope the light holds. Oh, not tempted by width. He strikes me as a tail ender who's tempted by length more than width, John. When it's full, it's off.
Yeah, I think that first shot told you everything you need to know. Essentially, he was just as keen on that batting point as we were. But
well, it was getting irritating, wasn't it? That wretched batting point.
Surrey are unfairly given a bit of shtick criticism for the big name.
It's a lovely shot from Worrell. Won't get him a run.
The big name approach to playing cricket. But if you were to look, whatever happens with the championship, the stories of this season: Dan Worrell, Ryan Patel, Jordan Clark, Tom Lawes,
Jamie Overton, you might say, to a degree.
Jamie Overton to a degree, but I think that's where some of the criticism comes. But these guys.
Again, that's a beautifully timed shot from Worrell. He just
You were
picked
right.
it out mid-on.
You're right. When the ball is on the body, he's very comfortable, isn't he? But he's not really that interested as.
Width, I think, doesn't interest him so much. It suggests his peripheral vision is not quite as good as his tunnel vision. Just to let you know about the field, there is only one fielder out the boundary. A very wide, long leg. He's the only one I can see, and that one's been guided down towards deep third. It's been pursued. It should be hauled back in. It will. Get another couple of runs. All these runs valuable. 313. At what point do you start wanting a fourth batting point?
311, and it first came into my mind.
I thought so. Once it goes to double figures, past the 300. Yeah.
It's such a silly sport, isn't it?
Well, the other thing we should say is that maintains Surrey's extraordinary run, getting over 300 in every first innings this season.
And I think that was the point that Churchy was making. Done it every game at the Oval.
I think they've done it every game of the season.
Wow, there you go.
I mean, actually, they've played on some far flatter tracks at the end of the over. Just one more to go until a second new wall becomes available. Not that it's particularly needed at the moment.
By the way, sorry to interrupt, we haven't spoken on air, but how good was TC against Northants?
Oh, did you? We did watch it.
I was watching
we were talking
it.
about
I couldn't believe it.
What a wonderful knock that was.
That
what a
was
way to
nice.
get 200 as well.
Oh. Some of that stroke play was.
It
was outrageous.
Was sumptuous, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we've
hitting.
known those Curran brothers are very fine batters. It's truly amazing it's taken till this season for them both to get a first-class 100.
He hasn't played much though, has he, Tom?
Well, he's not played since 2019, early 2019. So Patterson's going to continue. What's Law's going to do? Well, he's going to put Worrell on strike, interesting enough. The field had scattered a little bit for Laws, as if Patterson's quite happy to bowl at Worrell. Now we'll see a change, so deep point's going to come up. Still got two slips in place. Mid-on and mid-off are quite deep. And given that Worrell is quite comfortable playing the straight drive or the on drive, there's a single there. I might have them further up.
We can talk about something in 2 minutes' time, although we're both off air.
Oh, yes.
Proposed changes to the domestic cricket schedule.
Oh, no.
EastEnders theme tune.
A run for Worrell.
I think I'm right.
Does that come out at 11?
Well, it's out. We could talk about it in 1 minute's time.
Right. Well, one thing we can talk about, because that came out at 10.
Oh,
is next year's women's
fixtures,
and men's Ashes schedule. So we know when the Oval Test is going to be.
We do, much to the consternation of my sister and brother-in-law, who are due to be in Costa Rica for that weekend.
Oh, a decent shot that from Laws. Picks up another single. All these runs will now be irritating Yorkshire. They got those 3 quick wickets this morning. And this 10th wicket partnership, it's only 17, but it annoys you that.
Not only an Ashes, when the Ashes Test, but when the World Test Championship final is taking place here.
Yes, now I didn't get the date of that through, but we can work it out pretty much because it's between the first England men's test. Now he scooped that up, over and all the way for 6. What a shot that is from Worrell. Stand and deliver, that's what I mean. If it's full, he's going to go after it. It'll take him into double figures and get Surrey up to 322. They're nearly halfway from their third batting point to their fourth.
Well, you described that as a scoop. There was a slow motion feel to it, wasn't there?
It was a little bit, yeah. How's Pato going to respond? Decent delivery, jagging back. I think what it might do is bring the new ball.
Yes.
It can go further and faster. There is that.
So, chances are Australia are going to be in that World Test Championship final.
So that will be their warm-up in a way.
It will be. So they will play here against one of... it's either India or South Africa.
Oh, it'll be the first time Australia have played 2 oval tests in a summer, I wonder.
Yeah, I
we'll
guess
have to have a look. Well, I suppose it might have happened in the 1880s, but I'm not sure. End of the over, 80 gone. 3:22 for 9. Are Yorkshire going to take the second new ball?
So, of course, in what would it have been down Norcross, 2010, Australia would have played 2 Lord's tests because they played Pakistan. No, they wouldn't have, because they then went back home, didn't they? They didn't stick around for an Ashes.
Oh no, good point.
It would have been
Pakistan
who
would have
played
2 Lord's tests. That's right.
So yeah, have Australia ever played 2 oval tests in one summer? I can't see how they could have done.
Well, through this over, can we see, is it the new ball or not? Has a new ball been taken? Doesn't look very shiny just yet. Oh yes, so Tom Laws comes charging down the wicket for the first ball. That doesn't look like a new ball to me, John. Does that ball look new?
No, I don't think so. We probably should have been focusing a little more.
Well, I can tell you, if we take a look at the scoreboard, age of ball 0.1.
Oh, there you go.
So it is. So look, let me run you through the fixtures and dates for next year after this delivery. That's a pretty decent take, that, by the skipper. He's only saved 4 runs there. So England begin their Test match summer next year on the 1st of June at Lord's for a 4-day match. England's women, by contrast, will be playing a 5-day Test match. The Ashes begins on Friday.
So, but when are the women playing their Test match? Not the same time England are playing their Test against Ireland, are they? Is that at the same time as
their Test match at Trent Bridge on the 22nd to 26th of June.
See, this is
now that's been picked up. Where's that gone? That's gone miles. That's going to be 6 more. Dan Ball's having fun here, isn't he, this morning? 21 away down. Dare we dream. So the England women's Test match takes place in between Test matches, in between the...
So, between the second and third Test? Men's Test?
Between the first and second.
No, you're right. It's the same weekend as Glastonbury.
Right. The Oval Test, for those of you wanting to book your lives, is the 27th of July to the 31st of July. That'll complete England's Test match summer extraordinarily early. Worrell's gone again. Is he going to get 4 for this? He's running away towards deep mid-wicket. He is.
17.
3-3-3. Getting there. Now there are 2 other internationals to tell you about. There's the World Test Championship final, which I haven't seen the exact date of, but looking at this, I would imagine that'll be around the 9th of June.
They've got to
or the 8th.
set aside
the 8th of June.
6 days for that.
Right. Oh, he's picked it up again. Now the fielder's underneath it, should take the catch. Does, and that is the end of the Surrey innings. Dan Worrell, one fling too far. They're bowled out for 333. They will not get their 4th batting point, but this morning they have added 41 runs in double quick time. They've lost 4 overnight wickets. First to go, Jordan Clark bowled off the inside edge, and thereafter it was something of a procession. 3-3-3 though, having been put into bat, they'd almost certainly have taken that, and they'll certainly take getting a 3rd batting point. I'll just very quickly run you through the wickets to fall today. Jordan Clark couldn't add to his overnight 55, bowled off the inside edge, 55 off 111 balls, that's 293 for 7. Jamie Overton, LBW to Hill. He wasn't happy with the verdict, but it looked pretty out on the replay. That's 297 for 8. Kemar Roach, spectacularly bowled leg stump, well, plucked out of the ground by Hill, a ball that jagged back sharply. He went for 2, and then Dan Worrell, the last to go, caught by Ben Mike on the deep mid-wicket boundary for an enterprising 23 from 14 balls. Tom Laws unbeaten on 15. Surrey all out for 333. We've seen the ball do all sorts this morning. It is going to be tough for Yorkshire's batters, you would imagine. Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell will resume shortly, but we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it'll be Graham Hardcastle with Jonathan Doidge. We've got the Yorkshire Mafia in for the start of the Yorkshire innings.
Let's just have a look back then over that Surrey first innings. Reminder, of course, they were put into bat yesterday by Jonathan Tattersall, the Yorkshire captain. Rory Burns first to go, caught by Tom Kohler-Cavmore off the bowling of Ben Code, who bowled well with the new ball yesterday, Graham.
He did. Code and Patterson were clearly the pick of the Yorkshire bowlers, weren't they? George Hill as well. Been a good kind of comeback this morning, actually, from Yorkshire.
Ben Code finishing with 3 for 41 from just shy of 16 overs. And, we talked yesterday about needing some control as the captain. 2.5 or so an over from him. Stephen Patterson went for a few this morning, but still finishes with 4 for 69. And well, the predominance for Yorkshire with 20 overs under his belt. George Hill picking up a couple. The ball doing a little bit for him on the second morning, and from Yorkshire's point of view, we're pleased that Ben Mike's got one on the board as well.
Yeah, it was a chastening kind of debut day, wasn't it, for Ben Mike? But he's come back. Ideal start to the morning. Wicket, what was it, third ball? He does have something to work with. He does have that extra pace that Yorkshire have been searching for, and they will hope to harness that during the winter, to work with him, to improve him, to get that little bit more experience in him, and this is what will kind of help them. You know, the 2 games before the end of the season, it's a little bit of a bonus for him, for Yorkshire. So they will hope that kind of proves fruitful come April the 10th or whenever we start next summer.
What could they have done better with the ball in this Surrey first innings?
I think it's pretty simple, really. I think it's just that line and length. They just weren't able to hold it often enough. They bowled both sides of the wicket, and the experience of Code and Patterson showed them that. And Hill has been quite skillful since he's returned to kind of bowling duties following that broken toe just a couple of weeks ago, and they were the 3 who really showed the way. The rest of them will kind of reflect on this and think, well, we need a bit more consistency.
Yeah, obviously Matthew Fisher playing in second team cricket this week. They're, I think, hoping to get him back in the side for the game against Gloucestershire next week. How important is he to Yorkshire's plans if they're to be in a Surrey position in a year, 2 years' time, something like that, and challenging for a championship?
Yeah, it's a difficult one to answer that, because yes, he's very important. That is the obvious thing to say, but the more and more he performs well, the more likely it is that he'll be picked for England, and then obviously the more likely it is that Yorkshire will be without him anyway. So initially you would think that he will be available for the first part of next season. That would be where the smart money would kind of lie, in a sense, and then it is down to Matt as to how he performs and how quickly he gets himself back into the England fold after that debut test in the West Indies.
For now, the Surrey players, Jamie Overton out there, just going through their paces, getting themselves loose. And you would think, given these conditions and with 333 runs already on the board, those 3 batting bonus points, tails up, they're going to be devilishly difficult to handle for the Yorkshire top order here.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough, certainly tough. What have we got, another hour or so, just a little bit more, hour and a half before lunch. It's going to be a real test for the likes of Adam Lyth, George Hill, Finlay Bean, Tom Cole-Cadmore. It's going to be a real test, but it's first class cricket, you've got to get through it, and you know they're going to need, looking at results elsewhere and the way that games are going elsewhere, they're going to need to stand up in this next few days.
How difficult will that be for them to do, just on a mental basis alone? There's been a lot going on at the club in the last 12 months. Things haven't gone their way out there on the field. They've just got that one championship to their name in the first game of the season. Tired bodies, tired minds.
Yeah, it will. It is a factor, there's no doubt about that. But the one thing I would say is that they are pretty much 10 days away from the end of the season. They can see the finish line. One last big push. That's the way that they've got to view it. One last big push over the next 10 days, and then they can put their feet up and enjoy a winter's break.
Surrey keen, as you can see, to get back out there and get in and among the Yorkshire top order. Tricky conditions. Obviously the pitch has generally played pretty well and no issues with that whatsoever. How important, how good was that Ollie Pope innings yesterday?
It was fantastic. The difference from him to the rest of his teammates, pretty much aside from this morning when they were throwing the bat and trying to get quick runs, was that he was the only one who really showed any kind of positivity. The way I wrote it was that everybody else showed caution, showed suspicion in regards to the pitch. He didn't show any of that, did he? He used his feet, he attacked, he was funky in where he scored. It was a typical Ollie Pope innings. Ollie Pope at his best in many ways.
Yorkshire's 2 opening batters on their way out to the middle, and Adam Lyth and his most recent colleague out there fronting up is young Finlay Bean. This is just his 3rd first-class match so far. Made his first half-century in first-class cricket in the match in the defeat by 1 wicket to Essex at Headingley last week. He's scored 120 first-class runs so far. Averaging just 30, but obviously a very small sample size. Adam Lyth, he's had one of those seasons that we've kind of seen from him in recent years. Up in the north of England, he's played in 12 matches, batted 20 times for 643 runs, a superb 183 at Scarborough earlier in the campaign. Also made a very good 148, I think it was, against Warwickshire at Headingley in difficult conditions, and showed his true worth to the side. He's averaging 32. I think both he and the team would have wanted just that little bit more from him. But we know what a quality player he can be. 4 slips in place then. Here comes Kemar Roach for the first delivery of this Yorkshire first innings, safely negotiated by Adam Lyth. And if they are going to make a worthwhile attempt at preventing Surrey from winning this match, and therefore maybe having a little say in the outcome of the championship, he's massively important to the Yorkshire cause.
Yeah, as is Finn Bean, because he showed, I think he's shown quite a bit actually over the first couple of weeks. Clearly, as you say, Lyth has done it year on year. He's had an okay season, nothing absolutely outstanding, but equally it's not been a poor one. I thought he certainly impressed in the T20 stuff. A decent 100, didn't he? Obviously it's not an indication of where he lies here, but that little bit of confidence I guess will help. But what an experience for Finn Bean to be facing Test match bowler with all the wickets that Kemar Roach has got.
And in he comes, off stump. Bit of fumble in the slips. Amla just having a good look at the surface now. Roller has of course been on between innings, and it's just maybe giving young Finn Bean a bit of an impression as to what he's thinking out there so far. Yorkshire yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to, if you were Bean, you wouldn't want Live to come down the pitch and say, doing all sorts, mate.
Roach in, and there we go. Live. One of his signature strokes, just backward of square on the offside, opens the face, timed it nicely.
Bit uppish, wasn't it, as well? You know, that was. Gully would have kind of thought to himself, you know, bit of a chance.
I don't know, I must admit, I lost it after he hit it. But it looked like he timed it nicely. Looking for the Roach response. Off stump. Leave him all day if he can out there. Yorkshire, of course, in last week's match against Essex in favourable bowling conditions, it has to be said, at Headingley, it was a good toss for Essex to win. 134 all out. Coach Otis Gibson spoke to us afterwards, didn't he, and said that even though conditions favoured the bowler, he wanted more from his batters.
Yeah, and it's going to be an immediate opportunity to prove that as a Yorkshire player. You know, stand up and say, all right, you've told us to improve, we have done. And yes, okay, conditions are bowler friendly, and there is a kind of difference in quality between the two teams as to where they are at the moment in their development. But we've seen Surrey go and get 330 odd, so why can't Yorkshire? That's the mentality that they've got to have.
Yep, still 4 slips in place then, so a loosening start, I think you'd say, by Kemar Roach. Nothing too frightening in that over, but he's getting his eye in, and here's Dan Worrell from this Vauxhall end. Finn Bean pushing into the offside. Wonder if the man who fielded the ball there would be somebody who Finn Bean's watched as a fellow lefty on television. Tried to pick up a bit from his game as well as the man he's out there battling with.
Yeah, to me he's looked a proper opener. You know, you get at times when players are kind of drafted into roles that don't suit them. Young players often bat out of position just to get themselves going in their career. This looks his position. Actually, I think he's driven well. He's cut well. He just seems to know his limitations as a player, which is very, very important as an opening batter.
Yeah, good temperament. Cost got 441 in a second team game early this season, on the back of which he got his contract. Comes to the leg side, so Worrell there or thereabouts in these first couple of deliveries.
A fair indication that patience is one of his great strengths.
Absolutely, 441 more than most mere mortals again in the season around the clubs, I'm sure. It's been the main feature of those 4 knocks that we've seen him previously so far at Old Trafford twice and Headingley last week. Just that temperament is there all day if you can. Just that one back to Worrell. You mentioned players batting up the order to try and grab an opportunity. Of course, man who got runs for England against Pakistan yesterday. Case in point, Harry Brook, holding the batting at one stage a few seasons ago before dropping down to the middle order.
Yeah, and he's certainly not as expansive as Brook, is he? by any stretch of the imagination.
Now Worrell in. And Bean. Again, let me watch that go by. And I was saying he might have taken some inspiration from somebody like a Rory Burns on fielding that ball, or an Adam Lyth who's at the other end. His fellow left-handers, obviously still in the Yorkshire squad, although not playing. Gary Balance, another one. David Milan.
Yeah, I actually think there's a little bit of Alistair Cook about him, actually. Say just that kind of.
Yeah,
I don't really want to say one-dimensional, because that sounds immediately like a criticism, and it's absolutely not. It's actually a kind of compliment in many ways, because I do believe you have to know your limitations as an opening batter, and you have to know where you're going to score. You can't get too much out of your bubble, and that's what I've seen from him in the first couple of weeks. I haven't seen a great deal of him beforehand. Just a little bit on stream during that 4:41, and highlights from elsewhere, but that is the one thing that has struck me. He just does seem to be very, very compact.
So forward out loss after 2. It was a maiden by Worrell and Kemar Roach. Again, getting that radar in sync, just keeping Adam Lyth honest for his first ball of the over. You wonder, don't you? You see, we're in that sort of privileged position, I guess, at times. We're waiting for interviews after a day's play. We see players leave the stadium sometimes. Like last week, for example, at Headingley, you saw one or two of the Yorkshire players having a chat with Sam Cook. Bowlers talk to bowlers, not always. Sometimes it's the batters who talk to bowlers. As Roach is wide of off stump. You wonder if somebody like a Finn Bean might have had a word with Sir Alistair Cook last week, or maybe the other way around. It would be lovely to think, wouldn't it, that Sir Ian Cook, on seeing Finlay Bean get his first half century in first class cricket, might have just had a good couple of words and
congratulations. Yeah, and he does seem actually quite a confident character. As you say, having been around him a little bit over the last 6 weeks or so during the One Day Cup and during this little run of championship games that he's had, he does seem to be a confident character. Just saying hello to him, and there are young players who will just keep their head down, aren't they? I'm sure you'll have encountered them down the years, and so have I. But it shows a bit that he's happy to engage in conversation.
Yeah, now lovely stroke here by Adam Lyth. Another one of those signature strokes. Tends to go through a little bit more firmly on them, but this one is just lent on it. Kemar Roach just a little too full, and also tightened his lines up there, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. That kind of sliced drive early on, there was certainly far more conviction in that stroke that we've just seen than his first bend.
The feature of his play this year, Adam Lyth, has been that. And at times in the last couple of seasons, of course, we saw him with a brilliant start to the campaign in 2021, when, of course, England famously kind of notified him, however that came, possibly Joe Root, his own Yorkshire teammate, that he was on the radar. And then
it might have been Chris Silverwood, actually.
Was it?
Yeah, I think so.
And things kind of went awry after that. But I think his discipline in leaving the ball this year, for me, watching him play regularly, has been as good as I've seen it.
Yeah, and that's something that you've got to have. It's all well and good flashing drives to the boundary and as all saying fantastic shot, but if you do it and you keep getting 20s and 30s, it's just not going to cut the mustard, is it? But he's, after that, right at the start of his career, wasn't it, in 2010, when he had a fantastic year, and almost got himself onto an Ashes tour from nowhere, and then things unravelled quite quickly afterwards. That I think he probably realised that, you know, he has to get a really good defence to be able to add to that stroke play.
So 8 without loss, and Worrell's first delivery of over number 4. Bean decides to play at that. It was tight to off stump. And again, that sort of soft hands and right over the top of the ball into the deck. Adam Blythe walking fully best part of 20 yards down the pitch to pat something down. Probably more likely to just have another couple of words than the shell-like of his partner out there. First time we see Worrell straight towards the leg stump, brought Burns under the helmet. Just be testing him with the short ball here. Always that desire for any batter to get off the mark. Bean hasn't yet achieved that, but I think we saw him at, was it Headingley last week? Quite a long time, didn't it? 30 odd balls before he got off the ball. There we go. Well, first semblance of a short ball. Finley Bean played it okay.
I think it might have been the week before as well. I don't think he was kind of quick off the mark on debut. Old Trafford.
Showing good temperament, trying to get himself in, trying to get used to these conditions. Floodlights on, not a breath of wind, blanket of cloud overhead. Doesn't feel like it's moved an inch since we arrived this morning at sort of 8 o'clock-ish. His latest delivery dropped onto the leg side, maybe a bit of bat, certainly quite a bit of pad involved in that.
No, when I kind of drew back the curtains this morning, I was kind of thinking to myself, well, this will probably burn off at some point during the late morning, early afternoon, but it doesn't show any signs of doom so far.
Bad light, of course, brought a premature end to proceedings yesterday, 4:45-ish. 73 overs and 2 balls possible in the day. Good delivery here by Worrell. Has he got him? There's a big appeal. No inside nick, says umpire Alex Wharf.
It was a kind of half-hearted kind of appeal. There was no real conviction, was there? Back pad, maybe. Thigh pad.
Well, there was no obvious check behind by the batter. I know that that's not the be-all and end-all, but you often just get that little glimpse behind Finley Bean. Everything pointing forward, as it were. So 3 slips. Quite tight-knit slip cordon as well. Nicely played this time to that full-length delivery by Bean. Hashim Amla giving chase, and he is finally off the mark after a dozen deliveries.
Hashim Amla losing a sun hat along the way that probably isn't the ideal headwear for these conditions, but anyway.
So Kemar Roach is going to continue from the pavilion end. A few words from Graham, and then with John Norman.
He's had a fantastic start to his, his Surrey career. He's had a fantastic run in the early stages of his Surrey career, Kemar Roach, over a couple of spells, and no surprise that Surrey snaffled him up when available for the run-in in this championship race. Yeah, I was just saying to Jonathan that I was expecting when I drew back the curtains this morning this kind of thick cloud to kind of burn off, but it hasn't shown any signs of doing so far. And if it does, that probably looks around about half an hour away, I would have thought. That doesn't look. I actually think it's been quite a kind of confident start by Yorkshire to this innings. I mean, it's been a good day overall so far for them, wrapping up the Surrey innings with the ball as quickly as they did, bar a few late blows with the last pair, and then they've made a composed start to this reply. Yeah, I mean, it's. I'd like to be able to answer that in a couple of days' time, really, because when you look at the way that games are going elsewhere, .88 for 4 is quite a decent start, actually, isn't it, given conditions down there. Yeah, it would, because I think teams play each other as well next week. Is it Kent and Somerset? So that the fact that those two play each other is a positive for Yorkshire. And obviously, clearly, the fact that Yorkshire play already relegated Gloucester is a positive for them. They'll be hoping to bookend the season with wins against Gloucester, and that was their only win so far in the opening round at Bristol. Yeah, they are still looking over the shoulders. There's I don't think there's any doubt about that, but a good solid haul of bonus points here. Hopefully a draw or a win. I would think draw's probably more likely, given the amount of time that we're losing with bad light. I don't think it's a fantastic forecast for Friday, is there? So if they can get a draw, they'll be absolutely delighted, I would think. Well, I completely agree with you there, but I'm just getting that second hand from other sources, over the dinner table last night. Yeah, they don't look to be a good forecast on Friday. Well,
No. Okay. Thank you so much, John. I couldn't be more out of my depth at this particular juncture, but I'm so excited to be here at this legendary palace of cricket. Palace is the wrong word because palace is a roof, and this doesn't. But it's one of the great structures, isn't it, that is named after a shape, like Madison Square Garden, the Oval. I can't think of Winner's Triangle near Reading. It's just there are very few places that you can just mention a shape and it's there in your mind. It's really evocative. Now, you used to. Oh. And you know what? I was just explaining this to my good friend John as he led me through. I said, I tell you what, this feels familiar to me. And then I remembered that I actually came here to watch a match in 2018. But the problem is, I can't remember who it was who invited us. They were very kind. But they put on quite a spread for us. And I don't think we really got out to watch much cricket, if you know what I mean. I think Al Murray turned up at one point. I know well enough to shut up when the ball starts. Tonked it. Do you use the word tonk ever? Is that a technical term? Right. Right. So I've missed a lot already. I think in my peripheral vision I saw a couple of sixes earlier on. That's some proper tonking, isn't it? Right. Yeah. Oh, yes, look at that. Has he gone? Oh, yeah, that's a point. Yeah, I know who the batters are. Yeah. 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 Left-hander as well. Look at this. Ooh. Is he? He's the he's obviously the wicket keeper, isn't he? And I used to when we played. I mean, we played extensive cricket back in the day down the Ginnell, down the side of our house. Me and our owners, my brother Alan from across the road, and Don, and we played into the wee small hours. And I was often wicket keeper there. I was known locally as the Cat. Here we go. Now what happens here, right? What's a googly, John? Right. I see. That's the googly. And you never know, do you? That's the problem. As the batter, the batsman, you never know. You don't know. I mean, the speed. Who is this gentleman who is currently bowling? Tweet us, for crying out loud. You can, yeah, it's a good idea actually. I am desperate to see. Did we wake up to a sticky wicket this morning, John? Okay, just checking. Meteorologically, because I looked out the window in North West London this morning, I thought, are we going to get rained off? but we're not going to, are we? It was a 50-50, to be honest. You know, it's when fear turns to excitement at some point, doesn't it? Oh, he didn't want anything to do with that. He didn't want it. He was thinking of tonking it. I enjoy this idea of the lower batting orders coming out swinging, because is that because they've got a little bit less to prove, that, you know, they're not worried about their stats. They're not, you know, I haven't got to worry about getting a century. They've got a bit more devil may care approach. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, it's exactly the same amount of runs as if a top order batter is hitting them. They equal the same. Oh, there's an inside edge there, is there? Past leg stump and down to the boundary for 4. Was there anything on that? We'll just have a little look at the umpire. See here.
Did he clip it for a 4, that?
He was actually giving it as leg by. So there was a stifled appeal for leg before. I think the ball's probably pitched outside leg stump. The batter was slow to get the bat on it, and it's whistled away for 4 leg
sweet,
by. So 14 without loss, and yeah, that may well be a little bit of swing. But essentially, these guys or girls go in there and they have to do what top flight batters do, but they don't have the skills to do so. And the end result can be hilarious. Because essentially it's like you going out there.
That's what I was about to say. It might not even be your second skill.
Again, look, you're just seeing a few signs here now. A little bit of variable bounce, trying to play this through the covers. Another inside edge onto the pads.
Are there any guys who are primarily like fielders, who are like primo fielders, right? They'll catch anything. They'll catch anything.
Yeah, oh yes, there are, but there's very few examples of a player selected for a cricket team who can't bat or bowl but can field pretty well.
I was just thinking that could be my space.
Well, I always used to say, so me and my brother used to play a little bit of cricket, and I always used to call him a non-bowling number 11, which essentially meant he can't do either, and he wouldn't bowl and he would bat at 11, and he couldn't field particularly well.
Just want to include him sometimes, don't you?
Yeah,
he's a vibes guy. That's what he is, a vibes guy stroke fielder. What I want to ask is, my wife's from Yorkshire. Is it fair to say that Yorkshire are better than Lancashire?
Oh, well, in terms of titles won, yes, definitely. So again, he's trying to get on the front foot, again trying to play through the covers. Once again, Dan Worrell getting that ball to move around, and that ball squirts out to backward point. Lancashire are above Yorkshire in the table, if that makes you feel better. Yeah, but Lancashire have just been bowled out for 73, so that probably doesn't make you feel better. So
it
how
swings and
do you feel?
roundabouts, isn't it? I mean, my wife's, that's the thing about people from Yorkshire. I don't think it's an offensive thing to say that. I think that the highest point in Yorkshire is about 116 metres higher than the highest point in Lancashire. They're literally always looking down on us, and And it feels like that in sport. It feels like that in most areas. But it
not
sounds like
not in football, though. Surely.
No, actually, no, not in football or music.
Well, that's two key areas. Fashion.
Yeah.
Squared up and caught at third slip. Kemar Roach has found the outside edge of Adam Lyth's bat, and that was a smart take as well. Surrey, the first breakthrough of their morning, and Yorkshire are 14 for 1.
Privileged to be here for that. Missed it, obviously. Looking forward to the replay.
Well, there's a skill that you learn watching cricket. Essentially, you can read a book whilst watching this great game. Can you see there? So Lyth essentially is trying to cover up on leg stump, possibly playing to mid-on, and the ball has moved back, straightened, and taken the outside edge. And that is the kind of wicket you like to see if you're a fast bowler, because it suggests that the ball is A, moving in the air, and B, off the pitch as well, which makes things pretty difficult for the batter.
I see.
Okay,
So
I've got a question for you. Okay.
Go on.
So imagine back in the Six Music days, they say, Sean, we're sending you to do an OB, right? Now an OB means an outside broadcast. If you're not familiar, no. We want you to do your show during the first session of play. So a session of play is 2 hours.
Yeah.
So the good news is you've only got to do a 2-hour show. But the bad news is you've got to do a Six Music show that is partially music led, but we also want a bit of comms and a bit of life. Yeah, we essentially only you can do it.
I honestly think that would match my skill set. I really do, because if that is effectively what doing my job is anyway. It's talking whilst something else is going on. So usually it would be a piece of music that interrupts my thought flow, but in this instance it's these fantastic cricketers, right? So I think I could do it. Would I intercut with cricket specific music? Would that be useful?
I don't think you want to limit yourself to that.
No.
I think, and so you used to do features where you'd have like a music bed that would be underneath.
Yeah.
You talking essentially,
That's right.
reading out tweets or emails from the listener, and then you'd have like certain familiar sound effects.
That's right. Exactly right.
I'm thinking that. I'm thinking there'd be the music beds, certain familiar, kind of noises or signature jingles that could come up at certain times. It's almost like you're watching cricket on the move.
It's like a mise-en-scene, really, for my burblings. I think it's. I mean, obviously, to the cricket aficionado, I'd be ruining the match, but I'd be up for that.
Well, it wouldn't have to be an either or. You could just have the option. You could have your straight cricket comms on 5 Live Sports Extra, and you could have the Sean Keaveney Magic 2-hour session. The session. That's what it's called, you know. Morning session, afternoon session, and evening session. Sean Keaveney's evening session. In fact, you don't even have to do it in the morning.
The evening session with Sean Keaveney. Listen to that.
See?
Steve Lamacq could have something to say about that.
Well,
he lives around the corner, I think. I'm surprised. I'd be very surprised if he's popped down for the moment. One of the things I love about cricket is that it's totally different to say you were commentating on basketball. All you'd have to do would be to turn around and say yes to a brew in basketball, and you've missed 5 baskets. This is a lot more sedate. This is much more my approach to life. It's virtually meditative, with little spikes of extreme excitement.
And this is how it's been for about 150 years as well, which just adds to the timelessness to it.
I came in I described to John that he said, text me when you're here, and I said, I'm at the year of the cat stand. Would you know what I meant by that?
No, I wouldn't know what you meant by that.
Okay. Well,
the year of the cat stand.
He said, meet me at the year of the cat stand, and he immediately knew where I meant. And just to fill you in, if you're not a devotee of the singer Al Stewart, he had a hit called The Year of the Cat in the 70s, and of course I was referring to the Alex Stewart stuff.
Ah, mate.
So it's a bit like a pub quiz.
Oh, I tell you what, that's close. Big shout. Unless there's an inside edge. I think there must have been an inside edge. Otherwise that would have possibly been the end of George Hill. I used to work with Colin Murray.
Another legend.
Who I'm... And there used to be an England cricketer called James Taylor. And I could not cross to... Or rather, Colin Murray couldn't cross to me without dropping in a James Taylor. And I have no idea. I didn't know what he was talking about. So I had an entire show with Colin Murray just banding around these really strange intros. And then eventually I realised what he was talking about.
Just dropping in the old James Taylor lyric.
Exactly. Beats outside edge this time.
What, when you play, are you a batsman or a bowler, which is your preferred rate?
Well, I don't really play so much anymore, but I used to bat a bit. But I was one of those. So you were describing the childhood scene with your friend Alan, with you as a wicket keeper. I was also a wicket keeper, and I used to borrow my dad's gardening gloves and throw the ball against the wall and then dive to the left, to the right. I was brilliant, even now. To the right, perfect. To the left, not so good, because there was a fence there, so I couldn't dive to the left.
You could have been world class if it weren't for that fence.
Darned fence got in the way. But I used to pretend to be a wicketkeeper called by the name of Bob Taylor. He was actually known as Bob the Cat Taylor. He played for Derbyshire in England.
Bob the Cat Taylor.
Yeah, he was a brilliant wicketkeeper.
Am I thinking of... Why is the name Jack Russell coming into my mind?
Well, there was a very famous wicketkeeper, and still is. He's an artist now, actually. In fact, I think he was here for the last test. He's a brilliant artist. But he is seen as the last out-and-out wicketkeeper. Essentially, it's seen as an art form in itself.
Nice.
Wicket-keeping. Big shout, but again, is that pitched outside leg stump? So essentially, the law is so you see where the bowler is bowling. If the ball bounces to the right of the batter, if he's a left-hander, still with me here. So he's a left-handed batter. If the ball, well, I think that actually swung too much, so that was probably going down leg stump. I think it pitched in line, so it has to pitch in line with the stumps for the umpire to give it out. But I think there's just too much movement, too much swing there from Worrell, who's yet to pick up a wicket. 16 for 1 Yorkshire. But yeah, Jack Russell. There's a shout for caught behind, I think, this time, but I'm not sure there was any bat on that.
Jack.
So let's have a look at the replay. So Worrell again. Half-hearted appeal behind the stumps, I'd say. But yeah, Jack Russell, if you were to say who's the best wicketkeeper England have ever had, he'd certainly be in the conversation about in the top two. Alan Knott, Jack Russell, also the name of a dog, of course.
Absolutely, not Alan Knott. But what? But are you saying that these days, wicket keeper is not so much a standalone skill?
Correct. Now you're selected in the side for your batting alongside your keeping, and more people are wicket keepers, and you're seen almost as an all-rounder. You have two separate skills, but essentially, so Ben Foakes actually is almost a throwback in some regard. He's started playing for England over the last few years, played successfully this summer. He's got the gloves today, and he's seen as the best wicket keeper in the country. The problem some felt was that there were better batting wicket keepers, Joss Butler, Johnny Bairstow, who got their chance before him. But actually, he's playing for England now. Not right now. So so you used to play cricket? Did you play football? Have you got a football team?
No. The thing is, it's a surprise to everybody that I'm here. I've been fielding, pardon the pun, a myriad of messages from friends who are more sporty than I am, saying WTF, Sean, what's going on here? Not only am I doing this, but on Saturday I'm DJing at the Super League Rugby League Cup final. So it's like, I'm one of the least sporty people you'll ever meet. However, funny you should mention it, I did have a flashback as I was walking up to the Oval of a game that I played for St Gabriel's, and I scored as a batsman, bat boy, 2 4s, a 6 and 2 runs. better than that. It was a better shot than that.
So, you know, we only met each other the best part of 45 minutes ago, and from a position of knowing nothing about the game, you know who Jack Russell is?
Yeah.
You used to play cricket with Alan.
Yeah.
You were actually at the Oval 4 years ago.
Yeah. I've got some fun.
Oh, and the last time I played this great game, I smashed 2 6s, a 4, and scampered at 2 runs.
A couple of runs. I mean, that's not a bad score, is it? I remember rising, sort of holding my bat up to the pavilion, realising that it wasn't a pavilion, it's just the school field, and there was nobody there.
But that suggests you reached 50.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Is that what happens when you raise your bat? You've got
or 100.
A half century. Okay. No wonder nobody responded. Because my maths isn't that great, but I know that 2 4s, a 6 and 2 runs isn't 50. But yeah, it's funny. That was in 1982, but I still return to that memory. I still think about it often. One of the greatest moments of my short life. And actually, in June, I did hold my bat up to the pavilion, John, because I did turn 50. I know you, and John's face the picture now, because I don't look it.
Well, see, this is one of the great things about this game. It's all about stats. Are you a stats man?
No, I'm the opposite. I'm a generalist, and I wanted to ask you about that.
I love stats.
I understand wisdom is a big thing.
Yep.
Received wisdom. Is that ingrained in every great cricket fan? Is that just part of your DNA, that you can retain stats, that you can regurgitate stats? Or can you be a sort of generalist sort of fan of cricket, so just enjoy the day out?
I think that cricket does attract a certain type of person. Take that as you will, and I think that stats do play a part. And I'm not saying that it attracts, you know, mathematicians, because okay, I've got a C at GCSE, but it is part of the appeal. It's a way of breaking down the game, and it's also a way of charting the game from today. And one of the great appeals of this amazing game is that you can watch a scene here at the Oval where the players are essentially from the same countries, wearing the same clothes, and have the same skill sets as their predecessors 100 years ago, who did exactly the same thing, ran through exactly the same machinations at exactly the same ground. And part of the reason that you can link it all the way back is through stats. So if a bowler today bowls particularly well, you know, he's listed. Where does he sit in the last 150 years? And I think there is an appeal to that.
There's a continuity, isn't there? I
yeah, there is.
That's comforting, actually, in this ever-changing world. You can go. Somebody had a similar couple of overs in 1958.
Honestly, it is actually that is part of the appeal. So myself, my dad's a member here. We're both members here. My dad's a tour guide here as well. And we very often sit in that upper pavilion up there, and you see the ever-changing landscape. I'm not sure if Johnny Surtees took you up there. Higher the Micky Stewart Oval. See those big glass windows above where it says Micky Stewart, and then the one above is the upper tier. And from there, if you're sitting there, you look back across the river, and over the 30-odd, 40 years we've sat there, we've seen London change. And whilst this stadium has also changed, what we've watched has been the same.
I love that. This appeals to me. But who are the great? I mean, oh, there you go. That's gone nicely.
Yeah,
almost
nice square
before.
drive, check drive, couple of runs.
Not
19 for 1.
Not 2 4s, a 6 and 2 runs.
Well, he's not holding his bat up just yet.
But that, I can see that. I completely understand why that's a lovely thing to be part of, to be woven into as a player as well. Even if you didn't have a particularly auspicious career, you're in there, aren't you? You're in the fabric of the whole hundreds of years that it's been going on. How far back do those accurate stats go, John?
Well, they go back about. There's certain areas of the stats which aren't necessarily there in terms of the duration of innings. That isn't always there. The strike rate, so the balls faced, isn't always there. But in the main, runs scored, boundaries scored, deliveries bowled, overs bowled, depending if it's a 6 ball or an 8 ball over, number of runs scored in an innings, you know, individual and team scores. You can chart them back thanks to Wisden Almanac, actually, in a great part. You can chart the best part of 140 years or so, and actually longer than that.
I'm going to put it right out there. My favourite player, if you were going to press me on it, would be Graham Gooch.
I'd say that's a great shout. Why though?
It's mostly the moustache, I think.
Well, there was a lot of moustaches at that time.
Oh, there were. Who was the Australian guy? Hughes.
Merv Hughes.
Merv Hughes. That's it.
He still has that moustache.
Does he still?
Yeah. Squirts away for a boundary.
Oh, that's nice to see. I enjoyed watching that go.
Well, the batter liked it, you liked it, but the bowler wouldn't be too bothered either because it was a little bit streaky. Past the outside edge. Here, look, watch this replay. 4 slips in place. Comes forward, tries to get the bat out of the way because he realises he doesn't have to play at it. Takes it out too late, and the ball heads off to the boundary.
So what we're looking at, I think that I've been given some intel to make me sound more like I know what I'm talking about. But there's a possibility.
See, that's a better shot, and he'll get 4 runs again.
2 4s. All you need now is a 6 and 2 runs, mate. Think about it.
Where did you hit the 6? Where did you hit the 2 6s? To the leg side or to the offside?
Which one's which? Leg side.
Leg side is to the left. So did you tonk it?
I tonked it to the leg side.
Both?
No, because there were 2 4s and the 1
2
6.
4s and 1 6.
Sorry, get my stats right. The 6
Very
went
important in this
sailing
game.
over. I mean, it virtually threatened the glazing of St Gabriel's RC Primary School, which is now sadly just a patch of weeds. I'll never forget.
Nor now will the listeners or viewers.
Mr. Kane, the PE teacher, couldn't believe I was capable of it. You know, he was used to seeing me fail. But I think there was a tear in his eye when he saw that 6 go over his head.
Was he bowling or was he the umpire?
It was such a strong 6. I think he was having a bit of lunch in the canteen.
Hang on. Did it go to the left or did it go straight over?
No, it went a bit to the left. It listed him into that. Hooked it.
Oh, was he the umpire at square leg?
I think that's where he was. He was holding some jumpers.
That definitely makes
that.
sense.
But is it true that there's a chance, however slither it might be, that Surrey could win the championship? The championship by close of play today, maybe? Unlikely or possible?
No, that's not. I mean, technically, it could happen, but for that to happen, they would have to bowl Yorkshire out twice.
Right.
And at the same time, Hampshire, who are currently playing Kent, would have to lose to Kent. So both of those things happening today is quite unlikely. But maybe it will happen in time for Sean Keaveney's evening session tomorrow.
I think we're onto something, I really do.
Just as we are onto something, we've got to get out of here. Dan Norcross will be replacing me after a word from Sean Keaveney.
God. So is it my turn to go as well now? Yeah, I might have to come back later, ladies and gentlemen. Be a bit of pigeon watch. Dan's in now. We had a little perambulate around the ground earlier on. And a few discussions about the vertical gardeners here at the Oval, which I was very surprised to see that there was beautiful walls of garden.
Well, it's a very bucolic scene here, isn't it?
That's the word.
Yeah.
It's bucolic.
It's bucolic. Yeah, it's the sort of place you can imagine, taking a little picnic, having a punt down the Isis.
Down the Isis.
Open up your picnic hamper. Listen to the chirruping coos of the pigeons, the sparrows, the foxes, as they squeal in delight.
Do we have a fox, a resident fox or foxes here at the Oval?
Yeah, there have been a few over the years.
Do they ever make it onto the ground?
Not during the hours of play. Jordan Clark's made it onto the ground, and he's nearly taken a wicket with his first ball, a rash shot by Hill. Yeah, they seldom come on during the hours of play, but there's a little spot just down below where the sight screen is now, where in winter there was a regular fox that would come and curl up. It's a rather beautiful sight.
I might have to come back and play Ceases later on. I'm going to go off and have a cup of tea, milk and 2 sugars because I need the energy, and I'm passing the baton.
You are. Thank you, Sean. And that's been beautifully cut away. I mean, it's so cut, it's more like a back foot drive. It's a superb shot from Hill. Brings in 4. And somehow Yorkshire are 32 for 1. The ball has beaten the bat, it's clattered into pad. There have been numerous appeals from Surrey's bowlers, most notably Dan Worrell. But only the 1 wicket has fallen. And Yorkshire will be relatively happy with the start they've made. This in response to Surrey's 333. They were, can we say, bundled out? They were sort of bundled out, Dino, weren't they?
Bundled, perhaps. Maybe nudged. Maybe encouraged to move, exit stage left.
Well, it's getting a bit lighter. The cloud is breaking up. Potentially better conditions for batting. But we've certainly seen the ball do plenty on this pitch. We're keeping a close eye at all times on the match between Hampshire and Kent at the Rose Bowl. And Kent 128 for 5 now. That lead 236 because, of course, if Hampshire lose that match, then the equation becomes a little simpler for Surrey. Now then, pitch inspectors. At what point do pitch inspectors get brought in? 23 wickets in the day at the Ageas Bowl, 26 wickets at Chelmsford. What's the trigger point for a pitch inspector?
Well, I would think that it's perfectly possible for 2 teams to bat poorly and for the team's number of wickets to fall quite reasonably. I think when both sides get bowled out in the same day,
one of them for 57 in 16 overs.
I think questions must be asked.
You'd hope they would be. I mean, Chelmsford gave us the wonderful sight yesterday in the over. First over from Jordan Clark, 32 for 1, Yorkshire, of a scoreboard that said 7 for 6.
Yeah, I think that was utterly extraordinary. I think, yeah, when you're in danger of beating your lowest ever total of 25 all out, then I think the alarm bells start ringing.
Yes, because I imagine some of those have been done on uncovered wickets, when wickets were supposed to be rubbish. That was kind of the idea, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a curious one because I think when you get to the back end of the season, teams are obviously trying to play for certain prizes and trying to manage conditions as best they can. They can get it wrong.
And Jamie Overton's in the attack. He's been out with an injury for a little while. And talking to Mark Church the other day, he said that there was a point of difference that Surrey massively lacked at Northants on a bit of a featherbed pitch that just got easier and easier. Much more difficult to take wickets, but on this, it'll be interesting to see how his pace is, having not played much for a couple of months now.
I do wonder how Jamie Overton will reflect on his 2022 summer. Obviously, having made his Test debut early on and playing a starring role, albeit with the bat perhaps rather than the ball. But then, enduring yet more injury issues and spending the best part of 2 months off the field.
Oof, flash and a miss that by Finley Bean.
But he certainly had an impact at Surrey when he's played. Had done so as well, obviously in the T20 Blast as well. And I think the fact that Surrey are now pushing for some silverware at the back end of this season, you feel like he's making a real contribution where he can.
Decent carry through to the keeper, very full ball. It's coming through still about waist height, keeper standing fair way back. There's a forward short leg in place as well.
He does have the ability to bowl a very quick ball on occasion, but perhaps in these conditions finding the right line and length is even more important than really letting the handbrake off.
Oh, it's beaten the bat again there. I think Finley Bean is just being rushed a little bit here. Take a look at this replay. His feet really static there. Just pushing at a ball. It's what pace does. Makes you make rash decisions sometimes.
And he was already looking a little uncertain against Dan Worrell. He was bringing the ball back into him. Jamie Overton just pushing it across him now.
Well, a maiden over to start from Overton. What have you made of Finley Bean? He's quite an interesting story, isn't he? Got a quadruple 100 in the second Levin match earlier this season. And he's only 20 years old. I quite like the way he sets up. He looks pretty well organised.
Well, I think it's one of those situations for a young lad, 20 years old, playing just his third championship match. Made his debut in the Roses match a couple of weeks ago. You know, right at the start of his career, and I just think what a terrific opportunity he's got up against a very decent set of bowlers in the Surrey lineup on a famous old ground with a very decent crowd. And this is a terrific opportunity for a young lad to almost kind of measure exactly where he's at, how he can kind of cope with the quality of someone like a Dan Worrell and a Kemar Roach, Jamie Overton, international class bowlers. You know, that's got to be a bit of a thrill for the young lads making his way.
And on a pitch that's doing a bit. And a ball that's just jagging around a little today. We saw with Surrey's 4 wickets to fall. The one that got rid of Roach came back a mile to knock out leg stump. I do feel though that a firing Jordan Clark might be just the bowler for these kind of conditions. He's not quite yet got his line and length right in the first 8 balls he's bowled, but you know, last year or the year before, you'd be looking at this pitch in these circumstances, you'd be thinking Ricky Clark, wouldn't you? You'd think he'd be ideal for this.
Yeah, I wonder if Ricky's watching the stream, probably thinking just the same thing, although maybe he's over in India at the moment, isn't he? He's
yes.
Playing in...
Oh, it's beaten the bat. That's exactly what I mean. That's exactly the area that Jordan Clark's going to be aiming at. Yes, Ricky Clark's with the veterans in the brilliantly named Road Safety Awareness Cup.
Certainly making me more aware of road safety.
Yes. I mean, I'm still a bit baffled by that. What would you get? The clunk clink every trip cup? There'll be runs here. There could be 4 of them. There will be 4 of them. That's just to the right and fine of Dan Worrell. He's quite wide at long leg. He just strayed onto the hip. But, Jordan Clark and 4 more to Hill. Goes to 18.
Talking of road safety, I remember being in Australia on a tour, and I think it might have been New South Wales who had renamed their team the Don't Drink and Drive or you'll get a demerit point New South Wales Stars or something to that effect.
Yeah, well, they're very into their laws down there, aren't they? Jaywalking particularly, they seem to get very vexed by. Have you ever fallen foul of Australian authorities, Dino? Because you're a bit of a rebel.
I've only ever been stopped once by an Australian officer, which was while driving. I was asked to blow into a device, count to 10, which I did so very proudly and effectively. Got a green light and was told to have a nice day.
You've done well there. You have done very well, because they lurk, you know, end of the over, 36 for 1, 15 gone. They lurk, especially at Adelaide, opposite the train station there. There are plainclothes coppers waiting for anybody who dare walk across a completely empty road if the little red man is showing. There's absolutely no room for discretion.
Well, I must admit, when I've been to Australia, I have noticed just how well they obey the road signs and the green and red men.
Oh, another flash from Bean. I do think it's a bit discombobulated here by Overton's pace. That's the third time now he's gone after balls, but he's been pretty late on them. Yeah, they are. It's one of the things that you don't expect, isn't it? When I first went to Australia, you think of them all as kind of rebellious larrikins. They are not that. They form orderly queues. They do what they're told.
They are more, is it Alf Ramsey than, no, not Alf Ramsey. Who was Alf? Just trying to think of the character in
Home and Away.
He was very,
yes, played by Ray Meagher.
That's the one.
Yeah.
He was much more stern than laissez-faire. And yeah, it's a very strict environment, but I think everyone tends to kind of fall into line, because if you've got a crossing with no cars whatsoever making their way, and 20 of you are stood on the corner, which one of you is going to break the mould and dash across on your own? Nobody seems to do it.
Oh, in London you do, don't you?
Yeah, in London you don't get it.
Now then, that's gone up and over the slips. It's going to run down to the boundary for 4. Again, not where he intended from Bean. Again, a bit of pace causing a bit of a problem.
I quite like this from Bean, actually, because you can see the frustration already starting to etch across the Surrey players' faces. Jamie Overton very unimpressed with that. They'll feel that they should have had him already. I think maybe 4 times Dan Worrell got the ball to nip between bat and pad, and they didn't manage to get rid of him. And I think the fact he's still there is causing great frustration.
Yes, and you can actually see that Overton is following through to within about 4 yards of the batter, isn't he? To let him know just how completely frustrated he is by this and annoyed.
Yeah, and I think that's, as I say, part and parcel of the young lad making his way up against someone like Jamie Overton, who's not going to be too shy in coming forward. And that's part of the game. That's part of the contest.
Played that well. Dropped his hand. Let it go through to the keeper. Just news for the AGS Bowl. Another wicket's gone down. Ollie Robinson, the batting Ollie Robinson.
There are only 2 Ollie Robinsons.
There are, yeah. There are. Caught Vince, presumably in the slips off the bowling of Mohammed Abbas, who now has 3 for 35, Kent 147 for 6. They lead by 255. When you hear that 6, bear in mind that Conor McCurr and Harry Podmore last night went out to bat as twin night watchers. Conor McCurr went out, they lasted 2 balls, where he was caught by Donald off Abbas. Then Harry Podmore went out and he was out in the last over of the day, bowled by Ian Holland. So, there's still a bit of batting to come. Finch, Evison, Gilchrist and Quinn. Surrey fans would dearly love that last 4 wickets to add another 50 to 100 runs. They can get that target up above 300. 300, you'd think on that pitch could be tricky to chase.
Well, at the moment, I think any time you've got to score, make the highest score of the game in the final innings, is going to be a bit of a test.
Pitches can flatten out a bit though, can't they? I mean, it used to happen quite a lot at Lords. Less so now, actually, but that was a ground where the scores seem to go progressively upwards. Headingley's one where I've seen that happen, fourth innings chases. What have you got there?
Well, just looking at this game at Chelmsford, extraordinary scenes with 26 wickets falling on the first day, but it looks to me as though there might well have been a hat-trick.
There has. Balderson has taken a hat-trick. And rather a fun one as well. He came on to bowl. His first ball was a dot ball. He then got Cook bowled for 14. Dan Lawrence caught Williams for a duck, and Matt Critchley bowled for a duck. That's a nice hat trick, isn't it? When you get when you get bowled for the third. Oh,
bowled for the third, absolutely. And when there's no LBWs involved, that is a high quality hat trick.
And if it's caught Williams, that's not the keeper, I don't think. So yeah, 28 for 4, needing a further 70 runs to win. The pitch inspectors will definitely be there, I fancy. 34 wickets have fallen before lunch on day 2.
Yes, extraordinary. See, I did actually think that Essex had got themselves off to what could only be described as a sensational start, to be 28 for just 1 on that pitch. But things have gone somewhat awry since then. Still need 70.
Yeah, that looks a long, long way away, doesn't it?
It does now.
We're coming up towards lunch in about 7 minutes' time. Now, it's lunch at 12:30 here today because we're making up overs. Never know. We never find out, do we?
Well, you know, lunch was always supposed to be the immovable feast. And it seems to constantly shift from one time to another, even the 10:30 start.
There are just no certainties left in life, Dino.
Very confusing. Very confusing.
Now I like this. Jordan Clark's coming round the wicket to the left-handed beam. Overton didn't try that.
Well, this will be filling being with a lot of confidence. I know he's only got 10 to his name thus far, but 47 balls he's faced and he's still there, so he'll be delighted to keep battling away in these conditions.
Conditions that are improving all the time. The floodlights have now, well, they've been switched off. There are 7 or 8 actual bulbs still on, but the lights themselves are powering down. As the light improves, end of the over, 41 for 1. The deficit now just 292. I say just because with poor weather forecasts for Friday, one of those rare occasions when the side really like to enforce a follow-on here. And for that, Yorkshire, to avoid that indignity, will need 184 or more in their first innings. And they're well on the way to that at the moment. It's been their morning. They picked up 4 quick wickets. I wouldn't say it's been serene progress to 41 for 1, but it made it this far. Overton thinks he's in business with every ball here, doesn't he? Classic fast bowl.
Well, the conditions would suggest that there's something for the bowlers to tuck into, but both Bean and now George Hill have been equal to it, and it may well just be one of those mornings, one of those days when it defies what you're seeing in front of you, that actually the bat gets the upper hand over the ball.
That's a lovely shot, bit too full from Overton. That's going to run away to the boundary. The pursuit has been called off by Rory Burns.
Almost on cue from George Hill there, the bat dominating the ball.
It's almost like he's listening. Slightly assisted by the long half volley, but that was a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Now, am I right in saying that the news has come out today about the domestic structure for next year? Is that correct?
news will be out today, yes.
Do we know when it's going to be out today? And we're all on tenterhooks to discover how domestic cricket will be changed yet again.
The timing, I believe, is later this afternoon, around 5 o'clock.
Oh, crikey, okay.
So a little bit of time to wait, but I think we've got a reasonable idea of what to expect with shifting of the structure, 50 overs cricket to be played before the start of the season, I should say, rather than championship cricket.
That doesn't feel like a particular inconvenience, does it? I mean, the simple fact of the matter is that English cricket season's too short. We live too far away from the equator. It's not the right place to play cricket. We really need to have moved to France or Italy. So, how do you do it?
Well, it's the right place to play a certain amount of cricket.
Yes.
But perhaps not the right place to play 4 formats that require maybe 9 months of opportunity.
With 18 counties for 3 of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So, a shift in the divisional structure, 16 top county division. With opportunities for those in the 2 lower divisions to play off to find their way into that top division. That appears most likely.
So 1 goes down and then a playoff for the top 2. Okay.
But yeah, we're going to hear from Sir Andrew Strauss a little later on. Exactly what he's come up with.
It's another loose shot again, by Bean, but he's got away with it, and he's infuriating Jamie Overton even more.
And then, of course, the clubs themselves the counties will have to make decisions after consulting with their membership. I think in 15 out of 18 cases, the members are effectively the owners of the club. So it's by no means a kind of done deal just yet. We still need to get 12 out of 18 counties to agree to any changes.
That would mean 10 first-class matches, wouldn't it?
Yes.
That's quite a significant reduction.
It is a significant reduction with the potential of a final, a playoff, as we were talking about. So I think there is an opportunity maybe for an extra game as well, but it's certainly a reduction from the 14 that are being played at the moment, and of course more of a reduction from where it was a few years ago, 16. So yeah, changes afoot as long as the counties decide to agree to it, and that'll be the next step. We'll see exactly what they think.
Oh, now Tom Laws is in the attack. He's going to bowl what I think is going to be the last over before lunch. And he's developed a bit of a reputation this summer for being a golden arm. He doesn't bowl at any great pace, but he has a knack of taking wickets, does Tom Laws, and you can see why from that replay. Just gets a little bit of shape away. Forced the shot from Hill, who so far has batted very well today.
Well, Hill himself was kind of operating at this sort of pace and getting the ball to do a little something first up, and indeed yesterday. So as a batsman now facing it, he should have a bit of an insight into exactly how to cope with it. He's looked very organised thus far. No real hint of any trouble.
Oh, and right on cue. You're good at this. There's a hint of trouble. And that might be why Tom Laws has a knack of taking wickets, because he's just drawn the hitherto unflappable Hill into a ghastly shot. That is horrendous. We've all done it, but he's got away with it.
Finley Bean, his non-striking partner, just turns his back almost in disgust at that effort.
He's actually gone after a similar ball there. This time he's got a toe end on it. Right, we think this is the last ball before lunch.
It's not as though George Hill is playing for lunch. It wouldn't
Doesn't look like it, does it? So here we go. Last ball before lunch. Left alone wisely by Hill. Goes through to the keeper. I think it's the last over before lunch. I'm not sure. Maybe we're playing an extended session. No one's wandering off. Dino, it's not the last over before lunch.
It's a curious thing when the umpires come together and have a little chat about exactly how they're going to go about things. It looks like they're going to continue for a little longer to try and make up.
We just got news.
Some time.
We got news. We think lunch is 12:40. That seems to be the theory. 12:40.
Well, I don't have an issue whatsoever with that because it means more cricket. They're trying to get more cricket into the day. They know that bad light made an impact, or had an impact yesterday, and could well do throughout this game, and so trying to squeeze a couple of extra overs in each session seems to be eminently sensible. Don't often say that about cricket.
Overton's out the attack, and Jordan Clark has swapped ends, interestingly. So that's why Hill wasn't playing for lunch, because he knew it wasn't yet lunch.
Well, that extra 10 minutes, you know, clearly an opportunity to cash in. All you need is extra 10 minutes and away you go. But he has otherwise looked very comfortable out there. 24 now from 39.
Lunch is being taken though in various grounds around the country. I'm just going to fill you in on those scores. Essex, they've recovered. They're 34 for 4. They need another 64 runs to win. Cushy and Wesley are at the crease at the moment. At Durham 167 for 1. They've gone past Sussex's 162. Sussex have had a tough season, to put it mildly. Tried to blend youth and experience. It's been mostly youth down at home. And that is a lovely shot, but a great piece of fielding from the skipper, diving away to his left. He saved 2 runs. It was a really nice crisp drive from Finley Bean, but great diving half stop from Rory Burns. Glamorgan against Derbyshire. We could be in. Glamorgan have been serving up some wonderful individual scores this summer. We've of course had the quadruple 100 from Sam Northeast. David Lloyd is 288 not out. 39 fours and 3 sixes in 365 balls there. As Glamorgan have advanced to 506 for 5. Gloucestershire, their miserable season continues. They're 74 for 4 in response to Warwickshire's 274. The game you're all really interested in, it is lunch at the Aegeus Bowl, and Kent, they're still going. 153 for 6, so they've added 133 runs this morning. And they lead now by 261. Massive game that, of course. Hampshire don't win that, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a draw down there. Hampshire would only get 3 points. Our London neighbours Middlesex are going well against Leicestershire. 297 in their first innings. Leicestershire 66 for 5. Somerset 362 for 7 against Northants. That's 127 overs. I think they made 3 batting points there, did Somerset, but Somerset and Northampton should be quite happy if that ends up as a draw, you would think. And last game to give you, Worcestershire made 390 in their first innings. Nottinghamshire 12 for 1. those are your lunchtime scores.
Well, I note what you mentioned about David Lloyd there, 288 not out for Glamorgan, and maybe just a little word for one of his batting coaches, someone he's worked with, Toby Radford, who is a good friend of mine and I follow intently on his various social media channels, and he posts some really insightful tips and information about batting, and he's done some work with David Lloyd, and he's particularly proud of his performance there today. He put something on his channels yesterday. Toby now currently in Pakistan, working in the high performance centre in Pakistan, but he's got a wealth of experience all around the world. Worked in the UK with Glamorgan, with Middlesex, with the ECB. He's worked with George Hill, the young batsman we're watching out there in the middle, with the England under-19s, and he spent about 10 years on and off working with the West Indies and bringing through a lot of their talented young batsmen. So a little mention for Toby Radford with David Lloyd's.
Now a big appeal, I think. Too high perhaps in going down. The slips liked it a lot. We got the bounce. When the slips bounce, I like it. But I think we'll take a look at this replay here. Front on. Yes, too high and going a little bit too far down leg side. So good decision from the umpire. There have been some contentious ones earlier, especially off Dan Worrell's bowling.
Well, Dan Worrell was making the ball talk earlier, but maybe just a little too much.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And it was sort of waffling on, wasn't it, that ball? It needed to be a bit more succinct and precise. A little more Richie, a little bit less Danny Morrison.
A little bit, yeah. But yeah, Dan Worrell had a few worthy appeals. I thought that Jamie Overton's OBW earlier was another one that they weren't too keen on, although Jamie Overton's not keen on anything that gives him.
No, I mean we had a good long look at that, and I think he didn't really get a stride in, and it hit him on the knee roll. Oh, he's got him! Well, Laws has made the breakthrough. Finley Bean playing around a full ball may have left him a touch. He's knocked the off stump back, and that is the wicket Surrey so desperately wanted before lunch. They've broken this partnership, and I think that will be lunch with Yorkshire 49 for 2. Both openers now gone. First Adam Lyth to a really good sharp catch by Ryan Patel at third slip, and now Finley Bean, who look well set up and well organised. We'll take a look at this replay, and oh, that's a lovely ball. That's just shaped into middle and off, and then just left him at the last minute. You look at it front on. He's probably just played a little bit too far across that. Didn't give the full maker's name to the ball. But Tom Laws has done it again, you know. He's having quite the season. It's extraordinary. This young man, both with bat and with ball, he as they say, Dean Wilson, he makes things happen.
He certainly does. A real bit of in-swing, bit of late in-swing there from Laws. And Finley Bean, who looking to push it through the leg side, beaten between bat and pad. Yep, you can see him just close the face of the bat there, trying to flick it through the leg side. But the ball moving from outside off in towards the middle stump, and Laws absolutely delighted with that, and rightly so. Big breakthrough for Surrey on a morning when they would have felt the rewards were there to be had for the bowlers in helpful conditions. It hadn't quite worked out that way, but they get their second wicket, and I think they'll feel a lot happier about tucking into lunch, albeit 10 minutes later.
Indeed. So the total this morning, Surrey resumed on 292 for 6. They added just another 41 runs. They lost 3 very quick wickets. Jordan Clark bowled off the inside edge. Jamie Overton, LBW, he didn't like it, as Dean Wilson said, but he had to go along with it. And Kemar Roach, who bowled by an absolute snorter from Hill, that went between bat and pad, jagged back sharply, knocked back leg stump. Then there was a flurry of boundaries as Dan Worrell and Tom Laws hit 5 fours and 2 sixes between them to get Surrey initially past 300 in that third batting point, then up to 333 before Dan Worrell was out, caught on the mid-wicket boundary by Ben Mike off the bowling of Ben Code. Code finished with 3 for 41, Patterson 4 for 69, Mike 1 for 91 in 14 overs, very expensive. Hill 2 for 46, those are the wicket takers. Best bowled 5 overs, none for 26, Jordan Thompson none for 54. Worrell last man out for 23, but the innings was dominated by Ollie Pope's 136 that he made yesterday from 131 deliveries, and then Yorkshire in reply. Well, they lost Adam Lyth to a peach of a delivery from Kemar Roach, which left him, took a thick edge and flew to Ryan Patel at third slip, who took a good sharp catch in front of his eyes. That was 14 for 1, Lyth gone for 8, and then last ball before lunch, just as Ryan Patel yesterday was out to the last ball before lunch, while Finley Bean, his 57 ball resistance came to an end with that absolute corker from Tom Laws. Bowling figures for Surrey: Kemar Roach 1 for 11 from 6, Worrell none for 13 from 6. I've no idea how he hasn't taken a wicket. He's beaten the bat on numerous occasions. Jordan Clark 4 overs done for 11, Jamie Overton 3 overs done for 9, and Tom Laws 1 for 1 from the 11 deliveries he's bowled. So Surrey still lead by 284 runs. They've got another 8 wickets they need to take. They're just 1 wicket away from the next bowling point. We're counting down all these points as Surrey edge closer and closer to a 21st county championship title. But during this lunch break, we are going to play you a couple of interviews. We've got one with Alex Stewart and one with Gareth Batty, and we're going to start with Alex Stewart.
First things first, 2 massive games to go. Generally looks after yourself, or itself I should say, and that's what the message will be. You know, Bats has done a wonderful job. You know, he's a very passionate guy. He's also very calm in situations like this, and he'll be transferring that information across to the players, and we want to keep the players in a very relaxed mode. You know, it's obvious what the prize is at the end of the season, but there's no point looking there if we don't get the basics right from ball one.
It's been a stop-start season with the games interspersed with other competitions. How do you keep the players sharp and ready for the red ball cricket?
It's what we get used to, what the players get used to. It's not ideal. I'm a fan of blocked-up cricket, as I call it. You know, T20 in a block, the 50 over in a block, and championship accordingly. And also we have to cope with players going off to play for England. But it's something that we've managed pretty well over the last 6-8 years or whatever. The more players that we've lost to England, it gives other opportunities to players within the squad. So that's great for them, great for us, we see them. But it's very much, yes, you plan, but don't just have plan A. Make sure you have 3, 4, 5 plans, because we get so much thrown at us. So the continuity of selection isn't always there, but the message is still the same, whether it's a player who's got 15 years experience or a player with 1 game's experience.
As you say, that depth has been really tested. I think 22 different players have been used so far, but it does feel like every time a player is unavailable, the next man in has really delivered. And how impressed have you been by those guys who are perhaps slightly more peripheral squad members at the start of the season, but they've come in and they've had their opportunity and they've performed? Yeah, no, really impressed, because, you know, that's how we try and balance up a staff. We try and second guess. I've always worked on sort of a 3-year cycle of what may happen. And therefore you've got to try and cover off every single
sort of part of a team, you know, whether it's a top order batter, middle order batter, is it an all-rounder, is it a spinner, is it a quick bowler? You try and balance up a squad that way, and then what they do on the training ground or in the second team is crucial, so that when they come into the first team, we know they're ready to go, but most importantly, the individual, know that they're ready to go too and ready to go in and perform.
And lots of those young players who've come in have come in through the Surrey talent pathway. How pleased are you to see that conveyor belt of talent really coming through?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of trying to bring through our own. We will always supplement from outside, but it sends a really good message, I think, to our youngsters within the county and within our age group pathway, that you're not that far away from actually playing with the first team. We'll always use sort of Sam Curran and Ollie Pope in recent times as perfect examples. Players that came into the system. Ollie, I think I handed him his under-8 or under-19 Player of the Year, and then I was honoured enough asked to, and it was an honour to present him with his Test debut cap at Lord's. So that's a great story, but I want to bring through our own players. I say because of the England call-ups and because of the other franchise cricket around the way, you know, I don't hide behind it. We will supplement from outside, and because we are a big county, and therefore we have to be there or thereabouts at the cutting edge when it comes to trying to win, trying to compete. But the more players we can bring through, the better it is. And I work on somewhere around, you know, you'd be able to tell me probably more accurately, but somewhere around 60-65% of our staff players over the last 6-7 years have come through our system, which I think is a real credit to the academy, to the age group system, that they are producing players to come on to professional staff.
We saw here against Kent that 8 of the 11 players had come through the Surrey talent pathway at some point in their career. How proud were you of that?
That is good, you know, and I don't just want to look at birth certificates where they were born either. They've got to be good enough. Just because you're born or brought up through the age group doesn't guarantee you a contract or a place in the 11. So they've got to challenge themselves. You know, we've got good coaches in the pathway. Chris Taylor, as head of that, he's doing an exceptional job in just his first year. But I say they've got to be good enough. And if they're not, we will look outside. But first option is, look, what have we got coming through? What gaps are we going to have to fill over the coming 3 years? Have we got them within our pathway coming through? If we haven't, we'll go outside. But if not, give them a real red-hot go.
We've had some very incredibly experienced players, overseas players this year. Colin de Gondom, Kemar Roach, Hashim Amla, as well as Aaron Hardy, of course, who came in for a game. What do you look for in an overseas player on and off the pitch?
High quality person, high quality player, someone who can obviously perform out in the middle, but also offer a lot of experience, knowledge, help, assistance to our players in that dressing room. They set good examples. If it's good enough for people who've got to, close to being the best in the world, if it's good enough for them, then I'm pretty sure it's good enough for the rest of us. And go back to say Ricky Ponting, Kumar Sangakkara, Hashim Amla, as you mentioned, and then Kemar Roach, people like that. Yes, they've had great international careers, but they have great self-pride, and they're proud of their own individual performances as well as wanting to be a part of a successful team. And you only have to be in and around that group to see the influence they have. And they don't have to be through words, it can be through actions as well. But we're very fortunate to have the players that you've listed because of the impact they've made, yes, in their run scoring or wicket taking ability, but how that knowledge, experience and know-how rubs off on our own players.
Throughout your time at Surrey as a player, as director of cricket, you will have seen a lot of different teams, a lot of different dressing room atmospheres. How would you describe the current dressing room atmosphere?
That's very good. Listen, when you're winning or you've got a chance of winning trophies, it is going to be good. But as a group, as a collective, they're outstanding individuals. The I Serve document that we've sort of put together, which has been led by the players with the team culture, is very, very good there. They look out for each other, they look after each other, but they challenge each other. And then the management team, this year especially, we've had a lot of changes, with Vikram Solanki going off, Richard Johnson also leaving to go to Middlesex. Massive credit must be given to Gareth Batty, the way he has stepped in as interim head coach. And the other staff we brought in, Azam Mahmood, brilliant, Jim Troughton, outstanding. So it's been a really good environment, a challenging environment, an environment where people are allowed to express their opinions, whether again they're young or old. But we're about trying to get better every single day. And you only have to film a training day to see how they work, how they apply themselves, and then hopefully you get rewarded with what you do in a match situation.
This year, there's been some real standout individual performances. We've seen Kemar blew away the Warwickshire middle order on day 4. Jaxie's 150 against Essex. Dan Wall taking 11 for. There's been some really superb moments. Is there a particular performance that stands out for you?
I'll always look at team performances. That's the thing. So they've contributed to wins, which is crucial. They can't do it on their own. That's the important thing. That's the message we try and get across there. There might be, the headline names through performances, and that's fair enough. But if you're a bowler, you need people to take your catches. If you're batting, you need people to create partnerships with you. That's the important thing. So yes, quite rightly at the time, they get the headlines. But as I say, we'll always talk as a collective. We win together, we lose together, we learn together as well. So yeah, there'll be some highlights, but I'd much rather look at that win column and then see what that brings us come the end of the season.
Do you think there's been a complete team performance in a particular match this year?
No, because I always want to get better. So I'm never going to give anyone 10 out of 10. We play some real good cricket at times, really good sessions, really good days and good games. But as I say, it's that challenge of always wanting to get better. Once you think you play the perfect game, then you're only going to go one way, and that's back down. So we'll keep challenging the players. Can they improve that little bit individually? Can we improve a little bit more as a group? That's players and management. And if you do that, then you keep moving up. And you don't get to the very top and then drop off. We're all about trying to improve every single day.
There's been some really key victories here. You look probably at that Hampshire game early in the season. You look again where the results were forced through against Warwickshire and to a lesser extent against Essex. In those moments, what do you see from the players that makes that difference?
A real togetherness, a real know-how and how to win. I think having Rory Burns as captain, as much as he and we would like him to be playing for England, having him as our leader adds so much to that dressing room. Again, at times he's a man of few words, but when he speaks, everyone listens and he leads by example. He's an exceptional captain, both captaining of people, but tactically as well. So he needs to take a lot of credit out on the field there. But as I say, I'll come back to that collective. We have an end goal, and that is to try and win. And can we win the championship this year? Let's see, as I said at the start, at the moment we're in possession with an 8-point lead. A lot can change, but if we keep doing things right, that in those games you mentioned, take them into the next 2, then we're giving ourselves a real big chance of having something to show for.
Final question. Jaxie received his county cap this year, an important moment for him, for the club. Can you describe what that Surrey cap means to you?
Everything. We don't just hand them out like confetti either. Here, I'd suggest is probably the hardest county to earn your county cap. So it reflects on what you've done for a period of time. You then are nailed on first pick selection, and also not just on the field, but how you contribute in that dressing room as well. And Will Jacks is a wonderful example. He's played exceptionally good white ball cricket for us for a number of years. And then this year, he's taken on the all-rounders mantle, the off-spinning all-rounders mantle. He's played some exceptional innings, as you've mentioned. He's bowled very nicely as well. Beckenham, for example, he showed there his real colours as someone who's got high promise as an off-spinner. And has earned the right to get a cap. And you only have to see when the chairman hands over the county cap to a player, how much it means to them, because especially if you come through the system, you understand the club. To get that, going back in time, perhaps you get your school colours or that type of thing, but you're rewarded for the hard work you've put in, and obviously the expectations that come with then being a cap player.
First thing, looking back at the game last week, what were your reflections on the game?
I think like most teams would have felt after an extended break, we were a fraction rusty for a session or 2, and then we really did get into the game to get the 400 from where we were, and then to really force on a very flat and placid surface. We were really pushing for a result. We were only a matter of maybe an hour or so away from having a real good go at it. So overall, super pleased that we are in a position now where we were 5 weeks ago.
And as you say, it was a bit of a tricky track to bowl on. Do you think there's anything that you could have done differently to try and force a result?
No, not a thing. I think the boys did everything I could have asked of them. They could have asked of themselves, and the fans and members could have asked of them. I don't think we left a stone unturned.
And of course, a real positive coming out of that was TC's maiden 100. How pleased were you for him?
Oh, super chuffed. And you could see that he really wanted it after Sammy had got his. They were bragging rights up for grabs, and the speed of the 100, they were both texting each other, and then the whole thing, it's probably even Stevens that Sam does him on balls, but TC did it at the first asking.
And Hash obviously batted as serenely as we know he can. How important a figure is he in the dressing room in general, but also out there in the middle when you are really trying to put together an innings from a difficult place at sort of 90 for 4?
Yeah, look, we have a lot of very fine senior players, but Hash brings a completely different perspective to others. One in what he's achieved in the game, and that's second to none. And he brings that experience, that calmness that showed last week. He was prepared to occupy the crease, which in the modern world is not what we would say a regular trait that people have. So the fact he allowed some time for others to play well. Let's not forget Cam Steele in that situation. Sort of 80 for 4 or 70 odd for 4, and he came in and played beautifully with Hashim. Moved really well, and was kicking himself when he got out. But I think by his own admission, Cam would say that batting with Hash is a relaxing and a calming influence, and that's what the team get with Hashim, as well as his world-class status with skill with the bat.
Yorkshire are here, and how important is this game, and how important is it for the dressing room to really kick on and get the right result?
Every game's been big this season because everybody wants to beat us. This game you possibly single out now because it's the one right in front of us that it becomes a must-win game. The only reason I say must-win is because we're in charge. Nobody can catch us, nobody can get near us if we win. So let's keep that in our hands. We're not going to do anything any different, but everybody's very aware of the situation we find ourselves in. So we're looking to get maximum points and a win to keep ourselves where we want to be, and that's top of the table with a nice little gap.
How would you sum up your first season as a head coach so far?
Interesting, rewarding, challenging, and the final piece is yet to be done because we're not at the end of the season. So I don't want to be fully analysing. I analyse on a daily basis and a game basis, just by matter of course, and all the management do. But I think let's see where we get at the end of the season for a true reflection of everything. We'll be reflecting anyway, good or bad.
And throughout your career, you've obviously played under a lot of different coaches. What different aspects have you tried to bring now you are the one in charge?
All the bits I appreciated, from senior players, the best players, how they operate and how they wanted their coaching staff to operate with them. Lots of good coaches, very good coaches, some of the world's best have been around. And you glean the bits that you feel are authentic to you and the things that hopefully help to get the best out of the individuals that represent the club at the time when they're out there. Make mistakes, and I'm not scared of making mistakes, but the reflection and trying to move forward, I think, is the biggest strength of any coach, because if you think you've cracked it, you're in the wrong business.
And having been a player in that dressing room last year, what are the key areas that you've tried to influence now that you've got that position as the coach?
I wanted us to continue the hard work that Vikram brought in and insisted on. That is something that the mass of the group just do on a daily basis. And I also wanted us to put a little bit of panache in our performance and a bit of freedom for that little bit of extra skill. And I think with the hard work and allowing that, you create those match-winning, team-winning performances that we've seen this year. Without the hard work, you can't have the extra skill. With the extra skill, you've got to have the hard work.
Interesting that you mentioned some of those performances, because actually there's been some real standout individual moments, and quite often actually when it feels like the opposition are playing well and things are sort of going against us, but actually people have put their hand up and delivered. Kemar on day 4 against Warwickshire, Jaxie against Essex, Rory that first innings ton against Scarborough facing down 500. What do you say to the lads when perhaps things aren't going their way to give them the confidence to go out and perform the way they have done?
When it's not going our way, we go out and work, and you gain all the confidence you require on the training field, because we work hard and we get it done properly, which then you go out there knowing you can trust your skill set. Then actually you're playing the good bit of the game. It's you matching up against your opposite number, because often, yes, it's a team sport, but often it's one against one. So you being covered off with your skill set and being comfortable with your skill set, I think allows you to play the game and play the game as you want to play it. So we've seen some performances where people have played at the extremities with 4s and 6s, Jacko hitting that 150, or somebody bowling at 90 miles an hour in Jamie, whatever it might be. If we get it right on the training field, it gives us every opportunity to do it out there.
This season there's been a lot of comings and goings, injuries, rotation, international call-ups. I think 22 different players have been used by Surrey. How do you handle that as a coach to try and keep the side balanced?
I'm glad you said 22, I was more like 42. It's very difficult. Not so much from our side as management, but from players' side. Continuity is a huge thing in sport, knowing what to expect, knowing how we're going to perform, and you get that from constant selection. Consistency of selection. We're not afforded that because we have a wonderful squad and we want people to go off and fly. So we're looking at consistency of how we work with a whole group, and it's very difficult to have 28, 30 people all pulling in the right direction. And Rory set something up 2017-18, I think it was, with the iServe, and we're trying to expand on that. We're trying to look at different parts of the game that people wouldn't see out there, that hopefully bring us closer together as a group. So that as and when people go off and fly, and some of the boys in Pakistan at the minute, and people come in their place or would have played anyway, who knows? There is a continuity and a confidence of how we're working as a yearly round club, not just game to game. And hopefully that is something that we can rely on, so that if you're the youngster or the senior player, we're all on the same page of these are the values that we appreciate. And as I said, and I won't apologise for, we do work hard on the training field. I think we work as hard as anybody, and I think that breeds confidence.
You mentioned some youngsters there. There have been some real opportunities for some of the younger lads. James Taylor early in the season, Gus Atkinson, Ben Geddes, Tom Laws. They've all had some superb moments this season. How impressed have you been by them?
I've been impressed with the whole squad. It's great when we have individual success, and we will always champion that, but I think we need to champion the squad performance this year. Those individuals know how we think of them, but I think there's 28, 30 that think that we do. I would like us to champion the fact that this group could stay together for a very sustained period of time. And when I'm saying that, I mean outshine my tenure here as coach if I'm lucky enough to get another go at it. I think this group could be very special, but it's only special if we get over the line in key periods. Those youngsters have shown that they're willing to handle the pressure and want the pressure, because we know at this club, if you don't want the spotlight, if you don't want to put yourself out there to be shot down, you're going to find it very difficult here. So I think just from that trait alone, that they want to be out there in front of their home support and actually lapping it up, I think is a huge credit to them, but also the staff and the club for what we're trying to create for future. This is good, but we're going to get better.
I'm glad you mentioned your fellow coaches. Have you got a word for them? How important have they been to help you settle into the job as well?
Oh, key. There's no way that any person, and anybody that does say it's just all about them, they're either the extreme superstar, which there are very few of those around, or they're not particularly good people. I hope that we have good people here. We encourage people to do things in the correct manner. So they are the reason why we're out there, because everybody works so hard. I'm not saying you can't work harder, because you can. You can always work harder. But I think we've worked very, very well this year, and hopefully it transpires that we get over the line and we end up where we want to be, because every single person, and that goes to yourself and everybody at the club, deserves a bit more recognition.
Welcome back then to session 2 on day 2. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, the new batter for Yorkshire, facing that final ball of Tom Law's over. The over, of course, that claimed the wicket of Finlay Bean just prior to lunch. Bowled by Tom Laws for 12. Adam Lyth, the other Yorkshire batter out so far, caught by Ryan Patel at third slip off the bowling of Kemar Roach for 8. So Yorkshire remain on 49 for 2 in response to that 333 all out. Jonathan Doidge with you, as well as Sean Keaveney alongside. Let's make sure you're on first of all, Sean.
Is this thing on? I don't know if you've been warned about this, Jonathan.
What, that you've got a Lancastrian accent? Listen, as a Yorkshireman, you know, that's immediately sensed straight away as
it's like
Dan Worrell opening from this Vauxhall end is pushed for a single down to third man by George Hill.
It's like a sort of cat noticing a mouse, isn't it? You immediately knew. I didn't even have to sound a full syllable.
I'm going, as somebody who loves his rugby league and has done many rugby league broadcasts, I'm pinning that on somewhere like, and you're gonna hate me, aren't you, if I get this wrong, being so close knit the towns around that area. Just give me this delivery to
work it out.
Because Dan Worrell is in again.
I'll say something else.
Leaves it.
I'll sound another few syllables. Then again, I've lived in London for 22 years, so it's probably rounded off a bit. What's your best guess? I'm
thinking it's kind of Hilton Parkish.
Hilton Park.
You remember that? I went there a couple of times.
Is Hilton Park? Hang on a minute. Is that a Lee Rugby League?
Oh, the old ground.
You're on the nose. Where did he do that?
I don't know. You just get used to it over the years. This Yorkshire Lancashire thing. As Tom Kohler-Cadmore is just busy at the crease as usual. There's a walk at that one and then leaves.
We'll come back to that in a minute. Yorkshire and Lancashire, obviously, that's cooking for me. But how can you? I've missed a lot here because I got a very fulsome tour of the Oval during lunch. First of all, what do the players have for lunch? I mean, you can't have a curry or something, can you?
A good question. I mean, it's been allowed in that's the inner sanctum with which none of us are really, able to get involved. Another leave from Kohler-Cadmore, so not entirely sure. But when I have seen stuff laid out in the past, it's been obviously healthy, just like you and I would. He said, having just polished off something with trout involved, actually. Bit of trout.
Oh, hang on a minute.
But finished off with a pan au chocolat.
Thank God for that. Got to keep your carbs up in this game, haven't you?
So Worrell pressing for what would be his first wicket in the match.
He's lost his hat.
That's Ben Foakes, I think. Surrey wicketkeeper who's lost his cap in chasing it. 2 leg byes. So they're past the half-century mark here, Yorkshire. For those, Sean, who maybe don't know that much about you, and I know in your position, we probably all should, but just tell us a bit more about you and how you came to do what you do.
A salient question, actually. I quite like the idea of just turning up on the commentary like a competition winner, effectively, and just talking, and the tuner in us, the audience, thinking, who is that? Has Vernon Kay popped in? I often get voice doubled with Vernon. I'm a foot smaller than he is. No, I'm a jobbing broadcaster. That's what I am. I'm peripatetic. I used to work at BBC Radio 6 Music for many years, and now I just do anything and everything. And I'm trying to diversify my portfolio to the extent that I will try cricket commentary. Though I haven't actually really done any cricket commentary, you might notice.
You might fancy doing an over then?
No. I love watching you do it though, because it's a masterclass. This much I know that...
Can we just clip that up and just keep that, please?
Put that on the demo. But I know that it's sacrosanct time for the delivery. You wait for the delivery. You can speak either side, but not during the delivery. It's
yeah, and of course, conventions are different as well between television commentary like this streaming and radio, audio-only commentaries. But it is Tom Laws continuing, having got that wicket. George Hill always keen to rotate the strike if he can, and drops that into the leg side. In fact, two players who are willing to do that when given the opportunity. Tom Kohler-Cadmore out there. I think what we can say, Sean, having been here all morning, is that the light is appreciably better than it was. There's no need for floodlights at the moment. There's even maybe just an offering of a bit of sunshine poking through from above.
We are actually. It's starting to brighten up a considerable amount, isn't it?
Laws again and wide of Tom Kohler-Cadmore's off stump.
If you're a knave and a novice like me, I'm going to ask some really prosaic questions of you now, Jonathan. But like, if you were talking about football, who are the allegorical teams, Yorkshire and Surrey? Who would you describe them as?
Laws in now then. Kohler-Cadmore has flayed at that one, got his hands through. It was aerial for a while, but he's got it backward of point, as you can see. And he got plenty on it as well. That gets him going with a boundary, 57 for 2. Who are the Yorkshire and Surrey of the footballing world?
Yeah.
Well, as a Leeds born and bred, as a man Leeds born and bred, I've got to say Leeds United. But I'm sure that means that there are many people now already up in arms. Laws in again. Kohler-Cadmore flicking to leg, and Roach doing the fielding.
It's fair to say that these are the preeminent teams, isn't it?
Yeah, and obviously Leeds very much the best team in Yorkshire, Leeds United.
When did you commentate on your first ever cricket match?
20 odd years ago.
Man and boy.
Man and boy. My son. Man and boy. His Laws. Nicely played off his legs by Kohler-Cadmore. Single taking him on to 5.
I'm waiting for a real tonker. We had a couple of sixes. I think I've seen 3 sixes since I've been here, actually. And that's, I mean, for somebody who doesn't know that much about the game, that's what you want to see. You want to see somebody sitting having their lunch in the stands, having the hat knocked off. That's what you really want to see.
Yeah, you occasionally get that. You get the... In fact, years ago, I'm not sure I should admit to this on a broadcast, but I wasn't broadcasting. I took my eldest son to Headingley to watch a test match between England and India, and it was one of those sessions where not a lot happened. We just had lunch like we have now. There's Worrell bowls here to Kohler-Cadmore, who's going to get probably a leg by, I think. Yep, Alex Worf going to signal that. Yeah, lovely, warm, sunny, early part of the afternoon, Sean. You know what I'm going to say. I might have just had an interest in a pint at lunchtime as well. And there I was on the Channel 4 highlights, head to one side on my son's shoulder, Zedding.
Did you?
At a test match.
That's absolutely brilliant. Did anybody that you know see you?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course they did. Because they were all watching, weren't they? That's brilliant.
Nicely played here by George Hill. Dan Worrell got plenty this morning out of the conditions, swinging the ball late. Didn't get a wicket, but proved a real handful for first up Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean. And then George Hill when he came in at number 3. And as far as the Surrey of the football world goes, I suppose down these parts, we'll be looking going to offend a lot of London football supporters now. As Worrell's latest delivery, George Hill just happy to watch it go by. And dare I say, Chelsea.
That's
maybe I should also throw in Arsenal, Spurs.
Let's be as multi-denominational as we can. But speaking of your head lolling, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to learn some of the parlance. Isn't a lolly an easy catch?
You'd call it a dolly, I think.
Oh.
As nicely played by George Hilbert. Finds the field there. Yeah, dolly of a catch.
Dolly.
I think you tend to say, yeah.
Probably a dirty mobile screen that made the difference there for me. So it's a dolly. Okay, that's good. I'll remember that if one happens.
You've got a pair of specs on your head, maybe.
You should probably employ him.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the time. But what's if the sun breaks out and it turns into a glorious afternoon, does that mean you get quite a bit more play?
You would hope so, given that there are 104.4 overs scheduled today, no less. Nicely played by George Hill off his legs this time. Dan Worrell bowling up pretty full, trying to get the ball to swing again. It'll be interesting now, Sean, to see if in this little period where the sun is just about poking its nose through, if there is as much of that movement through the air as we've seen earlier in this match. Worrell's, as I say, certainly got it to swing and swing late this morning. But will the slight improvement in conditions negate that to some extent? How hard will Surrey have to work for these wickets? How hard can Yorkshire make them work for them? Call the Kemar happy with the dot.
Forgive my utter idiocy, right? If it gets a little bit warmer, the sun comes out a bit more, who does that favour here?
By kind of rule of thumb, if you like, normally it would favour the batting side.
Okay.
So, with cloud cover, you'll listen to the players and they talk about the pitch being cold, and particularly this time of year, they're starting earlier, so less time before play starts to get any moisture out of the pitch. Tom Laws continuing at the pavilion end to George Hill. So, yeah, less time before play starts to get any moisture out of the pitch. That, when I say moisture, it doesn't need to have rained for there to be moisture, as you know, dew forms and all the rest of it. And while the place is covered, that the strip is covered out there, that pitch can still feel cold to the touch, which indicates that there's a little bit of moisture to come out of it. Laws again, and just having a little push at this one, George Hill, and that is that for him. Patience personified out there so far, but super stuff from Tom Laws, who's managed to just get one to nibble away off the surface, and George Hill has gone for 28, a feather behind, caught by Ben Foakes, and a second wicket to Tom Laws, who watched the opening pair almost moving it or swinging it round corners earlier on, and must have been rubbing his hands together to get his hands on the ball out there. Just seeing this one again, and just wide of off stump. George Hill, well, throws the bat, flips the bat round in his hand in a little bit of self-disappointment there, because he'll also feel that perhaps he didn't need to play at that. Just a little bit of, it was actually a little bit of late swing as well from Laws, wasn't it? As opposed to so much movement off the pitch, seeing it for a second and third time. So Yorkshire 60 for 3. And when you look down the Yorkshire batting lineup, as I said once or twice before, already in this match, it can at times be a little bit on the brittle side. Will Frayne is coming out here though at number 5. Tricky times out there for batters. Tom Kohler-Cavmore's had a bit of a look at it so far. He's only got the 5 to his name, so 2 players who are going to have to try and make the best of their way into an innings here, Sean, in the early part of this one. So talking back about the pitch and that situation, the sun comes out, moisture comes out of the pitch. Quite often the sun might shine all morning, and it still takes all morning for that sort of thing to happen, and then afternoon with the sun shining, you'll find that batting quite often becomes easier.
Yeah, is that because the ball's bouncing up a bit higher and you've got a bit more of a chance to whack it, to thwack it, to tonk it?
It maybe just means that because there's not as much give in the pitch, that it's not moving sideways as much as anything.
It's a bit more predictable, maybe.
Yeah,
okay.
very much so. Will Frayne just watching that first delivery go by. So yeah, ideally, if you're a batter, you want the sun to be shining.
Do you get many bad boys of cricket? Do you get these days? Do you get tossers? Do you get people who hurl their bat in anger when they've lost, when they've been, sort of bowled out, or is that just simply frowned upon?
Frayne solidly behind this. I think pushed it into the pitch. It was almost, and the yelp from Sean might also indicate almost one of those things we call a crowd catch, where it looks like it might have been going straight to the fielder's hands from the bat, but wasn't. Well, I've seen it done playing club cricket on one or two occasions, shall we say, more than one or two occasions, but
not at this
level. Seen many pros do that where the rest of us could see it. It may happen in the changing room, I'm sure, from time to time. Will Frayne going to have to be watchful here. Ollie Pope, the only player in the match so far who's been able to go out there from the gun and put the pressure back on the opposition bowling. Did that so well yesterday in that 136.
I feel like
behind him.
I feel like my primary role really during these portions of time is to make noises of excitement, little yelps, that kind of thing, like sort of, when you can't help it, you get a bit sucked in, and then you start to make these involuntary yelps. I think that maybe that's a bit of an emollient for the audience, though they can tell something exciting's just happened. If they're perhaps just listening, they can't actually see the action.
I thought it might be just a condition that applies to Lancastrians. Dan Worrell continuing at the Vauxhall end, and again trying Tom Kohler-Cadmore across. TKC, Peps, as his teammates call him, Peps as in Kohler.
Oh yeah.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore on his way. This is his final away game for Yorkshire. Will play doubtless against Gloucestershire at Headingley next week, but then going to Somerset for a 3-year deal, which was announced quite a few months ago now.
Are Yorkshire upset about that?
Worrell goes short to Kohler-Cadmore. Controlled a little pull, flick sort of pull out to mid-wicket for a single. I think there'd be disappointment to see a player of his abilities move on, he's got a particularly good white ball record with the county, but he's also proved himself, in fact, as these things going in sport. Didn't play quite a lot of the season because he suffered a head injury in the winter, concussion, and that was a thing that sort of hung around, and he wasn't able to commit or felt fit enough to play in a 4-day game. He did play in some white ball cricket, but when he made his seasonal return in 4-day cricket, nicely played there by Will Frayne. Wouldn't you know it, it was out the county he's going to be representing for the next 3 years down at Taunton against Somerset, and in his first knockback he got exactly 100. That's sport. So will you spend a fair bit of time up at Old Trafford maybe in formative years?
No. I mean, the nearest I got to spending time at Old Trafford was I saw the Cure play there once in 2004.
Now then, thickish edge by Will Frayne. I think there's also some glove on that. He rings the bottom hand on its way towards second slip. He's managed to survive that delivery, but Dan Worrell has done everything but take a wicket so far today. And Will Frayne will be thankful for that.
No, it's I was saying this to to John earlier, you know, it's a pleasure and a privilege, but also a surprise to be here as somebody who was more of a down the side of the house cricketer as a child, and you know, I haven't really had that experience of being pulled in to the tractor beam, but having spent the afternoon here at the Oval, I can feel it begin to happen. Can you start to get deeply embedded in cricket at the age of 50 at the half-century point? I suppose it's not unheard of.
Definitely. Just got to be open to it. Got to be open to it, Sean.
Open your heart.
It will wrap its tentacles around you. It will suffocate you, it will draw you in. You will never escape cricket once you let it into your heart. But so you went to Old Trafford to see The Cure, Robert Smith et al.
That's right.
Did you go on the walk to Old Trafford?
No.
Ba-bum.
Oh, very good. I see what you did. I didn't.
Did you have to go through a forest?
Oh, this is.
Okay, I'm trying.
I think I can't even meet you halfway pun-wise here. You're just completely smashing it. I tell you, one of the things I remember about it was we watched him. We stood up on the pavilion, and there they were performing, and there was a crowd on the pitch. But there was one particular gentleman who was so. He was in an altered state, and what he did do was he kept rolling to the boundary and then rolling back to the crowd. He did it about 7 or 8 times. It was quite hypnotic.
I suppose it might have looked wonderfully, 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 wonderfully pretty. We've just seen Ben Foakes having issues with his gloves. Now, you remember Jack Russell and all the taping up that he used to do on those sacred gloves back in the days when he was keeping wicket for England. And we're going to have a change in the box in a moment.
Put me out to pasture.
A few minutes' time. No, I think we're sticking on for a few more minutes yet. Looks like they're loading up in behind, and Will Frayne is trying to find a run here to get himself off the mark in tricky times out there, as I say, for batters. Looks like Ben Foakes has just temporarily at least solved the issue. Not sure if somebody off field is doing some work in the background to get him what he wants to.
This must be a nervy moment when you're yet to get off the mark, and you must be worried about being bowled out for a duck at this point.
Now we go straight down the leg side. There's a little yelp of an appeal for maybe a leg side strangle, but Foakes takes it well, and Frayne survives the over, yet to get off the mark. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, he's been out there since lunch. Finlay Bean dismissed with the penultimate ball of this morning session, which ends up being the final ball, of course, because the wicket was taken. So it was 49 for 2 at the break, and George Hill, the man to have gone since then for Yorkshire, caught by Ben Foakes off Tom Laws for 28. I'll be disappointed, having got a start, that he succumbed. But this young man looks like a talent, bowling really well, taking wickets. Just slides one down the leg side.
Who's the greatest ever Yorkshire player?
I suppose that's a matter of opinion, isn't it? But you look at the stats, Wilfred Rhodes, you'd be very hard pressed to better that. But many greats. Kohler-Cadmore, apologies, just happy to have another sighter of one. They're just sending Kemar Roach out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Wonder if this could be the 5-card trick. What are we going to see from Laws here? Yep, goes short, but Kohler-Cadmore deals with that by getting it much straighter than the man had been positioned. So maybe didn't bang it in short enough, Tom Laws. And Tom Kohler-Cadmore moves into double figures with that boundary.
Clattered it. A 6 is a clatter, isn't it? A 4 I don't think a 4 could be described as a clatter. That was a pleasant tonk.
What's Law's response? And he goes a little fuller. Worked off the legs this time for a single. So tell us more about 6 music experiences then.
Oh. Well, it's a privilege. It's an honour, isn't it? And I'm not even taking the mick when I say this is up there, because I don't belong here. Everybody knows that. But it's a. Let's see what's going to happen here. It's just wonderful to interlope into an entirely different experience like this. To be with you guys, you know, you past masters at this, and these incredible players in this wonderful place. But 6 Music that felt like, well, whenever I'm music broadcasting, I guess I feel like you probably do right now, in the sense that that's your thing, you know. But even then, I was never a music expert.
Laws then, it's just, what's he thinking here? What's he planning for Wilfred? He's just hung a couple wide of off stump. It's the end of his over. But is there more to come when he bowls at Wilfred next time? Trying to sucker him into something, maybe straighten things up and try and put him in a bit of trouble. We'll see. At 66 for 3 at the end of the 27th of this Yorkshire first innings. Reminder, of course, as you can see, 267 behind, 333 all out earlier. Were the home side, the title chasing home side, trying to win a 21st. I wonder which county it is that has the most championship wins.
Is that? Am I going to take a wild guess at Yorkshire here?
Yeah, there's nobody Surrey in the house actually.
Nobody you can wind
about tells us it's from Pontefract, so he's in the White Rose camp.
As I have a wife from Yorkshire and I'm from Lancashire, and again I'm repeating myself a little here, but I take it it's kind of a given that Yorkshire is slightly superior to Lancashire as far as its record is concerned. Faces a picture right now.
Coley Cadmore working one down to third man for a single. Just what was the expression you put me into bat with there? Slightly, was it? Did it say slightly?
Yeah.
Slightly better. I think I'll point you in the direction of the record books and leave it at that.
Oh God. Something else we're not as good at. It's annoying. It's something that every Yorkshire person I've ever met is never short on, is confidence.
Worrell throwing one up full. Again, trying to get Wilfred into a drive. He's got the cordon set. 4 men plus Ben Foakes waiting for an opportunity. Wilfred yet to get off the mark. Has got a first class 100 to his name against this opposition. Not this precise same attack, but up at Scarborough. Right over the top of that one. He's going to have to be patient here. A couple left in the over. Yeah, let's just leave it at get the record books out, Sean, lad. It must be difficult at home. I mean, you know, when you're in trouble, and you know, we're often in trouble with the other half. Is it typical man, or is it typical Lancastrian? What do you get?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Again, Worrell just hanging one out there, just trying to tempt Wilfred into a rash shot, into a drive with that ball, swinging, and showing good discipline at the moment.
Got a gobbing of a question for you, right? What I have seen very rarely so far this afternoon, late morning to the afternoon, is a batsman hitting it, picking up a run or two. I don't really think I've seen anybody making an actual run.
No, just the odd one or two, but they've only moved on from what, 49 for 2 to 67 for 3 since lunch. End of the over. And there we go. Adam Lyth caught by Ryan Patel at third slip off Kemar Roach for 8. Had to work hard early doors. Got through those first 20 deliveries, but then couldn't make much more of it. Finlay Bean, patient, 57 balls for his 12. Received a good delivery, didn't he, from Tom Laws just before the lunch break, and then George Hill, another ball that swung late on him, pushed at one, caught behind by Ben Foakes. So 2 for 12 for Tom Laws. But I think you'd just have to say that as a collective, as a bowling cohort, all 5 that have been used so far by Rory Burns have been there or thereabouts, offering few opportunities for the Yorkshire batters. Laws continuing. Carla Cadmore not for being tempted just at this moment in time. Not really a breath of wind out there, which is why those conditions this morning I think took so long to change from that little bit of darkness. Things just moving very leisurely skyward. Earlier movement of the 3 flags on the pavilion opposite our commentary position. Carla Cadmore solid with the block again. Tom Laws this season, 113 overs he's bowled, 14 wickets at a cost of 304, averaging just under 22 for his wickets. So doing some damage. We're going to have a change in the box here. Sean moving out. He'll be back a little later. I'll let John Norman get settled into his chair. Carla Cadmore has to play at this one. Another delivery on the money from Tom Laws. I'll say hello, goodbye to John Norman.
Hello, goodbye. So, where are we? Good afternoon, everyone. Sun's out here in South London. That's not really what Surrey wants. 67 for 3 now, Yorkshire. Surrey's innings ended in the hurry-up earlier today, bowled out for 333.
Oh, what an incredible take that is. Wow. That was going a little bit of pace there. Yeah, they were. I was questioning this with Dean Wilson. Were they bundled out? At what point is a side bundled out? Let's just have a quick look at this stellar piece of keeping. Wowzers.
I think the late order hitting means that they weren't bundled out.
There was a sort of hint of bundlage with the first 3 wickets, wasn't there? But that 34-run, 10th wicket partnership.
I'd say so. I think if they'd been bowled out for 301...
that would have been bundling.
Definite bundling.
Yeah.
Bundles! When was the last time you said...
Bundles. That was a while.
Do kids still say that?
I don't think...
The cry of the horror. Bundles! It would be your birthday, wouldn't it? Birthday beats.
I think my last bundle was probably when I was 16, about 1985. Last time I was actually physically bundled. Well, I'll tell you who is being bundled at the moment.
I tell you what, if Surrey win the championship, we should bundle bats.
Yes. Yeah, and I think
the whole crowd should bundle bats
and just shout bundles.
Bundles. Birthday beats. I'm guessing, much like British Bulldog, the original version. Were you allowed to say that?
Yeah.
Sorry, the reaction was strayed.
My reaction was to something completely different. Yeah. Because I'm keeping an eye.
Oh,
has he got it? Dropped. Has that? Or did it carry this this is emblematic of Dan Worrell's day with the ball, I tell you. He has been superb and luckless today, Dan Worrell.
Well, the reaction of the bowler suggests he doesn't.
Yeah.
It suggests it's a drop. Let's find out.
It's a brilliant bit of bowling, and I think that has been dropped at third slip.
That was a mighty tough chance, though, wasn't it?
He had to go for it. It wouldn't have carried to second. Oh, so close. So close. Ryan Patel, who took a very sharp one earlier, couldn't cling on. And Dan Worrell's luckless spell continues. But talking about bundles, I think Essex might be in danger of being shot out rather than bundled out. Needing 93 for victory against Lancashire. They are currently 59 for 9. They've lost 3 wickets for 4 runs, and 55 for 6. And then Harman caught Wells, bowled Williams. Snater was out the very next ball. Williams was on a hat-trick. He was bowled. We'll come back to the hat-trick in a moment. Oh, and that is gone there. Worrell has got his man. He's deserved that wicket. And Will Frayne, who was dropped earlier in the over, very difficult chance to Ryan Patel on this occasion. Well, he's got to go. Thick edge through the slip. And Yorkshire have lost their 4th wicket, 67 for 4. Surrey have now picked up a couple of wickets since lunch. They're on the charge. And a duck for Frayne. I cannot tell you how much Dan Worrell deserved that wicket. He could easily have had 4 already today. And he's finally picked up his first. Let's take a look at this. Just moving away, a touch from Frayne, and that is very neatly pouched indeed by Ollie Pope. So, Yorkshire in more than a spot of bother. 67 for 4. They still need another 117 to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on. And I think there's every chance Surrey would enforce that at the moment, because the weather forecast for Friday is poor. So they may struggle to go back out and bat. But, this is a long way away. It's still going to take 6 more wickets. I'm just going to take you back, though, to Essex, because what a game of cricket that has been. I mean, Lancashire was 7 for 6 at one point in their second innings, and somehow, setting a very modest target of 93, they have got to be favourites to win this game, haven't they? Is it 93 or 90 or 98, I beg your pardon. So they still need another 39 runs, Essex. Only 1 wicket in hand. Cook and Porter at the crease. And the man who's done the damage, Balderston 5 for 14, Williams 3 for 24, Tom Bailey 1 for 16. And included in that was a hat-trick.
A hat-trick?
Yeah.
Was it the perfect hat-trick, though, Dan Norcross?
Well, was it the perfect hat-trick? That's something we're going to put out to tender to you all today. Let us know what you think the perfect hat-trick would be. In terms of personnel, it was Alistair Cook,
pretty good,
Dan Lawrence,
not bad,
and Matt Critchley. Not quite an all-international, but not far
close
off.
to.
Very close to. And the methods of dismissal were bowled.
Check.
Caught Williams. I think that was at slip.
No, it wasn't.
Wasn't it?
No, it was clipped to mid-wicket.
Was it that was
Dan Lawrence first ball.
Well, he often gets out that way, doesn't he? Out, caught the onside. And the third one was bowled. Now, I think third wicket of a hat-trick being bowled, that ticks.
Well, that's Goffey, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's Goffey in the Ashes, aiming for top of off, hits base of middle.
It'll do.
But it doesn't matter. There's no question in the crowd, is there? There's no steepling catch. There's no what ifs. That's
what you want.
Exactly. You just need.
You want the bowler wheeling away in joyous celebration. You want him robbed by teammates.
You want the stumps splayed.
Splayed like a hillbilly's teeth. That's how you want them to go. Just wrenched asunder. End of the over. A successful one for Dan Worrell. Yorkshire 67 for 4.
Yeah, you want the focal point of your attention to go in the split second from the stumps splayed to the bowler. That's it.
Oh, and I'll tell you what else is it.
That's
Essex. It for Essex. They have been bowled out for 59.
That's ridiculous.
Well, there's going to be some pitch inspectors there, aren't there? 40 wickets have gone down half an hour after lunch on day 2.
Well, when a team scores 73 and there are 2 sides who register... Oof!
Now then, there's quite the appeal there. Need to see that in the replay. That's ended up with Kola Cadmore prone on the ground, poleaxed by that delivery from Tom Laws. Let's take a look at this again. Oh, that's a very good appeal, isn't it?
Possibly doing too much. I think that's probably what the umpire's thinking, but I tell you what, Laws has bowled beautifully well today.
Possibly going down, yep. He has bowled really well. He's getting it to swing.
So you know our perfect hat-trick?
Yes.
For the LBW,
it's a ball like that.
That's what the batsman has to do as well. The batter has to do. You have to knock the batter off his feet, plumb LBW, no chance of a bat involved.
Yeah.
And the umpire's finger is almost going up before the bowler's even appealed. I mean, this is out 10 times out of 10.
Yes.
You know, this is no umpire's call.
No, he's stuck on. He's gone hitting the back foot on the toe, back foot in front of middle.
Absolutely, and he's knocked off his feet.
Yeah.
So that's wicket number 2.
So controversially, though, you think wicket number 1?
I think caught and bowled.
Caught and bowled.
Perfect hat trick. You can't be relying on any other member of the team. It's all on the bowler. LBW check.
Yeah.
Bowled check.
Yeah.
Caught and bowled check. So you need 3 different modes of dismissal.
Sharp chance away to the right.
Well, I wonder. Have you ever seen the Curtly Ambrose dismissal of, I think it was Steve Waugh, in coloured clothing? And essentially, Steve Waugh, it must be towards the end of the innings. He's just trying to smash everything. Steps away from the crease, and he essentially tries to pull the ball, but he pulls it straight. It's a straight pull.
Yeah, strapple.
A strapple. And it flies. It comes out the meat of the bat. It flies at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And Curtly Ambrose catches it mid-step in just to the left of the breadbasket. But he doesn't break stride. And just for a minute, you think the ball must have disappeared to the boundary.
Wow, it's a loose
but
shot,
instead, he's caught it.
Yep.
And the crowd won't know. The crowd will be looking, the commentators blinking, thinking, where's the ball gone? And then suddenly, flicks the ball in the air, huge Curtly Ambrose smile, taking the catch. If you haven't seen it, it's my favourite caught and bowled ever.
And that's saying something.
But
because there's Jofra Archers as well.
Is that the perfect caught and bowled, or is it a?
There should be a run here. There will be just the one run.
Is it that, or is it the flummoxed by a slow ball? You know, on the drive too soon.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so you've outfoxed the bowler. He's not. You outfoxed the batter. They're not just trying to smash you out of the ground. You've properly outthought them, delivered a perfect delivery, and the ball flies to your wrong hand. Okay, so it flies to your left hand if you're a right-handed bowler, and you've got to take the catch. You know, a millimetre from the turf as well.
Yes.
Midway through, you know, you follow through, and you've got to change direction and get to the ground and just catch it. And you know, when they fall on the back, arm in the air, unbelievable catch. That's the first one.
Okay. Well, because all the time you've been saying that, I've been thinking, I'm loving your description of that, and I'm loving all the exoticism and the brilliance of the catch. But for the sheer dominance of the bowler, I quite like a slightly shorter ball that beats the batter for pace, inside edge onto thigh pad, and it balloons back to a grateful bowler who knows that this is out. All the way as he just takes 4 or 5 more strides in his follow through and smugly gives the departing batter.
Well, I tell you what that mode of dismissal has going for your argument. Do you know what it is?
No.
Crowd participation.
Yes. Yes.
Because you're going to get that noise, the thud, the ball on the thigh. Now the crowd doesn't know whether it's hit the bat or not.
Although it might be
but
quite
the fielders do.
The fielders do, yeah.
Right, and because so you get the second noise, the noise of excitement from the catchers. The ball's looping in the air. Where's it going?
Yep.
Which point the crowd realise what's happening, and then they are engaged as the bowler continues in his follow through to take the catch.
My inspiration for it is a Stuart Broad one against Sri Lanka, when Sri Lanka were bundled out after tea. A rain-affected game
Cardiff?
on the 5th day. Cardiff, yes. 2011?
11. 2011. And do you know who was in the crowd?
Was it you?
No, it wasn't me.
Was it... Was it...
What was his name?
What is his name? Is it the Duke of Westminster? Was it... Oh,
it
was
was
it
Sam
Joe Pasquale?
Collins.
Oh, Sam Collins.
Jarrod Kimber and the Lion.
Tom Holland.
Can you remember who was in? They used to have that lion that used to walk.
Oh,
Rory.
yes.
Was it Rory
yes.
the Lion?
Yes.
So there was.
Line, yeah.
I think there was about, because it had been rain affected and it was in Cardiff. There was very little. There was a small crowd there. I think there was less than 100 people, 100 spectators, and one of them was a fancy dress lion.
Well, there was no expectation, was there? That's a lovely shot, by the way. Another little clip through mid-wicket. It's going to make it all the way to the boundary. Hashim Amla gives up the chase. And Tom Kohler-Cadmore is looking in reasonable touch here alongside Johnny Tattersall. I should say to Surrey fans, they won't need reminding, but Johnny Tattersall has proved a thorn in Surrey flesh many times in the past.
He just got the line wrong there, didn't he, Worrell? Straying down the leg a fraction.
Well, he's been on for quite a while now. He's been on since lunch, hasn't he? And he's just about to complete his 12th over.
So maybe the viewers can decide which caught and bowled
Let us know.
Goes forward to the perfect hat trick. But I think we're going to go with caught and bowled for the first one.
I'll go with that. Caught and bowled.
Now,
an undeniable LBW.
Yeah, I go Yorker.
Yeah, I think so.
You are happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, I do
in
quite
swinging
like
Yorker. I think it's because I've got Wacko Eunice in my mind a little bit.
Yes. You got the idea of Derek Pringle just lying prone on the floor, face down in the dirt here at the Oval in 1992.
And then the third,
bowled,
clean bowled.
Bowled him.
Beaten by pace or movement, or both.
Oh, a bit of both. Yeah, late
What about
movement away from a bamboozled bat.
Beaten by pace, bounce, seam and swing.
Was it you who said Anderson to Clark?
It wasn't, no. But yes.
That kind of a ball.
Oh, I tell you
it
what.
comes into middle.
Ryan Harris against Sir Alistair Cook.
Well,
I hate to say it.
Greatest ball ever bowled in cricket, I'd say.
Well, I think that's going to be in the perfect hat trick then, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Actually, can we give a delivery per
ball?
Per ball. Did Trent Boult take a wicket like the one you just mentioned for the caught and bowled in the World Cup final? It fades from memory because New Zealand lost.
Yes, I've got an image of Trent Boult with a caught and bowled. With his tiny mouth just teasing into a little grin. And it's always a little grin, slightly puckered.
Shall we check out the Kent score, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Odd it. Hold fire. You watch the cricket. Oh, do you want some good news?
More runs.
Kent have gone past 200.
Oh, hello. So the lead is well over 300 now.
311. 203 for 6. Jack Leaning, 78. Harry Finch, 18.
Surrey's hero, Jack Leaning.
I can't believe we're in this position when you consider where we were yesterday.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? These games have gone on at such a pace. And for those of you just joining us, Essex have been bowled out for 59. They have lost inside, well, 4 1/3 sessions. Just going to check out Glamorgan. David Lloyd did get his 100. Thick edge, that's going to run away to the boundary, I think. No, it will not be cut off by Jordan Clark down here at deep third.
I tell you what, Jordan Clark nearly had a Glenn McGrath moment there. He stepped on the boundary rope and is just overbalanced slightly. But yeah, 4 more runs.
It was actually pretty well played by Tattersall there. Just soft hands, slightly angled bat. Seen a few runs go down that particular area. From both sides, actually, from the Vauxhall end and the Pavilion end. A lot of runs have come through. A slightly fine deep third man.
Now what will be interesting to see as we head into the 33 over stage of this ball is whether essentially it moves around as much as what occurred when Surrey were batting. Now the overheads, it's much clearer here at the Micky Stewart Oval. It was really dark earlier this morning, but the ball was hooping.
It was.
Some of the swing. There was a wicket, George Hill's second wicket. Prodigious swing.
Well, if a man's going to find swing, Kemar Roach, you think, might be the man to do it. Just the 4 runs off that over, that slightly streaky boundary. 78 for 4. The deficit still 255.
So you were mentioning earlier about Surrey enforcing the follow-on. They might not get the opportunity to do so, but yeah, it's a real risky business, isn't it, to essentially enforce a follow-on based on our notoriously unreliable weather forecasting system here.
Well, yeah, but it's also incredibly risky not to enforce a follow-on if the weather comes. It's a very tricky one. It's a tricky balance. I think you've got to decide on your weather app. Decide which one you like.
Let's say that Yorkshire fall within a couple of the follow-on targets. Let's say that there's a deficit of 155. You know, you don't want to set yourself up to be chasing down a tricky 4th innings score under those, you know, poor conditions, do you? Late on day 3, possibly day 4.
Well, I think that's very valid. It's a very valid issue.
And do you take into consideration what's going on at the Gears Bowl as well? Does that play any part at all in your decision making?
Yes.
Do you go a little safe because, or do you go all in?
Do you know, it's a very good point. I think it's hard to judge, isn't it, at the moment? Kent, you'd say, are well on top in that game.
Let's say.
So, you know, if Hampshire lose, then Surrey would be pretty happy with the draw.
Exactly. So does that come into your thinking at all?
Well, it could do, couldn't it? Jamie Overton, by the way, is back in the attack. Dan Worrell just looked a little bit fatigued at the end of his previous over. In fairness, it was his 12th. A long old spell, Dan Worrell.
I was saying yesterday to Colo that the games against Yorkshire, for me, as a Surrey member, have, I'm not sure if symbolise is the right word, but essentially they've been, it was the very best of times, it was the worst of times. That defeat in the T20.
Well, I've not really got over that.
No, we were WhatsApping, weren't we? And
yeah. Well, you remember what else happened on that day?
3 days later, I was still.
Oh, yeah.
In fact,
I couldn't get to sleep that night.
No, I was angry. I was so angry.
I was
with so many different things.
Yes,
I was angry at the scheduling.
Yes, I was angry at Sunil Narayan, which was totally unfair given what terrific service he'd given to Surrey over the course. It was that flick down to deep backward square.
But then, I mean, what was it? It wasn't that far apart, was it, in terms of the time between that defeat in the Blast and that ridiculous win? England were playing at Lord's. They were playing India. Really one-sided game. I was there. I can't remember any of it. And the reason I can't remember any of it,
one-dayer.
It was a one-dayer. They won by. I had to look it up. And even then, after looking at the scorecard, I couldn't really remember much of it. And one of the reasons is that I was bouncing off that. You know that little box I sit in at Lord's?
I do.
I was bouncing off the ceiling. I've basically, like we all do, I've become my dad. I've reached a level of anxiety when it comes to following either Surrey or Fulham where I actually choose not to watch. I can't handle it. It's too stressful. The other week, Fulham were playing, who were we playing? We were playing Brighton, I think. And honestly, I actually felt ill. I was so stressed. And I'm sitting there thinking, it's Fulham versus Brighton, for God's sake, it's not that important. I couldn't watch the last 10 minutes as we were trying to close out the win. And the same thing happened day 4 of that county championship match. They hit 521 or whatever, we hit 500 and whatever. Bowl them out for 220 or something. Jamie Overton took 6 for, I think.
That's right, 220, bowled out.
And then we set about that target, right? And you sit there, you're thinking, well, whenever you've given up 520, you take a draw, okay?
Yes.
I was there at Adelaide in 2006. I know what it's like to lose a match. But essentially, you think, well, we'll go for it at first, right? And so we did go for it at first. But then, of course, you get the customary quick loss of wickets. And then essentially it's like, well, do you risk defeat to gain a victory? And for a while it seemed like we weren't.
Oh, Ben Foakes again. He has been immaculate behind the stumps.
But then with an hour to go, I imagine, we still had 6 wickets in hand. We went for it, you know, and I could not watch it. It was so nerve-shredding. And then it came to the final 4 overs. We needed about run a ball for 4 overs. We had enough wickets in hand. We knew we weren't going to lose. And I could just about face to watch
relax
it.
Then, yeah.
Turn on the stream and see us home.
Another one
And
by
it
Roach,
was
down the leg side. Sorry. Yeah.
You know, and so, you know, I'm not at the ground, not having a beer and cheering the team on. I'm not at home watching it on the TV. I'm essentially at work, being paid to talk about another game of cricket, and I am literally bouncing off the ceiling. I'll go out, and every journo I see, they were looking at me like I was half crazed.
Well, I entirely understand where you're coming from, John.
There's a shot.
That is a beautiful shot. Holds the pose, does Kola Cadmore, and he's planted that straight into the pavilion for 6. Well, that takes some ticker to come down the wicket at Kemar Roach, I tell you.
So there's always batters for opposing teams that you're always fearful of. There's the obvious ones.
Yep.
And then there's the unfulfilled talented ones. The ones that always seem to raise their game when they play against your side. You mentioned one earlier today, Tattersall, who's been a bit of a thorn. Well, Kola Cadmore is a little bit Glenn Maxwell-esque insofar that you just want him out.
Well, he can score at a rate, can't he? And he's gone again. Oh, big appeal.
Inside edge, possibly.
Might be going down as well. He's a long way forward. This is quite the tactic from Kola Cadmore to advance on Kemar Roach. Let's take a look at the replay here. Oh, I don't know, you know. I don't think it's going over the top. Might be going down, but that looked pretty close to me.
I'd like to see that one again. He did take a big old stride down the track, didn't he?
And Kemar Roach can occasionally bound out wide of the crease. As he has done on that occasion. Yes, Johnny Tattersall 180 not out in the fixture you were talking about in Scarborough.
I lived in Scarborough for a while, do you know that?
Did you?
First job in radio. Yorkshire Coast Radio, Scarborough.
Cold, windy, lots of fish? Lots of Yorkshire people?
Yes. I can't remember it being particularly cold.
No.
I suppose it must have been.
The wind whip off the friendless North Sea. Sea frets.
He's done it again.
Oh my word.
Not quite as cleanly hit this time, just before, but interesting from Kola Cadmore. He's off to Somerset at the end of the season.
I believe the phrase is Kemar Roach won't mind seeing that. The thing is, he will mind seeing where the ball's gone, but he won't mind Kola Cadmore's intent there, I don't think.
No, interesting.
So Surrey are opting for pace at both ends, Jamie Overton and Kemar Roach.
But yeah, year and a half in Scarborough.
Did you enjoy it?
I went to, I was at university in Hull, and I went to Bridlington. Coldest sea I've ever. It was so cold, it almost felt painful to be in it. In fact, remove the word almost. It was painful to be in it.
Well, I'm not sure I've ever got in the North Sea. Done a channel occasionally. Been in the Irish Sea quite a bit.
I'll be honest with you.
Coastal Wales.
I'll be honest with you, Dan. I don't see you as a swimmer.
Well, in the Caribbean, I was happy to swim, but then that's like being in a tepid bath. It's just beautiful. Oh, now then, what's Tattersall done there? I think he's half thought about playing the pull. He was pulled out at the last minute. Yes, I don't really go for pain and torment. I'm a sort of comforts kind of guy, aren't you? No, I like canapes and tapas.
Like chit chat.
Like chit chat. I like the right amount of cushions on a very comfortable sofa.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I've sat on the cushions on your sofa.
One of the things I keep meaning to do is get a fridge for my sitting room, so I don't have to take the long 10-yard walk to the kitchen.
There's a touch of the royal family about that.
There's a touch.
Isn't there? Not the royal family.
No, the royal family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it'd have to be quite a big fridge. I mean,
sandwich toaster as well, I think.
Yeah, they're too much of a pain to clean up, though.
Yes. I mean, it depends how often you really feel you need to clean your sandwich toaster. I tended, when I had one as a student, I suppose the clues are now coming in now. I relied on the heat of the sandwich toaster to clean itself. You always had to put butter on the outside as well, didn't you remember?
Yeah, I do. That was the problem. You use it once, then it's never used again, essentially.
Mm.
Do you know what? Here's a good story. Give you a window into my priorities as a student. You remember student loans? I think you still get them.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, they're quite expensive these days, I think.
Yeah, well, this is the days when they weren't quite so expensive to pay back, I imagine. But I essentially got a student loan in the second year and used it to buy my house.
What?
No, sorry, sorry. Not, but I was in Hull.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So I just realised the ridiculousness of what I'm about to say.
That's the end of the over. 90 for 4, 36 gone. This partnership just started to get going. 23 from 38.
So, midway point of the term must have been about November, December time. Run out of money. Aha! Student loan time. So it was 1994, 95. Can you remember what series took place? Very, very famous knock.
1994, 95.
Or was it 95, 96? Anyway.
You'll have to tell me.
It was England were in South Africa.
Ah, yes. Michael Atherton.
Exactly.
Yes.
We didn't have Sky. Until my student loan came through.
Who knew? Who knew that student loans could be bought for such luxuries? Was that a Sky
year's subscription with a satellite
the first thing you did with it? That was the first thing you did with it.
I spent half of it. I spent half my student loan on a Sky subscription. Simpsons every night. The full tour of England in South Africa.
What luxury! What
it
luxury!
Was, it was ridiculous.
Was that the tour when England were they 2 for 4 at one point or 2 for 3? When Chris Adams played.
Was it that series? That seems a little bit too early for Michael Vaughan. 94? Couldn't have been.
No, you're probably right. Yes, you're probably right.
Stewart and Hussain had only been playing for 4 years by that point. No, it was Jack Russell. It must have been Graham Hick. Ramprakash must have played.
That's right.
Hussain, Stewart, Atherton.
10-hour
Lewis.
Lewis.
Yes. Was Tuffers still playing then?
Yes, yes, he'd still be playing.
And then that obviously Atherton and Jack Russell and Joburg.
Oh, beaten the bat.
Do you know what else happened then?
In 1945.
Seismic moment in world cricket. Still has repercussions to this very day.
You have to give me a clue.
Well, it was on Sky Sports, and my housemates had just as little interested in cricket as all of my classmates back at Graveney Secondary School had done, i.e. none. And they were enthralled by what they thought was a highlights programme, but it was actually just Sri Lanka batting. It was a World Cup.
And that'd be 1996. Yes.
So it must have been 95-96 in South Africa.
Yeah.
And then the World Cup. What a year to get Sky Sports.
That was very clever. And did you get sandwich toaster as well?
Well, we got one of those in the first year and it hadn't been cleaned for a year, so...
It just stank of a rancid burnt butter.
That was a great year.
Another brilliant take from Foakes. Roach has speared a few down the leg side.
Oh, a few of them have, haven't they?
Mini spell, yep, they have. Poor old Foakes. He's had quite a lot of work to do down there. Yorkshire going quite nicely here, you know, this partnership. Put on 25, and that's not loads, but Surrey will have their eye on that 183. Now a wicket has fallen. Kent have lost a wicket. It's not Jack Leaney. He's still there. It's Harry Finch. LBW to Holland for 24. 216 for 7. The lead 324. At what point are you starting to feel comfortable?
I feel comfortable now.
You're comfortable?
No, I'm comfortable now. If you can't be comfortable with 324 on a pitch where you've been bowled out for 59.
But it's Kent.
I know that,
it's
but
Kent.
Can I just say 2 words before Dean Wilson comes in?
Yeah, Super Kent?
Conor McCurr.
Oh, Conor McCurr. Good point. The 5th columnist. I think I'm making way. I'm making way for Dino. I'm going to do that right now.
Well, Dino's about to take his seat. I'm not sure who's taking mine. Oh, is Sean coming back in? Yeah.
So 93 for 4 as Dan and John make their way to the back of the box, and Jamie Overton ready to continue from the Vauxhall end, and Sean alongside me for, he says, his final stint, but surely not.
Well, I mean, maybe not ever. You never know. You never know. People can make terrible decisions and rebook me, so it's possible. But thanks for letting me do this, Steve.
Well, have you enjoyed it thus far?
It's been really brilliant, actually. And as Jonathan was just saying, you know, you've got to open your heart to cricket sometimes. You've got to let it in. And I've had a really wonderful day, actually. And I believe that if I become a member, I can get £1 off a pint of lager upstairs.
Well, that's always a bonus. I don't think there's any situation in which £1 off a pint is a bad thing. But it's lovely to hear how much you've enjoyed it. We are a broad church in this cricket community, and whenever anybody new comes to get involved, it's a great thing to hear that they've enjoyed themselves.
John Surtees took me down at lunch, and the fact that you can just go on to the pitch is just a marvellous thing.
Jamie Overton continuing from the Vauxhall end as Johnny Tattersall rather just plays out into mid wicket, and yeah, I think that's one of the great things about the game, the opportunity to go out there and see the surface that everyone is performing on. I think they should do it more at international level as well. They do it at the county game quite a bit, as you've seen here, but I've been on tour in places around the world, and they also do it in test matches as well. I've been on the pitch in Cape Town, in Newlands, which is one of the great arenas in world cricket. You have Table Mountain in the background, and Castle Lager Brewery just in behind the ground, and yeah, at lunchtime you can stroll out there and pretend that you're Ben Stokes or Hashim Amla, I think it was at the time, was also playing, and to see kids on the outfield playing is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, it really brings it close in. Like, as a cricket commentator, then is it possibly the nearest thing to being a rock and roll star, insofar as how many air miles you clock up? I mean, are you constantly on the move during the season? Are you just always around the globe?
I wish I clocked up as many air miles as could make me feel like a rock and roll star, but there is a fair amount of travelling involved, absolutely. I spend my time following England largely wherever they play. I'm aware they're playing at the moment in Pakistan, and I'm not there, but that's only because there is so much cricket being played, and England this winter have got 6 tours in various parts of the world, and as much as my wife loves me, if I were to disappear for all 6, we'd have serious issues. So I'm heading out to Australia in a little while to go and cover the T20 World Cup, which follows this Pakistan tour, so I'll be clocking up a few air miles there, and then off to Pakistan for a test series. So yeah, a bit of travel to be done, but some amazing places that we get to watch this game being played.
Yeah, I can see that your wife would consider it a dereliction of responsibility if you were to take on every tour that was offered. It could cause some problems.
Yeah, unconfirmed reports that she's quite encouraging of my of my time away from home, but it's it's also one of the great thrills of the game as well, which is that you can see it being played in all sorts of different places, different conditions, different countries, and they are, as they say, travel does broaden the mind, and being able to watch cricket all over the world is a great privilege.
I was glad to see a little tonk there and a run. I've not seen that many runs betwixt wickets since I've been here, and I've been surprised at how few I've seen. I don't know why that is.
Well, at 94 for 4, Yorkshire not in great shape at the moment. They've got a little partnership being put on now, and as that partnership grows, the batsmen out there will feel more comfortable, and they'll start to play more shots, and then the runs should flow thereafter. It's one of the things about the game where when you first come out to the middle as a batsman, it's quite a nerve-wracking thing you've got no runs to you, you've got a naught next to your name, and nobody wants to leave with naught and not make a contribution. So those nerves and trying to feel your way into it makes run scoring quite difficult early on.
Yeah, you need to get your dander up. Did somebody just get bowled for 0 just whilst I was off air?
So Will Frayne was caught at second slip for 0, so not a great day for him, and he'd been battling away trying to, as you say, get that confidence up to field bat on ball, but didn't quite work out for him. But Tom Kohler-Cadmore's 30 not out at the moment has probably looked the most accomplished batter out there.
That must be horrendous, though. I mean, it's one thing to be, I don't know, to be a rugby player or a football player, but to be a cricketer, to be a batsman, and to be out for 0, and then you've got to wait until the next game to sort of absolve yourself. You've got to carry that and think, oh my God, the last time I played 18 balls and I was out for 0. That's harsh, isn't it, psychologically?
You've nailed it right on the head there, because, as you say, with other sports, the chance to redeem yourself comes along far quicker. Whether it's even something like golf, where you could have, you could play golf, you could have 17 awful holes, in the 18th walk away with a birdie and feel quite happy about life. Whereas, as a batsman in cricket, as a batter, you can have to wait some time before the chance to redeem your previous efforts.
Get it in the Wisden.
I think as well, it's one thing that batters have got to cope with, have got to deal with, is the fact that even if you are the best batter there's ever been, you are likely to fail more than you are going to succeed. So it's you've got to learn to cope with failure, no matter how good you are. If you're not able to treat a duck with a bit of disdain, then you're going to struggle. What would be the broadcasting, the music broadcasting equivalent of a duck? Maybe first hour of the day.
That's a really good question, actually. I'm sure I've done it a million times. I've had some hellish broadcast experiences. I think they were worse for the listeners than they were for me, though. But yeah, the great thing about doing a daily programme, like a Monday to Friday sausage meat grinder of a show, is that if you do have a stinker, you can just get back in the crease the next day. Whereas, you know, I'm more peripatetic now. So I pop up here and there like a whack-a-mole broadcaster. So I have to be consistently amazing, Dean, which is quite a pressure for me.
You seem to be handling it with laconic ease, I must say. That's a lovely looking shot there from Tom Kohler-Cadmore. And again, runs added to the total. 4 runs to Kohler-Cadmore. He jogged through for a run for your pleasure, but the shot was actually the shot was so good he didn't need to. That was a lovely timed stroke from a full ball from Jamie Overton that got the treatment. Kohler-Cadmore really looking the part now.
Got him on the ropes.
And just like that, the next ball, Jamie Overton responds in kind. The 100 up for Yorkshire, 100 for 4 now. Kohler-Cadmore bringing up with that beautiful extra cover drive. So yeah, you pop up here and there, and obviously popping up here at the Oval today, and I'm sure the listeners are delighted to hear your tones. But I suppose if you do have a difficult moment, as you say, you can put it right wherever next you appear.
Well, that's it. But I think we're just talking about it off mic earlier on, how all these supreme athletes, you know, it's so much mind game going on, isn't there? It's that gladiatorial contest really between the batsman and the bowler, isn't it? And the bowler's trying to tease out a mistake. It is quite fascinating to watch, actually, all the different ways he's going to try and do that.
Bouncer there from Overton, very loopy bouncer, so much so the umpire says overhead height, that's a no ball, and he'll have to bowl that again. Always a shame to put in that effort and then be asked to go and do it again.
It's the full neighbour's dog, that, wasn't it? I mean, these guys are pretty skilled, but I don't know, would they be this good with a tennis ball like we used to play down the side of the house? I'm not sure whether they would deal with it very well.
Well, one of the things about travel we were talking about earlier is the way in which different places have different types of cricket, and one of the main forms of cricket in somewhere like Pakistan, where they're playing at the moment, England are on tour at the moment, is what they call tape ball cricket, where they use sometimes they use like a tennis ball, but the rubber inside the tennis ball sort of burn off the fuzz on the outside and tape it up with sort of electrical type tape, so it weights the ball quite heavily on one side and makes the ball swing prodigiously, makes it very, very difficult to hit if you're not used to it.
Wow.
But a great game to see in the streets of Karachi, as some of my colleagues have been pointing out over the last week or so.
love to see that televised, to be honest. It'd be incredible, wouldn't it? Have we got any big swingers here today? I mean, who are the sort of the bowlers who have got the most movement on the ball?
Well, we've got one of them on show at the moment, West Indies bowler Kemar Roach, who's operating from the pavilion end, has got a real knack of bringing the ball back into the right-hander, so an in-swing bowler we'd call him. And when he gets it moving, he can cause lots of trouble for even the best batsman in the world. And we can see at the moment that there's almost a bit of a plan with the field that Surrey have set here. Kemar Roach, as I say, sort of an in-swing bowler, so the ball will move in towards the batsman. They've got a deep mid-wicket, a fine leg on the boundary as well, and they've also got this chap in at short mid-wicket here, so quite close. So I think they fancy that as the ball comes in, they try to flick it off their legs, try and turn their wrists, and maybe a catch will land somewhere in that region.
Amazing to watch that. Yeah, I see the plan play out.
I think that for my mind, watching first class cricket, Test cricket and red ball cricket, is that the plan, the opportunity to affect the game in lots and lots of different ways, from the movement of a fielder just a little bit this way or a little bit that way, asking a bowler to try and bowl in a certain manner that you think might upset the batter, might give you a better chance of taking a wicket. And quite often one of the great things is when you come up with one of these plans, so they've got all these data analysts and they've all got their computers and their laptops and trying to work out the strengths and weaknesses of every player, and they come up with these ideas, and then when a plan comes together, they might say, okay, we're going to have 3 men behind square on the offside in a unique position, and a catch gets taken in by one of those fielders, and you'll see the bowler turn around to the dressing room pointing like, oh, that brilliant, what a great idea that was, we managed to come up with a plan and it worked. And it kind of brings that extra level of joy that you've thought about something and lo and behold it worked.
The strategy has come off. Because I'm here partially to ask a lot of dumb questions that the audience already know the answer to, but in football you have a manager who's paid loads of money to do all that. But in cricket, I guess is it the captain who comes up with all those strategies? Who's that work?
Well, firstly, no such thing as a dumb question. These are excellent questions, because I think there are a lot of people who might not know, and also the answers has changed over time. Back in the day, the captain was the absolute arbiter of how a team, or picking the team, how the team played, all the tactics, everything really to do with the team. But over time, coaching and as I say, analysis and things like that, backroom staff has grown, and so now very much the coach, who would be the manager equivalent, has real input into tactics, into strategy, into selection. And maybe the one difference is that once the players go onto the field, so out there in the middle while all this is going on, and they're out in the field, the captain, number 17, Rory Burns, is making all the decisions. Who's going to bowl when, how they're going to try and get certain players out. And he'll have obviously discussed with the coach previously, maybe in the break, what their plan might be, but he is the man in charge at the moment.
He enacts it once everybody's out.
Yeah. Looks like a change of bowling, with Jamie Overton being replaced by Jordan Clark at the Vauxhall end. But yeah, no no dumb questions at all.
I mean, that's what I'm here for. Got loads of them.
That's a lovely looking shot there. Rocked on to the back foot, taking advantage of a short wide one. Put that one away. Backward of point. Now the score moves on to 111 for 4. This is what we call Nelson.
Okay. Why?
I don't know what. I shouldn't really have said that, because now you're going to force me to explain why. And I can't tell you precisely why it's called Nelson. I'm going to have to.
Nelson's score,
it is Nelson's score, and it's 111, 222, 333, and there are. I've just done a quick search as to precisely why it's called Nelson. It says here it's to do with Admiral Nelson, who had one eye, one arm and one leg.
Oh yeah, okay.
And but one of the quirky things about Nelson was that when I was growing up, there was an umpire called David Shepherd, who it was a sort of superstition that when a score lands on Nelson, he had to take 1 foot off the ground in order to negate the curse or whatever it might be. So he'd be standing at square leg or behind the stumps, and every now and again you just see him lift up his right foot, and of course every time he picked up his leg, the crowd who were watching for it put up a massive cheer, knowing that Ron Nelson and David Shepherd is looking after the karma of the situation.
Yeah. Do you think loads of players probably have little superstitions and stuff, don't they? I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, so many. I think that I mean, we could actually talk for the rest of the afternoon about cricketing superstitions. We've already gone past the number now, but when a player or the team total when a player gets to 87 in Australia, they consider that to be a bad luck number, and that's because it's 13 away from 100, and of course hundreds are the all-important holy grail of this game. But yeah, lots of players have lots of superstitions. I mean, you alluded to football or other sports that you might be more well aware of. I remember, for example, Paul Ince always used to wait till he was walking out onto the field before putting his shirt on. That was one of his superstitions. In cricket, we've had a South African batsman, Neil Mackenzie, who used to tape his bat to the ceiling of the dressing room before going out to play. Please don't ask me why to any of these examples, because I won't be able to tell you, but yeah, it's a game that lends itself to superstitions.
Is it Jamie Clark who was just bowling there?
Jordan Clark. Yeah.
Jordan Clark.
Yeah.
My mistake. But he's what in Lancashire we would describe as a crumper.
Oh.
He's a big lad.
Okay.
Well built, rangy.
Crumper.
A crumper.
Is that
unit?
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, I can appreciate that terminology for sure. Oh, beautifully bowled there by Kemar Roach, talking about that swing bowling, that movement, that sideways movement. A great example there from Kemar Roach, who is, as I said, traditionally an in-swing bowler, and this time he's managed to get the ball to sort of hold its line and go the other way, which makes it even tougher. If you're expecting one thing and then it does the other, it makes it even harder to play. He is very skillful, Kemar Roach. And when you use the term crumper, is that a term used in a positive sense?
Oh yeah, I think so. I think like a brick outhouse, you know, like somebody who's tall, wide-shouldered, looks like they can hurl a ball at over 100 miles an hour at your legs.
Yeah, an intimidating presence.
Talking about the travelling around the world, and I was just looking around the ground and up on the top tiers and looking around this part of London, some fantastic scenery, wonderful vantage points, but I'm a bit disappointed by the cafe. The amount of cafes on Kennington Lane on the way up. There were 2 schools but hardly any cafes. It seems like an oversight to me.
Maybe the teachers get their caffeine fix elsewhere, in the staff room, of course, is what I mean. That's an interesting. But do you know, on the road, I think from Vauxhall Station to the ground, there have been a number of cafes over the years. So when a test match, for example, is being played here, the days before, 2 days out, the teams will be training, and the journalists will come and watch them train and have a press conference, ask a few questions, try and find out what's going on ahead of the match. And so we're all here working, but nothing's open, so none of the stands or the stalls here are open, so you have to go elsewhere to get a bite to eat for lunch. And so I've been out that way for many a year, and it's kind of frustrating when you find somewhere that's absolutely spot on, and then having visited there all summer, you won't return over the winter and come back the following year and it's gone. Mimosa, absolutely. That was the name of our true favourite.
Still think about it most days, don't you, Mimosa? And so it's said with great emotion. John Ramsey, it's a lovely for that.
That's a lovely stroke, straight back down past the bowler. Yeah, there was emotion there. You can tell, Sean, that it really hit me quite hard.
Sorry to hear that. I wish I'd brought it up really, because it's still a painful memory. I just think there's a business opportunity there. I really do. I think, leave that with me is all I'll say.
Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. I'm diversifying into the cafe industry. I think my time is done, to be perfectly honest.
Do you know what? I'm rather. You've hit me with 2 low blows there. I'm saddened twice now. If you're going to leave me so soon, the time has gone by ridiculously quickly, which I guess suggests I've really enjoyed chatting to you and hearing your take on as a new visitor to our great game. But delighted that you've enjoyed it.
It's really, really great. And I don't know if the listeners would agree, but the viewers, but I certainly enjoyed it. And if I was asked, I would be back with my plans for the Kennington Lane Cafe.
We'll look forward to it. Well, that's a devastating blow there from Cola Cadmore. And Jordan Clark might be a crumper, but even a crumper would have been laid low if he'd got in the way of that stroke from Cola Cadmore. Hit with real venom, straight back past Jordan Clark, and he did well to avoid it, I think.
That was snake hips. Lovely to meet you. Thank you very much.
Absolute pleasure there to have Sean Keaveney alongside us here at the Micky Stewart Oval, with Yorkshire getting into their work, just managing to get a tricky start out of their system. 55-run partnership put on so far by Cola Cadmore and Tattersall. Another powerful stroke there from Kohler Cadmore. He's really getting into his work now. Moves on to 46 not out. He's taken a bit of a liking to Jordan Clark this over. He dispatched Kemar Roach for a towering 6 and 4 straight back down the ground a couple of overs ago, and he's taking toll of Clark. Big appeal, but the umpire unmoved. With Sean moving on, I think we're going to have Mr. Graham Hardcastle joining us in the box, as Jordan Clark almost bewildered as to how that didn't quite take the outside edge. Kohler Cadmore just doing a bit of gardening. He's been through the gears in quite a few ways so far in this innings. He started brightly, tightened things up as the wickets were falling at the other end, and now he's opened up his shoulders again and he's got the scoreboard ticking along nicely. Lofted high and away. Will it quite reach the boundary? Just inside the long off rope for 4, and that'll be 50 for Tom Kohler Cadmore. Raises his bat, appreciates the crowd. He's batted very well here today, Tom Kohler Cadmore. Watching wickets fall at the other end. He was a little watchful earlier on, but he's found his range now, and taking full toll of Jordan Clark. 3 boundaries in that over, and he moves to 50 not out with the score 130 for 4. I think my time is up, so I'll hand you over to John Norman after a few words from Graham Hardcastle.
It's been a super knock from Tom Kohler Cadmore, just what Yorkshire needed really. The first port of call, of course, is the 184 follow-on. If they can get past that, which they're looking pretty well set to do now, it would take a significant chunk of worry away from them, really, in terms of defeating this game.
Yeah, the game has changed, hasn't it? Graham, 130 for 4, then a partnership of 63, and when that wicket fell, score was 67 for 4. It seemed like Surrey were really knocking on the door at that stage. Kent doing what they needed to do over at the Aegeus Bowl. But of course there's more than one story in town. And Yorkshire just reminding everybody they want to be leaving London with at least a share of the spoils.
Just feels like that neither side have been able to make full use of this pitch, doesn't it, really? There's obviously a significant amount of movement there, but neither side have really got into the groove with the ball.
Well, we'll see how far Tom Kohler Cadmore goes. If he can replicate what Ollie Pope did yesterday, and Yorkshire get up to the kind of score that Surrey posted today, 333, total synonymous with Graham Gooch and Lords and all that, and Chris Gale, I suppose, if you're but you know, it does change the complexion of this match. But you tell me, this is the thing. We've seen Tattersall score runs, big runs against Surrey before.
His former county, of course.
Of course, yeah. And Tom Kohler Cadmore.
I think Yorkshire would be absolutely delighted with the draw. You know, I think given their relegation kind of fears, dependent on how you kind of how realistically you view them, they are still mathematically.
There's a misfield there, clipped away. That should have just been one, possibly two. With the fielder stationed down there at deep backwards square leg, diving over the ball. So another 4 to the score. But you were saying, yeah, I mean,
they're still
any time
in that equation, aren't they? So.
Of course, any time you come to a team that's fighting it out for the championship, especially one like Surrey, who've been so dominant at home, you haven't got some of those England players coming back into the side in the way that Surrey have. You know, you give up 300 plus first innings. You know, you lower your expectations slightly. Absolutely, they come away happy with a draw.
The batting is one area that I actually think Yorkshire have progressed this year. The argument against that is okay, they've done it the majority of time in the first half of the season when the likes of Brook was in the form of his life. How he didn't get a Test debut in that first half of the summer, I will never ever know on
ahead of
God's green earth. Well, I actually thought at the time, I mean, in all fairness to Ollie Pope, he's not had a bad summer, has he? But at the time, I was amazed he got in ahead of Brook. I really was.
Even batting at 3.
Even batting at 3, yeah. I was convinced that he should have been playing for England in the opening Test of the summer, given the form he was in. It was just absolutely sensational form. The numbers, you know, given that England had come off a winter where people were saying they can't bat in a million years, you know, all these low scores, etc., etc. You've got a bloke who was pretty much scoring 1,000 runs before the end of May. Not a million miles away. He didn't do that, but he was.
That'll be 4 more to the score. Runs just starting to come now. 138 for 4, Yorkshire.
He was certainly within that kind of ballpark. So how he didn't get a Test debut was beyond me. But in all fairness to Ollie Pope, he's had as he proved this week, he's had a decent summer. And you can't argue with 6 wins out of 7, can you?
Well, that's it. And I think England have gone from a place where you had the players seemingly wanting to get out of the side to one where everybody wants to get in. You know, partly because of COVID, you know, it was forced upon the team. You'd have these guys would have to have a break after a couple of tests. It was, you know, famously Johnny Bairstow came back into form against Sri Lanka possibly at the start of 2020, then was taken out of the side, then brought back into it, and you're kind of on a failing to nothing. Moeen Ali was brought back, performed, was withdrawn. Another good-looking shot there. This time fielded extra cover, but now you have a position. You've got the position where, I mean, how many changes did England make this summer? Matt Potts had to make way for Ollie Robinson. Johnny Bairstow picked up an injury, of course. Ben Foakes came down with COVID, didn't he? But apart from that, I'm struggling to think of a change.
I was going to say that I think the Bairstow change, an enforced one, was probably the only batting change of the summer, wasn't it? A genuine batting change.
Yeah.
But going back to the original point I was making before the digression there, that Yorkshire have done very, very well with the bat this year. The majority of their big scores came at the start of the season when Brook was in form, Milan was around, Root was around for stages. But the likes of Cola Cadmore, when he's come back into the side after his concussion issues, George Hill, Finn Beam looks encouraging. It's only a small sample size with him, granted, but he does look encouraging. I think that is the one area that you can look at and say, from previous years, that's an improvement. And that's
kind of showing. Well, that's edifying as well, because if you've got a coach in Otis Gibson and you've got someone like Darren Gough at the side, you're always going to expect an improvement naturally from the bowlers, aren't you? but to also get that from the batters. I mean, George Hill coming into the side this year, he scored his maiden first-class century, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's been an improvement in the bowling. And
oh well, I tell you what, we're talking about improvements. We're talking about whether Tom Kohler-Cadmore can go on. He's played some delightful drives, aerial, down the ground. He's played beautifully straight, but that's a shot, unfortunately for him, that he won't look back on with any fondness at all. Just a slog. The outside edge has been taken. Foakes has taken the catch, and Kohler-Cadmore's got to go. 55 to his name. That's a breakthrough that you've got to say has come against the run of play. Yorkshire 139 for 5.
Yeah, it was an out of character stroke, that for sure. I mean, the six he hit down the ground was the shot of the game for me. But that was just he was trying to go down in the same area, but it was just a kind of agricultural slog, and he'll be furious with himself because he's played superbly, and he's put Yorkshire in a reasonable position. If they can, as said earlier on, if they can avoid the follow-on, it will be a significant milestone in their kind of bid for a decent haul of points this week.
Yeah, I think the feeling is now, I'm not sure if you agree, but even if they were to collapse in a heap now, do you think Surrey would enforce the follow-on? So much time left in the game. I know there's some bad weather forecast for Friday.
The worry that I would have from if I was in the Surrey dressing room would be that, okay, we do have the suggestion of a little bit of weather around on Friday. Of course, we all know that can just be absolute, it can just be complete rubbish. But the thing that they've got to be mindful of is that it is very realistic that we lose around about 15 to 20 overs at the end of each day due to bad light, and if that is the case, that significantly shortens the game.
Wicket here at the Micky Stewart Oval. Yorkshire 139 for 5, and we've had a wicket at the Ageas Bowl as well. Former Yorkshire man Jack Leaning. Well, what an innings in a match where Hampshire were bowled out for 57 and Kent themselves dismissed for 165 in first innings. Jack Leaning 112 to his name. It means that Kent have got just one wicket remaining, but they lead by 360. Jack Leaning, who made his debut for Yorkshire against Surrey, doing Surrey a little bit of a favour today for sure. I mean, that was a right turn up for the books, wasn't it? Bowled out, well, they were 30 odd for 5 or 6, Kent, in first innings, to find themselves. Now, I'd like to have a replay of that, because the reaction from the bowler Laws is that ball passed perilously close to off stump. Dom Bess, first ball, letting this one go, and Laws getting the ball to come in to the right hander. Oof. That wasn't far off at all. And this is the opening, isn't it? This is where champions usually seize the initiative. Down the track, and a big shout for leg before. He wants it as Laws, but nothing given from the umpire. We've seen this tactic from several batters so far. Dom Bess taking a step down the track. Possibly a touch high.
Too high was my initial impression.
Hit him around the knee roll. He had taken a step or two down the track. That's probably what saved him there. I've got a question for you actually, Graham, about Dom Bess, because of course England, well, they're in Pakistan as we speak. This one's left alone, and they'll be back for a test series. The feeling is Moeen Ali, Adil Rashid will not play, will not be part of the squad. Jack Leach goes. Who's the identity of the second spinner? Possibly squad man over first 11. England.
Parkinson.
Do you think definitely Matt Parkinson?
I would have thought he would be ahead of Dom at the moment.
Oh, swing and a miss from Bess.
Given the fact that he's played a portion of a test match already this summer.
next cab off the rank.
Yeah, next cab off the rank. Dom's not had a kind of wicket-filled summer by any stretch of the imagination.
They often look at secondary skill though as well. If it's a nice looking shot, cover drive beats Rory Burns, and will travel over the boundary rope as well. So eventful start to Dominic Best's innings so far. 4 not out, the score moves to 143 for 5. The story of that over. The wickets, Tom Kohler-Cadmore going aerial, and Laws inducing the edge, taken by Foakes behind the stumps. Kohler-Cadmore gone for 55, and now the score here at the Micky Stewart Oval. Yorkshire in reply to Surrey's 333, 143 for 5.
I think his move from Taunton, he feels, has made him a more rounded bowler. He's been able to bowl in different circumstances than he was at Taunton, where basically he was always expected to take a hatful of wickets on turning pitches. He's not had those pitches to work with very often during his Yorkshire career, and he's had to find different ways to be successful. And at stages he's done that. I think he's had a solid summer. There have been times when he's been expensive, and he hasn't bowled well. But that, you go through a long summer where I think he's played every game but one. You're going to have stages where that comes. I think he's had a kind of solid summer. Nothing more than that.
Micky Stewart, who we heard yesterday on the stream, soaking in some of the game. It's fascinating to hear his comments about the batsmanship of Ollie Pope, how his game has evolved over the years. I mean, when Micky Stewart speaks, you listen, really, don't you? The ground, of course, renamed the Micky Stewart Oval for the entirety of this game between the two biggest counties in the game. And it's a match that Surrey find themselves on top, chasing championship honours, of course. As this ball is played out into the offside, and a scampered single moves the score along, 144 for 5. Dom Best now will be facing Jordan Clark for the first time.
That secondary skill that you talk about in terms of getting you into the England side as a spinner, I think I've not seen a massive amount of Parkinson this summer. I've seen him more in white ball cricket than I have red, but he seems to be an improved fielder, certainly, than what he was.
I think part of the problem with, and this is why these YouTube streams are invaluable, it enables us all to watch a lot more county cricket than we used to, and it means you can watch counties outside of your own. One of the other problems or situations that you have is that we live in a social media age where we'll all sit there and watch 30 seconds of spinners bamboozling batters. Oh, chopped on! That's an expansive shot early in his innings from Dom Best. The inside edge has been taken, off stump, pegged back. 2 quick wickets for Surrey, and Yorkshire lose their 6th, 144 for 6.
Yeah, that's not what the doctor ordered, clearly, from Yorkshire's point of view. Looking to kind of continue the momentum that Kohler-Cadmore had created, really, and just a little bit early in his innings, and as you can see, frustration from the former Somerset man.
Well, Jordan Clark himself was bowled via an inside edge earlier today. On that occasion he was playing defensively and looked hard done by, and possibly was, but very little in the way of foot movement there from Dom Best early on in his innings. He's only faced an over of deliveries. essentially back foot drive on the up against a fast bowler who's hitting the deck hard. Any lateral movement, you're going to find yourself in trouble, and that's exactly what happened. So that's a blow for Yorkshire, just ever so quietly seemingly getting themselves into a decent position, if not to win the match, but certainly to make things very difficult for Surrey to force the victory that they need. 2 quick wickets, and they're back where they started, really. 144 for 6, and you tell me, Graham, Yorkshire no doubt been in this position before this season on a couple of occasions. Can they rely on their lower order, do you think, to bail them out?
There's certainly runs in the lower order.
Quick runs?
Quick runs if things go well. I mean, Jordan Thompson's had a bit of a nightmare run with the bat. I don't think he's posted a single figure score in his last 10 innings or something like that without having the stat completely to hand. But he can bat.
Well, that was the final ball of Jordan Clark's over, so it's Tom Laws who'll pick up again from the pavilion end, the Micky Stewart Oval end. Yorkshire 144 for 6, Tattersall 28 not out, Thompson yet to face.
You know, Ben Code got a maiden half century against Essex last week.
It's a good looking shot for none.
Steve Patterson's always got entertaining runs in him. So yeah, there's still hope for Yorkshire.
Yeah, definitely still hope, and still the question about what tactics Surrey will employ if they do remove these last 4 quickly. They bat again, it will take time out the game. How long do they bat for if Yorkshire don't bowl them out? And of course, one eye on the Aegeus Bowl as well, where Kent are still batting. 269 for 9. Nathan Gilchrist at 11 not out, and Matt Quinn. Both of those two starred with the ball, and you imagine that they're going to pose quite a threat later this afternoon and tomorrow morning as well. Kent leading by 377 runs. Hampshire yesterday bowled out for 57. Well, it'd be quite a story if they were to come back. Big shout there. Is there an inside edge? I think there might have been. Again, that was a big booming drive first ball there by Thompson. Let's have a look at the replay. Well, it must have been an inside edge, surely.
Inside edge, yeah. I think I would be pretty surprised if Surrey didn't enforce the follow-on, I think.
Well, they do seem like bowler-friendly conditions, don't they? But it's just that, are you leaving the door open slightly? That's the way the game's changed, isn't it? Let's take out day 4. Let's say the weather forecast is set fair.
Yeah,
then you don't enforce the follow-on.
That is a completely different scenario. I didn't listen to the Surrey interviews last night, so I don't know. I don't know how much was mentioned about the weather, if at all. But they have to win the game, don't they? Realistically, I realise that, you know, with results elsewhere, they could, of course, lose the game and still be in the box seat. But you've got to, at this stage of the season, you've got to assume the unexpected happens, and therefore you've got to go in with the attitude of, we've got to win this game. And to me, if you are a championship winning side, you should back yourself to bowl a side out, any side in the division, bowl them out twice in bowler friendly conditions.
Well, you do make a good case, and I suppose by doing that you're very much saying you want to keep the destiny of the championship in your own hands, because you don't want to leave it open to have to go to Manchester with the variables concerning the weather, the pitch, the quality of the opposition, lady luck. You can get it done here. And at the end of the day, are you going to go defensive or are you going to go attack-minded? That's the question, essentially, isn't it?
And I would.
Are you going to play it safe or are you going to go for it?
And I would see the attacking mindset being to enforce the follow. You know, there may well be. I mean, we've got to the stage where you see it so often that teams don't enforce the follow-on. I'm sure people will make a case for the other way, being the attacking route. Do you know what I mean? But the one thing I just can't get out of my head is if they enforce the follow-on.
Well, there we go. It's wicket number 7, and it's another for Jordan Clark. Thompson squared up, the ball arrowing in, straightens, edge taken by Foakes, and Thompson's got to go for a duck. 3 wickets in quick succession, and Yorkshire may well be staring at that follow-on. 146 for 7 now. Clark and Laws are doing it for Surrey.
Yeah, to me, if I was Rory Burns, I'd be thinking to myself, would I be more frustrated if I was kind of batting first, if I was batting again and rain denied me, than I would be if I decided to enforce the follow-on and I was bowling and rain denied me. And I think I would be more frustrated if I opted to bat again.
Yep, you make a compelling case. I'm convinced. Certainly, if these the wickets continue to tumble as they have done in the last, well, since the start of our little stint together, Graham, it was 4 down.
Yeah, we could do with stopping, really, couldn't we?
Well, I think we will be stopping relatively soon. I'm quite happy to stick around if the wickets continue to tumble. 146 for 7. In blink of an eye, the game has changed. The game has changed at the Ageas Bowl as well. Kent have been bowled out. Finally, if you're a Hampshire fan, but is it too late? That's the big question. Bowled out for 269 with Jack Leaning, formerly of Yorkshire, top scoring with 112. Wickets shared around. 4 for Mohammed Abbas, 3 for James Fuller, 2 for Ian Holland, and a single success for Kyle Abbott. But wow, 378 the target for Hampshire if they are to take the county championship title race to the final match of the season. If this game continues going the way of Surrey, it's been an incredible turnaround and fortunes for Kent, who, of course, let's not forget, that is a massive step towards safety themselves if they can take those 10 wickets. Kent, who started this round, let's have a quick look at the table. Well, really, I think most people have written off any chance Kent had of not being in the bottom 2 going into the final match of the season, with respect to anyone connected to Kent who quite fancied their chances of beating Hampshire. But it sets up some intriguing clashes, it really does. And I tell you what, I hate to say it, but Kent winning, Warwickshire winning and Somerset winning, it's not exactly what Yorkshire need if they are to go to defeat him.
No, it was mentioned this morning that the kind of fixtures in the final round are kind of favourable to Yorkshire in the sense that they play Gloucestershire at home, and then just getting up the fixtures, and Kent plays Somerset as well, who are both in the mix. So you would think that one team is going to is going to struggle to get a decent haul of points if games progress the way that we have seen them progress over the last couple of weeks, and certainly in this round.
Well, yeah, and also trying to predict anything at the moment.
Completely, yeah.
This is the absolute beauty of this contest, isn't it? I mean, there's much talk that it's set to change, and it's by no means perfect. You know, if you're a Lancashire fan and you're in third coming into the last couple of games of the season, and you look at the teams that you've played and you haven't played the two teams that are above you in the table more than once, that doesn't sit right, does it? Similarly, if you're a Hampshire fan, you've had to play at the Micky Stewart Oval, or the Kia Oval as it was when they played here, but Surrey haven't had to play at the Ageas Bowl.
I hope Lancashire fans, players, coaches have all got a decent hotel cancellation policy.
I'm not sure it's possible to cancel a hotel once you're there. I mean, I've been on duty for Talksport many times when I've had to get out of Dodge a couple of days, especially this.
Yeah.
You know, the series against South Africa. I mean, okay, two of them were in London, but the other one I was out of Manchester on a Saturday night, just as the Pride Festival was kicking in.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where you're kind of negotiating to try and get a voucher for future use, aren't you, really? That's as best you can hope for at this stage.
So what's the best Yorkshire can hope for at this stage, would you say? One set batter, bowlers to come, still short of the follow-on target. Is it just about getting past follow-on target?
That's first base, clearly. That's the that's the kind of primary target. If you offered them that now, if you offered them kind of 185, 190, I think they would take it. Best case scenario, it's very often done where the last 3 wickets put on another 100, isn't it? So I don't see why they can't be hoping for kind of 250.
Help round the corner there. That'll be another couple to the score. So we've got 4 minutes until the tea break, which has been pushed back because of overs lost late last night. And it does seem a little clear, well, certainly clearer now than it was, but it does look, as I look over the right, like a little bank of dark cloud coming this way again. So helped up and down, and despairing dive. Bounces just before the rope and away for 4, just for a second. Dan Worrell fancied his chances of closing that off. It would have been exceptional. But it's another important 4 runs towards that follow-on target. 154 for 7 now, Yorkshire.
We talk about primary targets and things like that. The very first thing they have to do is they have to make sure they get through to tea, don't they? Just to give them just that little bit of respite from what has been a damaging last half hour or so.
But yeah, the chance to reset.
But you were saying, like, what kind of batting have they still to come? Can they push on? And one player who I omitted, of course, was Ben Mike, who's on debut and has scored lower order runs, important lower order runs for Leicestershire in recent times. So he's certainly a capable batter.
Yeah, and he would be hopeful that he could, contribute to the team. As yesterday certainly didn't go how he would have wished. Another couple here for sure. Now, chase is on. Rory Burns will just about, no he won't, 4 more to the score. I thought that Burns was going to chase that down comfortably. Despairing dive, he got a hand to it, but couldn't prevent the ball from going over the rope. So there's exactly what you were just talking about.
Just a push, wasn't it? Rest away. It was one of those teasers.
Yeah, it's beautifully timed, isn't it? Yeah, it didn't go his way yesterday, did it, Ben Mike? Picked up a wicket earlier this morning. But if he could weigh in with it 30 or 40... Played again, nicely back down the ground.
The one thing he kind of showed yesterday that I think we all pretty much knew was that he has got extra pace, which is something that can be worked with. Hopefully it can be harnessed over the winter, working with Otis Gibson, Kabir Ali in the indoor nets, and then we might see a different Ben Mike come April time to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. As this again is played nicely as we approach the tea break. Yorkshire have lost 3 quick wickets late in the session, just as Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Tattersall seem to be getting themselves to a position where they were starting to frustrate Surrey. Left alone. Now, how many balls have we got left? So just the 1 delivery left in the session, I believe. Okay, final ball of the session. Short and played comfortably by Mike, but that is going to be Surrey's session. 4 Surrey wickets going very quickly this morning. 2 before the lunch break from Yorkshire. An early one just after the resumption of the afternoon session, but that partnership between Tattersall and Kohler-Cadmore seemingly getting Yorkshire to the cusp of tea and in a position where they can just put a little bit of pressure back on Surrey, but poor shot selection, you'd have to say, from Kohler-Cadmore and Dominic Best. Good ball to remove Thompson. 2 wickets going the way of Clark, 1 to Laws, and advantage Surrey as we head into tea on day 2 here at the Micky Stewart Oval.
It's going to be a big first half hour of the evening session, isn't it? It's 184 Yorkshire need to avoid the follow-on. So what's that, 26 runs they need to find from somewhere with 3 wickets in hand to do it. They've got the capabilities. It's different us saying it though, and what happens out there. There's not been a great deal of form in the lower order of late, aside from code 60 last week, but fingers crossed something like that can be repeated.
Well, taking you through the tea break, I think you're sticking around, Graham, but I will be replaced by Dan Norcross for the next 20 minutes or so, with Yorkshire 158 for 7 at tea.
So yes, Surrey find themselves once again in a very strong position. As John Norman said, those 3 quick wickets going down just at the wrong time for Yorkshire. Over at the Aegeus Bowl, well, we know what the target is. 378 for Hampshire to pull off an unlikely victory, but that pitch must have been easing a little bit now then. You'll be able to see on your screens a distinctive figure of Micky Stewart, a legend around these parts. The ground itself has been named the Micky Stewart Oval in honour of the great man, and he is going to receive an award today. Micky Stewart first stepped foot at the Oval during the Second World War. Yes, that long ago. He joined as a member back in 1947 when he was just 14. He's been player, he's been captain, he's been coach, he's been cricket manager, and he's been president. He joined us yesterday on the live stream. And Surrey County Cricket Club, really, they owe a great debt to this man. He's been England manager as well, of course. He featured, as he told us yesterday, in 5 titles for Surrey back in the 1950s in that incredible run of 7 wins. And it is a genuine delight to recognise the immense contribution that he has made to Surrey County Cricket Club. With this, the opening of the Micky Stewart Pavilion. This iconic building will be daubed with his name forevermore, as his son there, Alex Stewart, is slightly ribbing him, I think, for the wave. It's quite a regal wave from Micky Stewart. He's still lithe and limber. He was great company yesterday on the live stream. It was wonderful to have him on. Now doing a double-handed wave, which seems to have delighted his son even more. And we are also hugely grateful to our headline partners at Kia for agreeing to hand over the naming rights for this week to the great man. His 90th birthday was last week. As he receives the award, and the week that the Oval is named after him. And who knows, after the way Surrey performed in that middle session, it could be a hugely memorable week at that. Because if Surrey win this game now, they could well be, they will be crowned champions if Hampshire don't chase down that 378 at the Aegeus Bowl. And there's Micky raising his award to the crowd, a hugely appreciative crowd. The keys to the Oval. That's how you get into the Oval. That is a massive key. And he looks genuinely touched, I have to say, as well he might be. He and his family have been fixtures at the Oval since, in various ways, for 75 years, 1947, when he first became a member. 75 years associated with this club. He's done some remarkable things, played for England, of course, as well as in 1957, taking 7 catches in an innings, 10 in the match, I think it was, against Northants, a record for an outfielder. He's still got the wave. And so there we have it. Micky Stewart, properly honoured by this mighty club. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back in around about 12 or 13 minutes with a resumption of play with Yorkshire 158 for 7. They still need 26 more to avoid whatever chance there may be that Rory Burns would enforce the follow-on. Quick look at the match summary. Surrey 333. They lost those 4 remaining wickets this morning for 41. And they picked up 5 wickets in the afternoon session. Tom Laws again, the man with the golden arm. He's the leading wicket taker, 3 for 30. Jordan Clark with a couple of wickets late on, and 1 apiece for Dan Worrell, who bowled superbly without fortune today, and Kemar Roach. So we'll be back in about 12 minutes. I hope you can join us then. Hello and welcome back. It's the final session of the second day of this, the last county championship match at the Oval in the 2022 season, and Surrey have got themselves into a very strong position. They lead by 225. They picked up those 3 quick wickets, 3 for 7 in no time, to break what looked like a very dangerous partnership when Tom Kohler-Cadmore played a shot of indescribable rashness which gladdened the hearts of Surrey fans around the globe. And as a result, they now found themselves in, well, a slim chance of restricting Australia, I was going to say. I suppose it's because I think of Yorkshire as the ultimate enemy. Alongside me is someone who's not Australian, I'm delighted to say. It's a Kiwi.
I was going to say, you're a year early there in terms of playing Australia.
Yeah. Well, it's just that Yorkshire is indexed in my brain like this. It's going to be Jamie Overton with the first ball after tee. Not a great ball. It's been flicked away down to long leg where Dan Worrell does the fielding. He made a bit of a hash of one earlier today, but this time both hands got to it perfectly comfortably, and 159 for 7. So this is the situation, folks. If Yorkshire score another 25 runs, they will avoid any chance of being asked to follow on. If Surrey get them out for 183 or fewer, well, will they enforce the following? I don't know. A lot will depend on what's happening down at the Aegeus Bowl, and I will bring you up to date with that very shortly. 378 was the victory target for Hampshire. If Hampshire lose that game, well, Surrey may well think that getting the 8 points for a draw would be adequate. They would love to win, because if they can win this game and Hampshire lose, they will be crowned champions at the Micky Stewart Oval. 2 slips in place. Oh, and this is going to run away fine. That's going to be 4. It's the first couple of balls that Overton has bowled after tee have been speared down the leg side. And Christy, we said a little bit of that today. Kemar Roach not quite getting his lines right, especially from the pavilion end.
Well, Jamie Overton now changed ends and coming in from the pavilion end this time and struggling to find his way. So, not sure whether it's, I don't know, is there a slope? You're the king of the Oval. You tell me. What are the intricacies of the Oval?
Do you know, it's more like a dome.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not a very pronounced dome. Phil Tufnell is absolutely convinced that you have to go up slightly when you run in from either end. So it's almost like a tiny crown, and he demonstrated this to me on the morning of a test match by...
As only he could.
Oh, as only he could. He goes, "Oh, Dan, so look at this, right? Look at this. You take the ball and you roll it, right? And look at that. It's going down. It goes down both ends and on the side." He had a point. I mean, the thing is, if you roll a ball, then it's going to keep moving, isn't it? You know, unless you're actually trying to roll it up a sheer cliff face.
Well, Kiwis know all about that, don't we?
About rolling, yeah, you really do. You really do.
No need to talk about us. Talk to us about rolling.
No, and Aussies.
Yeah.
Generally.
Tough, that. Really tough.
Hey, look, we can bond on a shared suspicion of your Antipodean neighbours. Christy, by the way, for those who don't know, big noise in New Zealand. You're part of the BBC's coverage of the Women's World Cup last year. You, along with Henry Moran and Alex Hartley, among others.
It feels like a lifetime ago now. It was only start of this year. Well, not even. 8 months ago. It's been a long cricket season over here.
And you've been working over here throughout this season, haven't you, for the ECB? What exactly do you do? We see you at test matches the whole time, and I just think, oh, great, it's Christy, as opposed to some of the other people.
Just swanning about eating the free food in the media centre.
It's not true. You're up to stuff. I saw you with a laminating machine.
I do. I look after the accreditation, so apologies in advance.
Could you get me a better photo?
Will you supply that?
Well, I supplied this 3 years ago when I had a terribly bad hangover in Malvern. It was one of the more curious holidays. No, single, it'd only be a single. There's a man out there at deep square leg, Ryan Patel. 167 for 7, so...
In theory, you should really supply a new headshot each year.
Well, I do, you see, but they're all eschewed in favour of the one you all think is very funny, which is me. Having had a skinful the night before, I got told, we need a different headshot.
I think you've got more hair now than you do in that photo.
Yeah. I mean, I'm puffy and purulent in this photo. I was not in a great way. Strangely enough, after having this photo taken, I bumped into Dom Sibley doing pre-season training while walking across the Malvern Hills. Yeah. You weren't expecting to hear that, were you?
I don't expect to hear many things that come out of your mouth, Daniel Norcross.
Well, there's a truth to that. Now this is interesting. Cameron Steele is coming on, so Rory Burns is not going for any of his battery of seamers, and he's got a 5-pronged seam attack today. Instead, first over after lunch, tea, I beg its pardon, from the Vauxhall end, we're going to see the leg spin of Cameron Steele, who was Surrey's probably most effective bowler in the second innings at Wantage Road last week. They couldn't quite get over the line on what was a very flat deck. Slip is in place. And I like this move. You like this move. You just uttered leg spin in a very quietly growling way, Christy.
I'm just having a wee scout at the field, you see. But long off back, cover out, square leg out, maybe sort of 10 yards off the boundary. It's all looking very promising for a fellow leg spin bowler.
Now that'll just be the single as well as it goes down a deep backward point, I think. Thoughts of the follow-on, though, have been dashed. We've had 10 runs in 8 balls after tea. It'll take quite a collapse from here. And it's Johnny Tattersall again, 180 not out at North Marine Road in Scarborough earlier on this season. He loves to be a thorn in the side of Surrey's flesh.
Well, we were just discussing earlier that this time last year he was keeping for Surrey against Glamorgan.
Yeah.
On his loan.
So do you suppose that's what it's all about? Oh, well, Cameron Steele's got the wicket, leaving that, Ben Mike, and that has cannoned back onto his stumps, and Surrey do have the 8th wicket. The follow-on is back on. Well, what an inspired bowling change that is from Rory Burns. And I think Ben Mike's not going to enjoy watching this. No one likes to be leaving a ball, but it looked to me like he'd covered his off stump. He'd got his front foot, I thought, across and outside off stump, but this must be... I'm turning to my leg spin expert.
I think it's the googly. Ripping googly. I think it's the googly. We talked about this at lunch. We talked about it.
Let's take a look.
Here we go. Oh, it's come back a mile.
It has come back a mile. Oh, I say. And you look where Mike's front leg is here. He has gone a fair long way across. I don't think he can believe that that hasn't just hit his pad.
That is beautiful. He's furious with himself too. We can just see him slapping his leg. He's not happy.
I'm going to do a thought experiment for you. If that ball had hit his front pad, would the umpire have given it?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Wolfie's not giving that.
No, well, he's given precious little today. Precious little. So, Yorkshire lose their 8th wicket, 168 for 8. All that's left is Ben Code and Steve Patterson.
Do you remember what else we talked about at lunch? In the realm of leg spinners taking wickets.
Remind me.
Hat-tricks.
Hat-tricks, we did talk about hat-tricks.
There's 2 wickets left to be had.
No, it couldn't be.
It couldn't be. We couldn't write it, could we?
Well, I don't know. I mean, J.R.R. Tolkien did write The Lord of the Rings, and that's fairly fantastically weird, so maybe a hat-trick for a leg spinner.
If there can be 20 wickets in 1.5 days at Chelmsford,
exactly.
Stranger things can happen.
40 wickets.
Sorry, 40.
40 wickets in 4 sessions and 40 minutes at
That's
Chelmsford.
my New Zealand maths, I apologise.
Well, it's like 20, only it's twice as much. So, Ben Code, the new batter. And 16 more needed for Yorkshire to avoid any chance of being asked to follow on. I'm not convinced that Surrey would enforce it even if they could, but it's just a possibility, an outside possibility. Tossed up, driven into the ground, bit of a crowd catch there. Hampshire have lost a wicket. They have lost the wicket of Ian Holland, who has been adjudged LBW to Matt Quinn. They're 8 for 1 in search of 378. Now then, where's that gone? Well, I think that was the question that Ryan Patel's been asking. In the end, it is It is well fielded out there on the boundary. That completes a splendid first over from Cameron Steele. He's picked up a wicket. Yorkshire 169 for 8. Code took that single, so he will have strike at the start of the next over. Do you keep Steele on here? I mean, you as a leggy are keeping him on, but I'm kind of thinking you've got 10 and 11 in now. Hurl a bit of Overton and Roach at them.
I was just thinking, surely Kemar Roach is giving Rory a few words of encouragement.
I would be thinking that.
Wrap this up quickly. Would you take the follow-on? Enforce the follow-on, I should say.
I don't know. You see, they've been out there for quite a while, haven't they? 54 overs they've bowled. You've got to get through this session, then they can put the feet up. The forecast for Friday is poor. If the forecast for Friday was fine, I wouldn't at all. In large part because this will be a couple of runs. In large part because the only way Yorkshire, it feels, could win this game would be if they, say, scored 350 in the second innings, perfectly feasible. Having conceded a lead of, say, 152, 153, set Surrey around 200 on a fourth day pitch with wonky overheads. Let's say the rain stays away, but the clouds are still looming like zombies around a shopping mall, all gathering urgently and strangely.
There's a lot of ifs, buts and maybes there, isn't there?
There's a lot of ifs, buts and maybes, but isn't that what pointless speculation about sport is all about?
Absolutely, and we love it.
Now then, Jamie Overton has been quite hostile here to Ben Code. I don't know about you, Christy, but I am just detecting the slight flicker of back foot towards leg stump. And of course, because we're at the Oval, I'm always minded of Percy Fender and Douglas Jardine examining the footage of Don Bradman in 1930 at the Oval, when Fender said, "Dash it, man, I've got it. Here's Yeller."
This is me nodding and smiling, pretending I know what you're talking about.
Well, Bodyline was invented after some crude cine film of Don Bradman facing Harold Larwood. I think he was at the Oval, in 1930. Fender's looking at it, and he's watching it, and he gets Douglas Jardine over and says, Douglas, I think I found his weakness. Because he spoke rather strangely. It was the 1930s, and everyone did, like in Pate News coverage. And he notices something that Bradman does, which is very similar to what Ben Code has just done there, namely run miles away from the ball. And can't say as a blame him, picks up another single, 172 for 8, 12 more to avoid the follow-on, and he says to Jardine, "You see, that's it. I've got it. He's Yeller." As in, cowardly, scared of the ball. From which point they are supposed to have hatched a great plan with Vose and Bowes and Larwood to come hard and round the wicket. And the rest is history, marvellous history, that's viewed very differently in Australia from the way it is in England.
Jamie Overton, on that note, has to have probably one of the longest follow-throughs in cricket. And just with Ben Code backing away from a couple of those, giving himself some room, surely he's almost going to end up nose-to-nose with Code very soon if he keeps doing that.
Well, he's done a bit of that today, hasn't he? I noticed he was slightly in the face of Finley Bean early on today. He went right down the wicket at him and to George Hill. That is exactly what Yorkshire wanted there, and that is why Jamie Overton has kicked the dirt, because it was the last ball of the over. Tattersall will therefore keep strike. And 173 for 8, 11 more needed to avoid the possibility of a follow-on.
All eyes on who the bowler will be. It's going to be Steele again. Things we love to see. The leg spinner is going to carry on. Great result here would be maybe one to Tattersall out to deep cover, and then a crack at Code.
Yeah, and what's Code going to do? It looks to me like he might give it a bit of welly.
Is he going to back away outside leg stump to this, do we think?
I think he's going to aim firmly for our commentary box.
And it's going to end up over mid-wicket's way.
Yes, that's right. Landing safely and annoyingly for Surrey fans. Well, there's a little bit of a hesitation, but throw probably came in at the wrong end there. Tattersall, I think, was wondering what it was that made Code think that he had to face whatever. So Code is now back on strike. And we're going to find out the field. Let me give you the field, because you can't necessarily see it on your monitors or your screens back home. We've got a wide long off. We've got a deep cover. There's a backward point. There's a deep forward square leg. He's not a mid-wicket and he's not quite square. And Code has disappointed us rather by just punching off the back foot. I think if this ball gets above the eye line, we are going to see a swing for the heavens.
I think Tattersall was probably querying a few of his charges, dismissals and decisions today.
I can't say as I blame him.
The Kohler Cadmore one was pretty horrendous.
Might one even go so far as to use the F word? Filthy.
Yes, you may.
I saw you look momentarily terrified there. He's gone for it. Oh! And I've nearly destroyed the studio. They come back for a couple. That was in the air for quite a long time. Thank you, Christy. I've broken my foot in an attempt to prevent the Kubi from breaking. But well done, team. Well done.
That's going to be a great moment on the stream if anyone's watching that.
Yeah, it's quite the trip hazard here. So we got our answer. He was going to go for it. Now this is intriguing. Mid-off has now come up. So long off has come up to mid-off. And Dan Worrell has gone back at long on. Is this the field that you would set? You are a renowned leg spinner, Christy Havel. Were you looking at this field and going, yep, this is about right?
I think so, especially to Code. I mean, from what we just saw, I assume he's probably not the most technically astute batter, so probably having long on out with that stronger bottom hand is a good option.
Well, that ball's turned a little bit, but the attempt to get him back on strike hasn't quite happened. 176 for 8. 8 more needed to avoid the follow-on. And I'm just going to take you over to the Aegeus ball. Not literally. 9 for 1. 9 for 1, Hampshire. In search of 378. They know that they've really got to win that game. So, well, after you've been bowled out for 57, it'd be quite a comeback. But Hampshire, I believe I'm right in saying, Hampshire are the side that have got the distinction of being involved in a match which saw the biggest disparity between first and second innings.
Well, we've seen some big run chases this summer, some big fourth innings run chases this summer from the England team. Why not Hampshire?
Well, I'm going to go and have a quick look at that. I'm going to leave you in charge of speech while I faff about on my phone to find you a story of the most extraordinary scorecard you could wish to see.
Right, I look forward to it. I'm also slightly nervous. Rory Burns just waiting for his bowler Overton to... Oh, he's tying his shoelaces. There we go. He's back up and running. Mr. Norcross is back up and running.
I am back up and running. I'm going to take you back to 1922. 100 years ago. A match that began on my mother's birthday, the 14th of June, though she was not yet born, nor a twinkle in her parents' eye. Warwickshire scored 223, unremarkable total in 55.3 overs. Top scorer, Frederick Santall with 80 and the great Freddie Calthorpe made 70. Hampshire, in reply, were bowled out for 15. Yes, you heard that right, 15. Harry Howell took 6 for 7, the aforementioned Freddie Calthorpe 4 for 4. No one made double figures. Top scorer was the great C.P. Mead, the man who scored 170 first-class hundreds.
Ah, yes. Well renowned.
He made 6 not out. Following on, 208 runs behind, Hampshire's second innings, 521 all out. Yes, 521 all out. 15 in the first innings, 506 more than that in the second innings. 172 for the great George Brown. Phil Mead only made 24. Lord Tennyson was playing. Not Alfred Lord Tennyson, but, you know. And down at number 10, Walter Livesey made 110 not out. He came in with a score 274 for 8. And managed to get his side up to 521. This is one of the great matches of all time. Oh, there really is. Oh, he's dropped him. That was nearly an absolute screamer from Overton. Code giving himself room, backing away, as we have seen. Flat bats the ball back in the direction of the bowler. Overton sticks out a left and paw, and it nearly stuck. It would have been a beautiful catch, but they either stick or they don't they? Let's take a look at this in the replay. Just lumbering in is Overton, and that is whacked back at him, and tantalisingly, because of his follow-through. Even though he managed to parry it, his body weight was taking him forward.
That would have been one of the catches of the season.
It would.
Regardless of format. That would have been phenomenal. But alas.
Oh, he's pulling wheels here, is Overton. He's come right down the pitch. He's giving Code a good seeing to, let us say. I haven't finished telling you the incredible tale of this game. So having scored 521, they set Warwickshire 314 to win. Well, they get nowhere near it. They're bowled out for 158. 4 wickets for Alex Kennedy, 5 for Jack Newman. The match is won by, I should be able to do it in my head, but I can't be bothered, 155 runs. After being bowled out for 15, they win by 155. Here is Overton, last ball of his over. And Code thinks about the single, and Tattersall turns his back on him. So Tattersall will have strike at the start of the next over. 177 for 8, just 7 more to avoid any chance of a follow.
So what you're saying is there's hope for Hampshire.
Oh, I am saying there's hope for Hampshire. Because it was Hampshire that.
But as a Surrey fan, I bet that breaks your heart.
Of course it does. Yeah, I want to remove all hope from Hampshire. I want hopes to be dashed, crushed. I want the jackboot of Surrey to come and grind all Hampshire hope into the, I don't know, Bournemouth sands. That's in Hampshire, isn't it? Or is that Dorset? It's probably Dorset, isn't it?
I don't even know. You know I'm not from here.
Yeah,
so
Southampton.
Who knows? Yeah.
Southampton. We'll stick with that. Now, there is a change of bowler. And it's going to be Tom Laws. 3 for 30 he's taken so far today. He's got a golden arm, this boy, hasn't he?
Certainly does. After Messrs Worrell and Roach and Overton and Clark toiled away this morning, he came on and took one immediately.
Now, this is intriguing. They've taken the single off the first ball. Tattersall will go to 44. It'll bring Code on strike. I don't think Code will be backing away with quite the same timorousness, let's say. I fancy that at Laws' pace won't discombobulate him quite so much.
Reminds me of me on a Saturday afternoon playing men's cricket, to be fair, backing away.
Oh, yeah? What number do you bat?
A strong 9, 10 or 11.
I reckon you've got quite the technique, though.
For the men, 9, 10 or 11. Higher for the woman.
I bet you have batted out many a draw, much to the frustration of your opponents.
Did bat one out earlier in the season. Only had to face 4 balls.
Yeah, but you loved it, though, didn't you?
Absolutely.
You punched the air with glee.
I think we needed 2 more runs to get an extra batting point. So I may have had a slash at the last one. We still had 2 wickets in the hut. So
I see.
It was fine. Had a wee slash at one, missed it.
Yeah.
Happy days. Got the draw.
Got the draw.
Yeah.
Big fan of the draw. He's back. He has backed away there as well. Yes, as Code. So I think very full and very straight might not be the worst idea.
Well, that would be fun, wouldn't it? You back away from one, you get the full Yorker, and middle stump gets ripped out.
Yes, I'm thinking a lot of Ollie Robinson at Hobart, where essentially his left foot was in Hobart International Airport, and the ball was on off stump. Oh, swing and a miss. Look where Code ends up by the end of this. He's almost on breathing terms with the square leg umpire. 178 for 8. A mighty blow. A 6 would get them over the line. That's a fairly horrid flat-footed waft.
It's a nice 5-iron shot into the trees, isn't it? Over slicing away.
Do you play golf?
I do, yes.
Do you?
I don't know if that counts against or for me.
Well, I'm never allowed to talk about golf.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I start to posit that really we should raise all golf courses to the ground and create affordable housing, and then people get angry with me.
Well, I mean, it's a good point. There are a lot of golf courses in the world.
I think it's because of the clothes. There's a certain sartorial inelegance to the game.
That is very true.
Oh, he's got him. Bowled him straight through. We said very full. We said very straight. Ben Code's gone now. 9 down, 178 on the board. Another 6 needed to avoid the follow-on target if Surrey were going to impose it. Christie.
Full and straight. It's almost like we know what we're talking about.
Yes, took about 3 balls longer than it needed to arrive, but it's also 4 wickets for Tom Laws. He's 1 away from getting on the honours board. Let's take a look at this again. It was very full, and it was straight. Well, it was straight enough, wasn't it? Base of off stump, and Code was really nowhere near that. Look where the left leg has gone.
It's pointing back at a skipper down the other end of the wicket.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
And Tattersall, the lovely one-handed teapot, to acknowledge that dismissal.
Yeah, I'm thinking this must be quite frustrating for Tattersall. Yeah, yes, he's done that, and he's crossed the legs just for good measure as well. So, Surrey need 1 more wicket to fall. And then we'll find out if they can get it within the next 5 runs. 5 runs or fewer. We'll find out what's inside Rory Burns' mind here. Might be worth having another quick little tootle down to the Aegeus Bowl. Let's see how they're getting on there.
Quickly, how fast can you get down the M3 and back? As Steve
this quickly,
Patterson.
they're 13 for 1.
Oh, so rocketing along at a rate of knots.
Yeah, so in the 9th over there, but wickets aren't falling at quite the same speed as they were in the first innings. Right, last batter coming to the crease, the former captain Patterson to join his current captain Johnny Tattersall. He won't be on strike because that was the last ball of the over. What are Surrey going to do here? They're going to spread the field, give the single, you would imagine. Stephen Patterson is no mug with the bat, though. He's batting down at 11, but he's no mug.
I'll take your word for it.
Take my word for it. He's made the occasional useful contribution.
No mug with the ball this game, that's for sure.
No, he's unlucky
Lovely
to be deprived. Yeah, unlucky to be deprived of a fifer.
Surprising that they didn't actually throw the ball to him earlier this morning to try and give him a crack at that. But hey ho, it's not all about individual accolades most of the time.
So Pato, as he's known, is that what you'd call him in New Zealand? Would it be Pato?
Probably. Anything. A lot of nicknames end in O, don't they? Or E, you know, adding a Y onto someone's surname.
In England, that's how we tend to go. Rooty, short for root. Cookie, short for cook. Now they're scampering through for the first. But that will expose Patterson now to potentially 4 balls here. 179 for 9. 5 more needed to reach that 184.
Come on then. 4 away from possibly enforcing the follow-on. 1 wicket. If you're Overton and you take the wicket this over, what are you going to do? You're Rory Burns, the skipper. What are you doing?
I'm doing it. I'm enforcing. So I've got his stats up here for you. Steve Patterson, 2,692 first-class runs. Highest score of 63 not out. He's got 4 half centuries. An average of 15.5. 15.47. He is no mug with the bat. He's facing up to Overton. Down the leg side. He needs to get that straighter, but already Patterson is more in line with the ball than Ben Code was.
Well, he shifted outside his leg stump, but that was to get in line with the ball, not away from it. So yes, he's already ticked 1 half of the box. He just needs to hit it now.
I should point out, by the way, that if I was facing Jamie Overton, I would be even further away from the ball than Ben Code ever got. I'd be
running.
Yeah.
I'd be down
fleeing.
at the pub.
Edged. Gone! Well, all out for 179. What are Surrey going to do? They can enforce the follow-on. Will they enforce the follow-on? Who thought this was going to happen? When Yorkshire, with 139 for 4, they have lost their last 6 wickets for 40 runs in double quick time. Overton gets Patterson, caught by Pope at slip. And, well, Rory Burns has got a decision to make, because Surrey have a lead of 154. They can enforce the follow-on. Do you see any opening batters running off? I see no opening batters running off. This is usually a fairly good indicator. Rory Burns is still out there. Ryan Patel is still out there. I think they're going to enforce the follow-on. Christie's going to leave us, and this game has suddenly moved on at an unbelievable pace. Let's take a look at this last wicket to fall. It's Overton, as Patterson was rather edging away from that, pushed his bat at the ball. They went at a lovely catchable height to Pope at second slip, who's got very dependable hands. Right in the bread basket. Patterson goes, and Surrey now, well, this game, if Surrey can win it, could clinch them the title. They have got 3 bonus points for bowling, 3 bonus points for batting. That's 6 bonus points. If they win the match, they'll get 22 points. They started with an 8-point lead over Hampshire, and you can see the delight certainly on Jamie Overton's face. He deserved that wicket, his first one of the innings. And my sense is, well, I'm looking at a couple of bowlers out there. Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell are still out on the outfield, which screams follow-on to me. You agree? Getting some nods around the box. The pitch is being broomed, swept, if you like. So a little bit of preparation taking place. And there are Dan Worrell and Kemar Roach. They've not gone up to the changing room. They are definitely, Surrey are definitely enforcing the follow-on here. That must be what this means. Azim Mahmood is about to mitt. So I think we can be fairly sure that what's going to happen here is that Yorkshire are going to have been asked to bat again. Play's going to resume at 4:31, so look, we're going to take a very short break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so with what I think we can be absolutely certain is going to be Yorkshire's second innings, and I really did not see that happening when Kohler, Cadmore and Tattersall were putting on a fine partnership for the 5th wicket. But thereafter, well, Yorkshire have crumbled. Their tail has been blown away by Tom Laws, Jordan Clark, and at the end there by Jamie Overton. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, see how Surrey get on bowling in Yorkshire's second innings. Welcome back, one and all. So, Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean come out to bat for the second time today. They strode to the wicket at around about, 20 past 11 this morning. They're striding out again. And I'd have to say, I'm joined by Taha Hashim from Wisden Cricket Monthly and from the very splendid Surrey podcast. Welcome aboard for the first time. That, if anything, these conditions feel even more challenging than they did the first time they had to face.
Yeah, lights on, a relentless attack.
Here is Roach. First ball of Yorkshire's second innings is a wayward one down the leg side. You could tell how much they relished this, because they have not been back into the changing room, these two, Roach and Worrell, who are going to open the bowling. They just waited outside. We got the first hint because we didn't see Rory Burns and Ryan Patel rush off. And I think, but I'd be right, Taha, in saying that you got 5 seamers in your attack. No one's bowled more than 12 overs in that first innings. That's sort of informing, as well as the conditions, the overheads. There's very little wind. It feels like a good time to be bowling in September, doesn't it?
It looked like they made their minds up pretty quickly there. And yeah, they've got about 12 gazillion seamers. It kind of just makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, it does, really. It does. And word would have filtered through to the Aegeus Bowl. They'll know exactly what's going on here. They'll know Surrey need 10 wickets. Hampshire need 378 runs to take this to the last game of the season. How Surrey would love to wrap up the title here at the Micky Stewart Oval, so named for this week. In honour of the great man, he received a truly enormous key during... Was it the tea break? It was the tea break, wasn't it? It feels so long ago now.
And it feels like with that key you can kind of, you've got permission. I mean, the ground's named after you. You can kind of do what you want this week at the Oval.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think the Stewarts do, don't they? It's a good regal name, of course. Stewart.
Just synonymous with Surrey, isn't it?
It
Just
is.
An institution.
It is, mind you, there's a few names synonymous with Surrey, I suppose. You'd say Bedses, Hollyoaks,
Currans,
yes. A few of them knocking about. Now, Lyth was out earlier today to an absolute beauty from Roach. Lifted, left him. Good sharp catch by Ryan Patel, wasn't it?
I missed it.
Did you?
But I can totally. You've said, Roach running in to the left-hander. I can sort of imagine the dismissal.
Yeah. That was a beautiful, beautiful piece of cricket. It flew to Patel, who's in there at third slip alongside Ollie Pope, Jamie Overton, his bucket hands at first slip. He's got a wide, long leg, 3 in the ring on the offside. Again, no run. So, end of the first over, a maiden over. And it's going to be Dan Worrell, you would imagine, who's going to open. It is going to be Dan Worrell. He's going to open from the Vauxhall end, and he bowled superbly today with very little luck. He picked up 1 wicket in an over in which he had the same batter dropped by Ryan Patel at third slip. And then he got him later on in the over. But he could, honestly, he could have had Finlay Bean out 4 or 5 times in the session before lunch. I was quite impressed, though, with the young left-hander, Bean. He gutsed it out under very, very difficult circumstances against a high-quality attack. But he's now got to do it all over again.
Finlay Bean of quadruple 100 fame, of course.
Oh, yeah. Was it 441? Yeah.
Something like that. The highest second 11 county championship innings of all time, I think.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I won't be surprised. Not many options to get over 441. We've had 2 quadruple centuries, of course, of some note this season. So here is Dan Worrell. His first ball, he's got 3 slips and a forward short leg, and he nearly picks up a wicket with his first delivery. Bean rather tentatively prodding outside the off stump. The lights are now back on. There's been a bit of a hokey-cokey with the lights today. We started the day with a pall of grey. I'd describe it as like a yarmulke sitting over the oval. It's all the way around. And there was light. There was just this low, almost flying saucer of gloomy grey. But The clouds have lifted. The light's pretty decent. A little bit of sunshine coming out. And yesterday we came off at 4:30. I don't think we'll be coming off 4:30 today, but it's highly unlikely, I think, that we're going to get much beyond 6 o'clock. So that again might inform Surrey's decision. They've got sort of an hour and a half for the handbrake off. They can put the feet up and come again tomorrow.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, as an opener in the county championship, I can't imagine a tougher task than under lights against this new ball pairing of Worrell and Roach. That's a serious challenge.
Stifled appeal, not a lot going for it. We're constantly keeping our eyes on events at the Aegeus Bowl, and well, it's slow going down there. 19 for 1 in pursuit of 378. Joe Weatherly has 7. Felix Organ, one of the finest named cricketers in the land. Felix Organ. Mind you, I like Finley Bean. That's a great name.
Finley Bean's a great name, yeah.
But can any name trump Sheridan Gums?
Sheridan Gums? I haven't heard that one.
Oh. Allow me to inform
Tell
you.
me more.
Sheridan Gums, a young prodigy. First run, by the way, for Yorkshire. A young prodigy here at Surrey made his, if you like, his bow in the Royal London One Day Cup. He was also one of the 3 substitute fielders that Surrey put up for England in the Test match.
Oh, right.
And I wish that young man so well. I want to be able to commentate a Sheridan Gums 100 for England at the Oval one day.
We dream.
We do. These are the things that keep me going. Slightly relegating Felix Organ out of my favourite name.
Sheridan and Finley Bean opening up together one day.
Oh, imagine it. Round the wicket comes Worrell. Slight change of angle. And that's to Adam Lyth. So clearly there's a plan here. We saw it actually. England did this in the Test series against South Africa. There were 2 left-handers, Dean Elgar and Sorrel Irvia. And every ball they bowled to Dean Elgar, bar 1, was around the wicket in the entire series. And every ball to Irvia was over the wicket. Well, that's a nice shot. First 4 of the innings, just straying onto the pads. That can happen, I guess, if you change that angle to round the wicket. And Lyth completes the over with a boundary. Australia, I've done it again. In my brain, Yorkshire is Australia. They're 5 without loss. The deficit just 149. In all seriousness, there is a danger, though, when you enforce a follow-on, that Surrey could have batted Yorkshire out of this game. They could have batted today, batted through till tea tomorrow, and lead of 450. Yorkshire would never have got that. They could have guaranteed at least the draw. But here, if Yorkshire bat well, they get to even get to 300, 350. They could set just an awkward chase in that 4th innings.
I think it's just to do with the confidence they have playing here this whole season.
Well, that's a rather hopeful appeal for a ball that was going a mile down the leg side, but it tells you something about the enthusiasm the Surrey fielders have got for their task here. They're on top and they know it.
They've just got, I can imagine Rory Burns just thinking, you know, with the attack he has, with having Jamie Overton back from injury as that kind of your 3rd innings almost enforcer, you know, even if the pitch, you know, even if they lose assistance tomorrow morning, they've got Overton to call upon.
Well, that is a beautiful shot from Finley Bean, over pitched, but he's latched onto it straight away. He's got that to the right of extra cover, and the ball runs away to the boundary for 4. But, Rory Burns isn't going to chase after that. He's the captain, so someone else will have to go and retrieve the ball. Well, that was a good-looking shot from Finley Bean.
Just enjoying saying the name, aren't you?
I am, yeah. Now, Taha, you've been working at Wisden Cricket Monthly for a while, here at the Oval, the Kia Oval, the Micky Stewart Oval. It's quite a place to come into work every day, isn't it? Your office is right by the scoreboard, away by the floodlight pylon.
Well, don't say that. It's making me miss it. Last week was my last week there.
I know. I know what's possessed you.
I know.
Career progression.
Yeah, I've walked in here today and just immediately regretted everything.
Regrette rien.
But it is a lovely view from that office. One of the best, and very hard to say goodbye to.
I mean, it's worth picking your brains for where you see cricket going over the next few years, because when did you start at Wisden?
About 4 years ago.
Lots happened in that time.
It's interesting you say that.
Oh, he's beaten the bat with a beauty there, Roach. That's exactly where he's trying to land the ball. Yeah, sorry.
In the sort of latest Wisden Cricket Monthly, we asked quite a few people, just not even just ourselves, but the likes of Michael Holding and David Lloyd, Isha Guha, to talk about the relationship with the game and how they see it changing, because the landscape is changing so rapidly. And for a lot of us, we're seeing parts of the game we love move away.
We've managed to squirt that just past third or fourth slip. There'll only be the one. There was thought of a second. They'll stick to one end of the over. 3 gone, 10 without loss. Yorkshire still 144 behind. Which parts of the game are you referring to there, the bits that you see disappearing?
Well, we had South Africa over here for the Test summer, and there was a sense of, especially being at Lords when they won there, a sense of great enjoyment watching that incredible pace attack. And Rabada, Gidi, Nokia, but also a sense of kind of loss that these guys, they're not going to be playing a lot of 3-match Test series going forward. That, especially if you look at South Africa, that's just a case study, I guess, with their T20 league that's just about to come in as well. For, I guess, the purists, you do worry about the future of the Test game and things like that. And so it's a question that we've all kind of explored in the magazine. How do we kind of make peace with ourselves of how the game moves forward?
Oh, he's got him. It's gone straight through Finley Bean. Surrey get their first wicket. Dan Worrell gets his man. It was full. It was brisk. And it was straight. It defeated the forward prod of Bean. And he departs for the second time today. He goes for 6. Yorkshire 10 for 1. Surrey get the breakthrough.
Just moved in quite late almost, I think.
Well, let's take a look at the replay. Let's see how late it does move. From round the wicket. Oh, yes, that is a horrible ball to face. There is a bit of a gap between bat and pad, but that swung. And on pitching, it has come back quite a way. Oh, that's vicious. That is vicious. I think you'll find that he was probably playing a perfectly reasonable line of the ball there.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can be even that harsh on him there. That's just the beauty, really, isn't it?
It really is. And it's rewards for the way he's bowled earlier. He could have had Finley Bean a few times in the first session today. And that is an absolute corker. Delight for Surrey. The first wicket goes down. They need 9 more of those to secure the victory that could secure them their 21st county championship title. So the new bat, George Hill, again coming out for the second time today. Played some lovely shots actually. His knock earlier on this afternoon. But he's got plenty of work to do here if he's going to get Yorkshire anywhere back into this game. Going back to what you were saying though about how you reconcile yourself with the game. Underway straight away. George Hill with that single, 11 for 1. Has there really been a time when cricket hasn't been searching its soul? I mean, really? In the 1950s and 60s, we had Micky Stewart in here yesterday. He was talking about how there were concerns in the game because the crowds had fallen away after the war, as Britain got closer to full employment. There was an awful lot to be done. People just didn't have the time to come to cricket matches. And the games themselves, not so much at Surrey, where the games moved on at great pace. They had a very fine bowling attack, but it was the slowest decade of cricket, slowest run-scoring decade. And the 1960s were barely any better. Constant soul-searching about making the game exciting and accessible.
I don't think you're a cricket fan if you're not constantly worrying about it. That's part of the experience. You have to constantly be in a state of anxiety and stress. Otherwise, you don't understand the game.
Well, we're the keepers of the flame, aren't we? I suppose. I don't just mean people who work in it. I mean all the fans that are here, because you hear all those concerns echoed, mirrored by members up and down the country, and we're awaiting the latest recommendations for the changes to the domestic structure. You were talking a little bit more there about international cricket. Do you see the further proliferation of leagues, the ones that's going to start up in the UAE and then the South African T20 League? Everyone assumes that this is the direction of travel. I just wonder if they might just not be viable. I mean, is it possible that we all think, well, everything's going to be league structures, but are they all going to work, these leagues? Can you really have a whole bunch of supposedly high-profile T20 leagues happening, some of them simultaneously?
I guess we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, there's the South African League hasn't got underway yet. The UAE League hasn't got underway yet. So we don't really know exactly how it's all going to look. We'll have to see at the time. Because you're right, there's going to be leagues competing for players. And so you'll have leagues where you're not having the marquee players, really.
Well, we've seen that with the 100, haven't we? We've
exactly.
seen how the Caribbean Premier League has meant that at the end of the 100, some of a team's best players are not available. No Sunil Narayan or Kieran Pollard towards the back end of the 100. Also the lack of England players. The same is true of the Big Bash, of course, where international cricket clashes with the BBL. One more to Hill.
I guess the thing one of the things that I wrote in the part of the magazine was, as we see more and more of these men's T20 leagues spring up, if there is something to kind of cling on to, is the hope that we see more women's leagues rise up in those same countries, similar to the way we've seen in the 100 over here. And all the build up towards it, all the controversy, there was very little discussion about the women's game, and then almost by accident we've seen this incredible blossoming of the women's game in this country. And the hope is that if we do see more T20 leagues, we see that trajectory as well, where you get a game that is more equal across genders.
Well, you mentioned that England's women are playing today, of course, in a 50-over game against India. And they're playing their third game in that series at Lord's. First time that England's women would have gone back for a representative fixture to Lord's since the World Cup final of 2017. Can you believe it? And the news from that game is that, wow, I've just seen India made 333. Coincidentally, was Surrey's first innings score. Harman 143 not out, 18 fours and 4 sixes. And staggeringly, they managed to score 71 runs off their last 4 overs, Taha. That is a measure of how far women's cricket has come. 71 runs in the last 4 overs.
Who's got the runs there? And the last 4 overs, that Harman
143 not out. Harleen Diol contributed with 58 from 72. Dipti Sharma 15 off 9 at the back end. So we are seeing a massive change in cricket, all sorts of cricket. But I suppose for Surrey fans and for county cricket fans generally, there's that concern when we come to see the domestic restructuring of just how many games like this 4-day county championship we're going to see. There's talk of 6-team leagues. That would be just 10 matches, down from 16 not too long ago, which was then cut to 14, then to 12. What is the thinking here? Do you approve of that?
I personally also am kind of against the kind of three leagues as well.
Slightly uppish, that shot from Hill, but bounces once in front of Hashim Amla at mid-on.
I found that a bit too much last year. It almost kind of beyond the first division. You didn't really understand the jeopardy, especially with having 2 leagues below it. Whereas, you know, with 2, it's very simple. There's a lot riding on that second league in terms of you're trying to get to the top table.
But in terms of actual days played, in terms of actual days of cricket played, end of the over, 13 for 1 Yorkshire. Actually played fewer days of cricket now than they played in the 1980s. Because we often say, well, there are 4 tournaments you've got to fit in. Well, back in the 80s you had to fit in the Sunday League, County Championship, Benson Hedges Cup and Gillette Cup. So it wasn't massively dissimilar, only there were more games and more days for all of those. So is a problem trying to be solved that doesn't need to be solved here? Is there anything quite wrong with 12 4-day county championship matches?
I guess you have to listen to the concerns of the players as well and see how they're feeling. You think of that block at the start of the season, where in a way I find that block that at the start of the season really enjoyable, because that is your sole focus within almost cricket really. You've got the IPL going on, England aren't playing, so for those who are embedded into the county game, there's a very clear thing of what you're following. Well, but you also think about the fast bowlers that are trying to get through 7 weeks on the bounce.
Absolutely. That very first day of the season is the day when more people tune in to BBC commentaries across the county championship than any other time, because you're slaking this most outrageous thirst after 7 months of denial, 6.5 months or so. On Twitter, people I would say they start in around December, saying how long it is till the county championship starts. And look, there isn't a massive crowd in here today. It's a good, healthy crowd. But the county championship surely can't be measured in terms of who comes to watch every day. Engagement these days in the county championship is done through all sorts of means. I remember when I was a kid, when I was 13, I'd get back from school, wasn't able to go to the Oval, I'd do homework. I'd get straight onto the phone and ring up the Oval and get the score. And then I'd ring it every 15 minutes to get the score. People have been engaging with this incredible competition in all sorts of different ways for many, many years. The scores used to be written at the bottom of the Evening Standard, the Evening News in London. Used to get the edition that came out at 3, it would give you an updated score, and then the score would be different again, of course, at 4:30, and then the final editions. It's the way it's always been.
And I know that you talk about engagement there and wanting to get it out there, but there is something quite lovely about it being our sort of secret. We're sort of in the middle of the city, and we've all sort of stumbled onto this lovely thing that's happening. The world's going on outside of it, but we're all kind of quietly enjoying it. And there's someone snoozing in the corner, someone doing a crossword there, a couple of people properly into it watching.
Others having a wild argument over precisely who should be coming on first change.
About what side of the ball Dan Worrell should be holding right now.
But you see, Taha, in the 21st century, no one's allowed to have secrets. I mean, people TikTok how they boil an egg. So no one wants secrets anymore. That is a lovely shot from Lythe. He's a beautiful player to watch, Adam Lythe. Man who I'm always stunned. Never got another go to play for England, and it's shots like that that define his elegance and grace. Beautiful 4 through the covers, takes Yorkshire to 19 for 1. End of the 6th over. Just take a look at this again. That is just such an easy transfer of weight into the shot. Comes right out of the middle of the bat. Yes, it was full, but put away beautifully by Adam Lythe. Yes, I think in the desperate search for relevance, we may actually lose the value of this marvellous thing if we're not careful. And that is another lovely shot, this time from Hill. Driving through the covers again, full and wide. Trying to find swing. It's been put away comfortably. 23 for 1 Yorkshire. They're going nicely here at the moment. Didn't quite swing enough, that, and all Hill had to do was just lay bat on ball. There's acres of space in the offside. There's a square cover and a relatively wide short mid-off, so there's a lot of space, big gap for Hill to play for, and that's quite deliberate. There are 3 slips in place, so Roach doesn't mind him driving.
I do wonder what it's like to be batting twice in the same day. How do you mentally get around that? You know, it's only a couple of hours ago that you've just walked off, you know, probably still analysing the dismissal in the first innings, and now you've got to go again.
Yeah, it can't be easy. And Surrey would dearly love to test your theory against as many Yorkshire batters as humanly possible in the next hour or so. But actually, aside from the loss of Finley Bean, Yorkshire have gone okay in these first 6.5 overs. But I guess, you know, what I'm guilty of there is being terribly anxious for the future of the County Championship. The County Championship has reinvented itself on so many different occasions, hasn't it? I mean, when it first introduced 4-day cricket, we had a hybrid system of some 4-day games and some 3-day games, which was fairly crazy. Then they alighted upon one division and everybody plays each other once, which made a kind of sense. We've had 28 3-day matches, we've had 22 3-day matches. It's always been a sort of strangely adaptable competition, isn't it?
You know, and maybe there's something to be said about that pursuit. It's got to be ongoing. It's an endless thing. And as long as we're still arguing about it, there's something nice about arguing about it. It means you care for it.
Oh, that's not a great shot from Hill. Absolutely no foot movement. Lucky not to get an edge through to Foakes. There are 3 hungry slips waiting as well. We'll be hugely encouraged by that. One of the things I do find amusing, though, is how the County Championship is always used as a stick. Well, it's always used as a reason for why the England team aren't doing well when they're not doing well. When the England team won 6 matches out of 7, it's the mystical voodoo qualities of Brendan McCullum. It has nothing to do with the County Championship when the England team does well.
No fielders in the sky. Simple words that have just changed the test team, eh?
Yes. Well, that was extraordinary. Did you get to see much of the test series this summer?
Yeah, and they've all sort of blended into one, haven't they? Because it was the sort of same patterns to them, apart from the one loss against South Africa, which they brushed off very well. That could have been quite a severe sort of obstacle where you're facing a high pace attack and suddenly can you actually play like this? But then England adapted really well and, you know, showed that they've got range. It's not just a few guys having a slog. There's some real skill to it.
Well, it's been enormously enjoyable to watch it, hasn't it? Whatever one thinks is really going on, whether there is such a thing as Bazball or whether it's simply about making players comfortable in their environment. I think there's a fair bit of the latter. When you watch county cricket, you get a sort of sense of it, don't you? When county teams that play with each other for 3 or 4 months, I'm thinking of, obviously Surrey here. They've got some very fine personnel, of course they have. Well, that's going to squirt away for 4. Not quite where Lythe intended, but he got enough on it, thick enough edge, went all the way along the ground. And Yorkshire moved to 27 for 1. So when you see a side that wins a couple of games, and you see what confidence does, the fact that Surrey have enforced a follow-on is sort of emblematic of the same kind of approach, isn't it? Like, give us a ball, come on, we'll take the 10 wickets, let's be done with it. It's not on the golf course. And it's such a ridiculously difficult quality to define or find, at any rate. What the catalyst is for making those things happen is so hard. There's a rare poor ball, that one from Dan Morrell. That's going to run away for 4, full toss. All Lythe had to do was put his bat on it and get it away to the left of cover point. So a brace of boundaries, 31 for 1. Yorkshire going nicely here.
I guess it's what's remarkable, what you're saying there is about a team building confidence. England, one win in 17, and that confidence was already kind of seeping through at Lords in their first test there under Stokes. So just it's the remarkable thing is about how dramatic it's been. It's not been a building up of things. They just hit the ground running immediately, chasing 300 and something at Lords against New Zealand.
It was 278, I think it was. It was virtually the same score as they were invited to chase a year before, in almost exactly the same number of overs, and they didn't go anywhere near it. Made no sense at all. I'm going to bring you some rather dispiriting news from Hampshire, by the way. 45 for 1. They're going quite nicely, Hampshire, needing a further 333 to win. Long way to go, but it looks like that pitch might just have flattened out a touch. Morrell's just getting that length back. He's been a terrific find for Surrey, hasn't he? And he's not an overseas player, of course, because he has a British passport. That's like the ultimate goal, isn't it? That's like finding a diamond.
And it's kind of just the basics that he does so well. He's going to come in, he'll find a little bit of movement, but the key thing is that he's accurate. He's going to test the top of your off.
Well left by Lythe. That's the end of the 8th over. Yorkshire recovering somewhat from the early loss of Finley, being a 31 for 1. They're now, well, how far behind? 123 runs behind. We're going to have a double change in the commentary box. Taha and myself are going to be replaced by Christy Havel and Vitushan Hantharaja.
Well then, Surrey on the march here at the Micky Stewart Oval. They've already got Yorkshire 1 down after 8 overs. Yorkshire still a long way behind, just to get back on even terms in the second innings as Roach continues. Vish, welcome. What have you made of things so far today?
Well, yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's been quite exciting. It's moved along quicker than I thought it would. And I say that as someone who, at the end of his report on day 1, thought Surrey might make it to 350. And thus reinforcing why I'm a fraud. But
aren't we all when it comes to cricket? Aren't we all?
What I did find interesting was, I suppose, the follow-on generally, really.
Surprised in terms of you weren't sure they'd take it, or they shouldn't take it?
Well, I mean, I don't know about shouldn't, but I'm always a little bit wary in terms of, so what? Surrey ended up bowling, what was it in the end? So like 58 overs, all of which came today. And I did wonder if batting sides generally, or rather teams in the ascendancy, like the follow-on being taken out of their hands, especially when it got to 154. I wasn't entirely sure. And yeah, I did wonder if maybe, because batting last is its own challenge, and maybe Surrey could get a few more overs into the pitch and it could misbehave a bit more and thus make the final 10 wickets they needed to get that little bit easier to come by, and give their bowlers a bit of a rest as well. But I was listening to you and Dan Norcross earlier, and Dan mentioned the weather on Friday being a bit of an issue, so I can totally understand it from their point of view. Yeah.
And all eyes as well down the road in Southampton between Hampshire and Kent, and what's going on there is a lovely little play and a miss there. Kemar Roach has been threatening all day, hasn't probably got the reward that he would like, 1 for 40 off 12 in the first innings, but he's looked threatening right throughout. Hampshire 45 for 1, still trailing by 333. But do you think Surrey would have looked at all at what was going on down there, or would they have purely just focused on what was in front of them when making the decision about the follow-on?
I think knowing their coach Gareth Batty and knowing their captain Rory Burns, and especially the position they were in coming into this game with that 8-point lead, I don't think they had any qualms about what was going on down there. I think they're always quite a positive thinking team, and they're quite people talk about the Surrey strut and the arrogance, but the arrogance comes from, I suppose, knowing you have complete command over what you're in control of. And they've the reason they're unbeaten this season is because they've come about it with a certain attitude.
Runs coming out off the bat of George Hill, sneaks one down to deep fine. It will be just one off the over of Roach. And I guess in terms of the summer as a whole, we've seen each other a couple of times throughout the season, through our various paths of work. As in your line of work, how has this season rated throughout your career so far? It's been quite a phenomenal one from an England perspective. That must have been quite cool to see from a journalist point of view, just to see such a stark turnaround in fortune from February, March from the West Indies tour.
Yeah, it's funny because every day in this job is ultimately it is fun. You get paid to watch cricket. You watch it in great places. You watch great players, and I don't think there's ever a day where you wake up and struggle to get out of bed for it. But it has been a lot of fun, and I think fundamentally from the top, the message from Brendan McCullum, reinforced by Ben Stokes, has ultimately been to enjoy it a bit more, to see playing for England as a privilege and forget about the pressure of it. And it's strange to have that cut through into the media box, to come through that perspex glass, because it's always fun for us. And I suppose actually the least fun part is when you're writing about a team doing badly. But it's been one of the most remarkable summers I've covered, definitely from an England perspective. And you get the impression, just speaking to mates of mine who are fans and speaking to fans themselves, that it's had that cut through with them as well. I think a lot of the time, maybe as journalists, we make the mistake of trying to tell people what to feel, and I myself have definitely fallen foul of that. But I think it's been a bit more altogether this summer.
Jordan Clark replacing Daniel Worrell, and straight away Hill is going to grab another run. 2 runs and 2 balls for George Hill, the youngster, in the side. And I think, as a New Zealander, it wasn't a great series for us, but on the flip side, you could appreciate just exactly how phenomenal it was that what England were achieving. Those day 5 sellouts at Trent Bridge and Headingley, and those big run chases, and the Lord's run chase. You could feel the tide turning, probably not just in England, but around the world, in terms of other teams sitting up and taking notice. Do you think that'll filter down to domestic red ball cricket as well? Or, have you seen flashes of that from other players outside of the England environment through this county championship since McCullum has taken over, in terms of strike rates and positive mindset?
Yeah, I think it was always going to come through from a professional level. If the England team are playing a certain way, then to get into that England team, you have to play that way, and that's been true, I suppose, throughout history. Even when you talk about, I'm not going to say the more boring years, because England were incredibly successful during then. But if you think about Andy Flower's England team and how they were, certainly on the batting side, they were grinders really. You couldn't get them out. They were, certainly in the front 3, you had people who knew their games inside out and would essentially set one hell of a platform for the 4, 5 and 6 that would come in after them in Peterson, Bell, Pryor, or whatever other combination they happened upon in that era. And this, I think, we talked about the fun element before, and I think a lot of that has been lost in the past. I think, when England have done badly, a lot of the players have felt that certainly the scrutiny they've come under, and also the, just the way people talk about them, like the interactions they get on social media and stuff like that, has made them question whether it was worth it. Or certainly made them, lose sight of just how fun it can be. And I think when you see a top team like that having, or rather a team at the top of the tree having fun, you do want to be a part of it. It's a bit like, I don't know, if you're, I'm harping back to my uni days now, but you hear
it's not that long ago.
Well, no, it was. Let's stick with that answer. Actually, yeah, it wasn't that long ago. But you hear people having fun down the street. You want to check it out, don't you? And I think that's generally what's happened here. And it's taken a lot of, English cricket is naturally quite a conservative game. The Test side has always been a conservative side, and there's an element of this is a bit more free-spirited now. And I suppose the acid test, as you said about, around the world, whether or not teams are on notice is one thing, but from your perspective, has it been fun to watch? Do you get the sense from the outside that okay, this is pretty cool? Because I'm not going to say England are going to go on to be the best team in the world, but I think they probably are the most fun at the moment.
Absolutely, and I think even it doesn't matter who is the. I mean, even Rishabh Pant in Australia a couple of years ago,
yeah, definitely.
Similar sort of mindset. I mean, regardless of who it is, it's fun to watch because it's almost rewriting the rules of what's possible and what's not. I mean, the margin for error is just getting so much smaller, and what's possible is getting so much bigger. So it's, again, it doesn't matter who it is as such. It's just, it's brilliant to watch. And if we just sort of come back to the Micky Stewart Oval for a second, Tom Laws is going to carry on. Took 4 in his first innings, and you can see across your monitors and laptop screens and devices that the shadows are starting to get longer and longer and come across the ground, showing that 23.5 overs is the minimum left in the day here. Whether we get all of those, I'm not so sure. The floodlights have been on for a while, but still pretty nice blue skies at the moment, so fingers crossed we get a full day's play. But I think, Test cricket's probably been on the rocks for a while, but I think this has probably definitely helped that, in terms of you enter every Test match not knowing what's going to happen, because more is possible every time. Every Test match that's coming, it feels like nothing's impossible, I guess.
Yeah, there was a great moment after England lost that first Test match against South Africa. We do, generally how it works is we do a follow-up for the next day on the final day. And it was with Brendan McCullum, and one of his provisos when he took the job was that he doesn't really want to be that much in the media. He doesn't want to do press conference after every game, but he was up for doing press conferences when England lose, because his thought process was, understandably, that if he's telling them to play this way, when it goes wrong, it's kind of his fault more than theirs. And so he was doing this huddle, and I kind of found myself coming out with questions I would have asked a year ago, in terms of how do they recover from this? Do you need to play a different way? Is this sustainable? And bear in mind, it was their first loss in after 4 wins on the bounce, and he kind of looked us up. I'll start again. He looked at us all and said, he said his piece, and then he went, look, hopefully by the end of the summer you'll get used to my enthusiasm. And I think he really meant that, in terms of I think he knew he was fighting against a broader mindset, that he can change it in the dressing room and it'll take a bit more to change it on the outside. And I suppose being part of the media, maybe you are a conduit to that. But I also think, the way they've played, that's the biggest connection with the fan, as it were. Like, our job is to tell people things that they might not necessarily know or see, but everything you know about this England team you can see right out there in the middle, and I think that's been a massive change, and maybe our questions will get better in time.
Laws now, final ball of the 11th over. Surrey searching for their second wicket. I think they'd dearly love to get a couple more before stumps today, just to make things a little bit easier tomorrow. But I mean, you're definitely right. The mindset of the fan is a little bit, and the dressing room is a little bit easier to change. But I guess there was a sense after that Test series win over New Zealand and then the 5th Test victory over India that South Africa would present a different task altogether. And obviously Dean Elgar came out with some fighting words pre-series, and maybe it did hold true in that first match. But I mean, they're finding different ways to win now. We saw that at in the rest of that series, and so you just feel like they are at the start of an exciting new era. And I think probably, as Kiwis, when the news broke that McCullum was appointed Test coach, we all knew how good he would be, because we'd gone through that mindset change and that transformation change with the Black Caps under his captaincy, and so we all knew instantly how good he would be. But the sky's the limit for them. I guess they could achieve a lot of great things, and it's quite odd for a Kiwi to be waxing lyrical about an English sports team, but here we have it.
You've forgiven us for 2019 already.
Let's not go that far. Let's not go that far. Although that was quite funny in the Test series when the ball rebounded off Ben Stokes' bat and Trent Boult was bowling, and they picked him up on stump mic going, "No, not again."
Yeah, I think Joe Root mimicked Ben Stokes' hands in the air, not me gov stance as well. That's the other thing about McCullum. I think there's a lot of, a lot of personal motivation behind what he's doing with this team. He referenced the fact that it took him quite late in his career to remember it should be fun, and he's mentioned a few times about how when he talks to the players currently in the setup, he always talks about when they started as kids and how enjoyable that was, and that feeling of knowing I suppose just fundamentally knowing you're playing one of the best games in the world, if not the best game in the world. And I maybe you need someone like that at the head of the tree who can talk from experience and also has that clout that you'd listen to him. I think that's the important thing. I wouldn't say that England coaches in the past have necessarily had the wrong message, or certainly their downfalls come about because they said something that doesn't fit with the ethos of the group they're talking to. I think sometimes maybe the message hasn't been heeded because of the profile of the messenger, and that's not a great thing, to be fair. But I think with McCullum, it does feel like all bases are covered in that regard.
There's certainly been some great content on social media throughout the season, from different memes being made of pictures of McCullum, feet up on tables and cap on. His cap is never on his head properly. I don't know if you've noticed that, but it's almost like it's sort of just perched on top, and then he's obviously got glasses on, big beard, and people say he looks a little bit like a PE teacher crossed with the Russian mafia. And so there's a couple of pictures of Harry started off his tenure, on the balcony at Lord's, feet up on the balcony against New Zealand, and then same position really at the Oval against South Africa. And it probably just sums him up: laid back, relaxed, trying to convey that sense of enjoyment to his players. So certainly seems like a great character.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll set off a trend. I suppose we've talked about how maybe teams might try and mimic England, or certainly be drawn into playing like England when they play England. In terms of trends that McCullum might set, I think he'll probably be the first and last head coach to wear skinny jeans. And he pulls them off. It's important to say he does pull them off.
I haven't actually seen him in them, to be fair, so this is news to me.
Yeah, no, it is a good look, yeah. Skinny white jeans as well on occasion.
Oh, goodness. Just seeing the odd couple of runs each over tick over here for Yorkshire. Surrey bowlers have been hunting in a pack all day. Very good in the first innings. Wickets shared all around. Tom Law's the exception with a 4-foot, and the overs shared around pretty evenly as well. Cameron Steele just his 2 overs of leg spin, but otherwise they've been a very cohesive unit, you know, from end to end, passing over to the next bowler, looking after each other, and then whoever's replacing them at each end as well. What do you think a good outcome for Yorkshire would be by stumps today?
I think if they keep it as is, that would be a good outcome. But I suppose they've already lost 11 already. But as you said, yeah, it's still bright. You know, it's still quite bright, even though we do have the floodlights helping that as well. Blue skies above. You'd think, on paper, this would be the hardest time to bat, not least because we're under lights and we're, given how things were this time yesterday, it felt like they took a light reading at about maybe 5 o'clock, I think, when they officially took one. So they've obviously got to go by that for the next few days. And I was a little bit worried then that it just might curtail everything, and I suppose give Surrey all the more reason why they would have A, wanted a bigger first innings score, and B, enforced the follow on, you know, had they got it. But it feels like we can carry on a bit longer in this, and you know, Lyde's going pretty nicely, 19 off 26.
Lovely drive through the covers by George Hill, and it will reach the rope. First boundary in a while for Yorkshire, so they'll be pleased with that. Lovely little cover drive. Didn't look like it overhit it, just sort of leant into it, and the outfield did the rest.
Yeah, very impressive, George Hill. I thought, you know, he took a few wickets in Surrey's first innings. 2 for 46 from his 14, and then actually looked pretty tiny before Laws nicked him off. That's a lot of responsibility to be, I suppose, a batting all-rounder and batter 3.
Obviously been a pretty chaotic day in county championship cricket around the country. Win for Lancashire up at Chelmsford. 40 wickets in 1.5 days is probably many words we could use to describe that. But Hampshire, thankfully, have surpassed their first innings total in a 61 for 1 down at Southampton. And of course, it would be remiss of me to not mention the international cricket taking place down at Canterbury. I did mention earlier India on their way to a huge total, and they did. 333 for 5 they were off the back of a big unbeaten ton from Harman. England already in trouble, 7 for 1 after the home turf player Tammy Beaumont run out by Harman herself. So things are looking in a little bit of strife. India, I don't think have had a one-day series win on English soil for a long time, so this would be pretty encouraging for them. It's not often England women go 0-1 down in a series, but to then go to lose it 2-0 would be a bit of a shake-up, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely, especially ahead of what could have been. Well, obviously they're still in it for now, but you know, playing at Lord's on Saturday, the first time in a bilateral since 2014, I think. Obviously played there in the 2017 World Cup final against India. But yeah, that's be huge. But obviously it's a very inexperienced England lineup. But yeah, it's not looking good at the moment.
A lot of tickets sold to that match at Lord's on Saturday. I think about a week ago at work, the figure of 18,000 had been surpassed for this match. And then obviously after the game at Hove on Sunday in India, taking that first win, you know, if England, well, regardless of how today goes, the interest in the series is probably picking up a wee bit. So could see maybe up over 20,000 flocking into the home of cricket on Saturday, which would be a pretty phenomenal occasion. I'm not sure what the record is for a non-ICC women's match there, actually.
Nor do I, yeah.
I'm sure Hypercourse would tell us, but I would figure that he was probably watching the women's cricket and not watching us.
Yeah, he is one of the most remarkable Twitter accounts you could follow, because there is no stat he doesn't know. And the important thing about that is they're always good stats. And I say that as a fan of bad stats.
And that's probably why we love cricket, isn't it? As George Hill drives that one, probably even better than the one in last over. The timing is better, and he's even beaten the man out on the cover boundary for another boundary. Yorkshire shifting into the 40s now as they look to try and decrease this deficit and go about building some form of a total for Surrey to chase. We were talking about that earlier over a couple of commentary boxes over on the radio about how cricket is such a great sport for statistics, because it doesn't matter how long it's been going, as Hill cuts this time in front of point and beats the deep cover fielder out the other side. He's getting a bit of a working over out there is Cameron Steele. Hill starting to ratchet things up a wee bit. Clark has looked a little bit out of sorts today. He's taken a couple of wickets, but just doesn't look overly comfortable. He's received physio treatment a couple of times on his right side. I'm wondering if he's dived awkwardly and sort of ripped the skin, because he's sort of been a few bandages and sticking plasters being applied. Ooh. And that has taken off, and a couple of concerns there for Ben Foakes' lovely face, as I think he may have just worn that slightly through his gloves.
Happy to report, thanks to my binoculars, that his face is absolutely fine.
Oh, thank goodness. Statistics, I mean, cricket's been going for a couple of 100 years now, but it feels like every match or every day or every year there are not just new statistics and records being broken, but more and more obscure statistics are being revealed, the more that great accounts and people like Hypercourse deep dive into history, which is very cool for the rest of us mere mortals following along.
Yeah, and I realise I probably shouldn't say this as someone who works in the media, who's entrusted to get things right and be accurate, but I do think every now and again that if someone could sell me a dummy, and I would buy it, because I'm so bad at looking for my own stats, and even someone who works for Quick Info has access to all the databases and this, that and the other, especially the databases that aren't publicly available. I still find myself a bit like, I suppose, my dad using the internet in a way.
Bit of interest as Laws gets life on the pads, but Alex Wharf shows zero interest, and rightly so. I think that probably would have been strain well down leg. Just back to Canterbury briefly, and England are now 2 down. Sophia Dunkley gone for 1 off 8, and still 1 down in Southampton. And obviously a big winter for England. England men coming up as well, England women as well, but any sort of travel plans following either team throughout the next 6 months?
Yeah, I should be off to Pakistan for the Test series at the end of this year, and then potentially the T20 Women's World Cup in South Africa, which would be very cool. Feels like quite a seminal moment for England in particular at that tournament, because, not least because of the age profile of the squad, new players coming through, there's a chance for different people to assume responsibility.
This one is going to run down to the fence. Alex Wharf is going to signal leg byes. Tom Laws just strain with his line. And Ben Foakes isn't able to reel that in. He's been doing a great job reeling in some wayward deliveries, but no chance that time.
Yeah, probably 5 down from Laws, who, he's probably bowled other bad balls today, but that might be the worst of the lot, which is saying something because it seemed to move quite late into Hill. Maybe even got a bit of pad.
Brings the 50 up for Yorkshire as well. Yes, that will be a great T20 World Cup down in South Africa. They obviously have the Women's Under-19 World Cup before it, which is, I think, the biggest ICC tournament to date. I think there's 16 teams in it, which will be pretty exciting. But no, that Pakistan Test series is going to be an absolute cracker as well.
Yeah, and I think we talked up how well the Test side have done this summer. And I suppose it will represent its own challenge, because it was quite funny speaking to some of the players at the end of this series with South Africa, and everyone had different ideas of how it was going to play out. Some people were talking about spin, some people were talking about it being flat. It'll no doubt be a combination of the two. And I suppose, you know, when you've got flat pitches, you need brilliant spinners, specifically brilliant wrist spinners. So, you know, there's no reason why it can't be a bit of both. But yeah, it's been an incredible challenge.
Lyth continuing his work, clips this one down to long leg. In terms of spinners, obviously the likes of Leach, Parkinson, we're not really too sure. Well, you may know more than me. Moeen and Adil Rashid, you know, where they're sort of sitting with their Test aspirations. How do you sort of think England's spin stocks are at the moment for Test cricket?
I think England's spin stocks are probably, all told, not that deep. I don't necessarily think that is something we need to chastise the game for, though, because I think if you look across the board, there is a dearth of, I suppose, committed red ball spinners, if that's the right word, the right phrase even. I think it recently came, I think Ali Martin did a piece in The Guardian talking about how Moeen and Adil won't tour to Pakistan now. Moeen, because ultimately he's not played enough red ball cricket over the last couple of years, and Adil Rashid because of his shoulder and preserving that, not just for, you know, he's currently out in Pakistan now on the T20 tour and goes to the World Cup and has other commitments in other leagues, and understandably wants to look out for that. But yeah, I was trying to rack my brains about who would go as the other spin options, because, you know, we've got someone playing in this game in Dom Bess who, you know, after Moeen and Adil stepped away from Test cricket was the man behind Leach, and, you know, got a go when Leach got injured last season, and, you know, he's always acquitted himself quite well. Certainly someone who they trust as not just being a very good fielder but a competent batter as well. But yeah, it'll be interesting. Matt Parkinson specifically is the interesting one for me. Not just as someone who offers that leg spin option, but also it feels like he's been passed over a few times and been close but never quite close enough. You know, he went on the tour to South Africa at the start of 2020 and didn't really get a look in. He was part of the combined, well, someone like Mason Crane as well, another leg spinner who's part of a combined group that went out to India in the COVID tour of 2021. So yeah, Christy, what you've done there is you've pushed me in the direction of a story that I should probably follow up on. I haven't thought of enough, really.
Well, as a leg spinner, I'm a big advocate for more spin. And
well, they're more fun, aren't they?
Regardless of what country I'm in and where my loyalties may or may not lie. Things drifting along here a wee bit at the Micky Stewart Oval. Hopefully a change in commentator will bring a change in action. Mr. Norcross is ready to resume. Thank you, Vish. It's been a pleasure. See you very soon, and if I don't see you by the time you go, enjoy Pakistan and the T20 World Cup.
Thank you very much. That was quite a sad ending, actually. It was like we'll never see each other again, but no, fine.
There was something very end of season to that, wasn't it?
It was a bit, yeah. Oh, there it is.
She's going on holiday.
Yeah. Rubbing in our faces.
Yeah. We don't get holidays, do we?
No, but that's through our own choices, though, our own poor choices.
Well, I suppose so. I suppose it's the cold face of cricket commentary and writing, you know. It's tough out there.
Could not think of something less cold-facey than this.
You may be onto something there. So, end of the 16th over. Yorkshire, Vish, are making quite a fist of it here. They're doing pretty well. 56 for 1. The deficit now only 98. And if there was a way back into this game for Yorkshire, it was if they were going to be invited to follow on.
Were you anti-follow on?
No. I wasn't anti-follow on because I'm scared of rain on Friday.
Yes, I heard, yeah.
Yeah, so I entirely understood. And the bowlers, there are 5 seamers. They were pretty well rested, but that doesn't mean to say that it still doesn't hold true that if Yorkshire are going to get back in this game, Surrey batting was not going to help them get back in the game, not with a lead of 154. So they got a glimmer here.
forgot how much of a pessimist you are.
I am as gloomy as it gets. I was brought up on Eeyore. This will be just another single. My favourite character in all literature.
Eeyore.
Eeyore, yeah.
And you're quite well read.
Yeah.
And Eeyore is your go-to.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's my go-to. He took great delight in a burst balloon, and I think we can all learn something from that.
I think he was always so scruffy I couldn't identify with him.
You're quite pristine, aren't you?
I wouldn't describe myself as pristine, but have a bit of respect. You've got a bear running around with just a shirt.
Yeah, covered in honey. It was a messy old scenario, wasn't it? This will be just one more to the total.
I think Christopher Robin had a lot to answer for, to be honest. He was the adult-ish in the group. He was certainly in control of everything. He was the McCullum figure in Winnie the Pooh.
It's a lot of responsibility to put on a 9-year-old, though.
I'm just saying, if you're going to concoct a world where you're in control of everything, you need to have your house in order.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a certain truth to that.
And, people will say about, the overarching figure of his mum, this Rob Key figure in the whole operation, but, she made her selections and let them get on with it.
In fairness, he was trying to blend quite a diverse community there. I mean, you got pigs, you got kangaroos. I mean, kangaroos in an English wood. So,
point.
do you know? I mean, there's a lot that needs to go on there. You got a rabbit, you got a talking owl, for heaven's sake.
But we've always looked to Australia to guide us in our woodlands generally, haven't we?
Have we?
I think they're currently going through a review at the moment where they're looking at what we could learn from the bush.
From the bush, yeah. Yeah, well, you make
reducing the number of trees.
Yeah, you make a strong point there. I mean, in many ways, I think it was a less chaotic environment than the Magic Roundabout.
I mean, how long have you got? I mean, that was that was England in the 90s stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was really.
Never really got into the Magic Roundabout.
Oh, I highly recommend it. It's an allegory for the chaos around the early 70s and economic meltdown, 3-day week.
Oh, there were definitely an element of the 70s I identified when watching the Magic Roundabout. Totally, yeah.
Ooh, the rarely seen bouncer has been unfurled. Last ball of the over. Partnership 48. Yorkshire 58 for 1, going along pretty nicely here. The sun is out. I wonder when bad light's going to encroach. About 6:10 is my guess.
This is one of those situations where I feel like the lights are redundant, but maybe they're doing a bit more of the lifting than it seems, because all we can see is bright blue sky with the kind of wispy clouds that the kind you want to paint. But
yeah, but once that sun comes behind the JM Fin stand,
that's what they say, don't they?
Yeah, that's what they always say. Well, I think today is the equinox. It's that day, the last day before darkness takes over the light.
I'm not saying that you're wrong, but that sounds like something you say quite often.
What's that?
This is the last day of the equinox, when darkness comes in.
Yeah, well, it's at the forefront of my mind this time of year. Do you not get like this?
I do, and I will say this about you. I wouldn't say you winter badly, but you do winter sadly, don't you?
I winter very sadly, yeah. I have a method for getting through it now. Essentially, the off-season for me is very strictly the 1st of October to the 31st of March. It's 6 years. And the Second World War began on the 1st of September and basically ended with about a week to go before the end of August 1945. So I break each month down into 1 year of the Second World War. And the first few weeks are kind of like that phony war, you know, in late 39 and early 1940. And the clocks go back, usually like 25th, 26th.
That's the killer.
In our timeline, well, that's Dunkirk. That's when you
Right.
know. That is when you know, because
Right.
essentially you divide 366 by 31.
Sam Mendes should do a film about the clocks going back.
Yeah, you really should. The other one, incidentally, where it becomes really apposite, is November the 5th, Guy Fawkes Night, is almost perfectly timed with the Blitz, which I think is very appropriate. The darkness is there, the whiz bangs. Diwali's around that time as well.
Festival of Lights, yeah.
Yeah.
To illuminate your gloom.
Yes, as the
Not strictly
Luftwaffe,
what-
as the Luftwaffe illuminated the gloom of London. I know.
Maybe it's only right that the season should end sooner rather than later.
What, for the first time, I think because we had such a hot summer, I did.
You had your own hot boy summer, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I really did. I got a kind of yearning for a heavy sleep under a thick duvet earlier than I thought I would. Did you get that at all?
100% got that. For someone who's covered cricket for a few years, my wardrobe is exclusively tailored to autumn.
Wow.
Yeah. And
so you must be very hot in high summer.
Oh, outrageously so, yeah.
Yeah.
My parents are from Sri Lanka. I was born and raised over here, and I didn't get the affinity for heat at all. I got the shortness from my mum. I got my dad's weird forehead ridge.
Right. Okay.
Didn't get an appreciation of heat or mangoes, as it happens. I hate mangoes.
Ooh. Actually, I think mangoes are fairly overrated.
Okay, you're one of the few people I've met who've said that.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of virtue signalling goes on around the mango. 60 for 1 at the end of the 18th over. I think deep down we all know that it's a slightly furry, relatively tasteless, if anything slightly too sweet fruit. And it has to be absolutely perfect before it's edible. If it goes too ripe, it gets caught in your larynx. If it gets not ripe enough, you're chewing away through this thing. No, I'm with you. I think the mango is a pernicious fruit.
I feel like you've taken extracts from avocados and applied them loosely to mangoes.
Well, they do degrade in a similar way.
Yeah. You can cut yourself opening one. So you can cut yourself opening anything.
Yeah, you can really. Apart from really from a banana.
No, you can do that. I think I've cut myself cutting a banana.
Why would you cut a banana? You can just peel it.
I tried to do something fancy with it.
Okay. What?
Actually, as I
you
described
took a
it,
scimitar.
It won't be fancy. I tried to basically cut slits in a banana and then stick
I see.
chocolate buttons in the slits and then stick that in the oven.
Oh, I see, like a kind of really crude banoffee pie.
Exactly, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite inventive.
In fact, I think it was more or less a deconstructed banoffee pie. Because I think I did smash crumbs and use that as the base on the plate. And it was actually pretty good, I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't do it again. I cut myself, didn't I?
Well, yeah, maybe be just a little bit more careful next time.
Will do.
I bring news of a second wicket at the Ageas Bowl, which should gladden the heart as Cameron Steele comes into the attack. Picked up a wicket earlier today. Yeah, the man to go is my third favourite name in cricket, Felix Organ. Caught by Compton off the bowling of Podmore, so 76 for 2, need another 302 to win.
Can I guess one of the top two?
Yeah, go for it.
I reckon he's playing in this game.
Correct.
Finley Bean?
Yes, we're all looking forward to the day he retires and becomes a has-been.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he gets a little bit corpulent in later life and becomes a broad bean. Enjoys his retirement a bit too much. When maybe he injures himself and is allowed someone to come in and run for him. And we get the runner bean.
If he spends a bit too long in the sun, he'd be a baked bean, wouldn't he?
He certainly would. And the way he batted today, you can see him doing that.
He looked
looks
very
like he's got
organised.
stickability. Yeah, so you got Finley Bean. And then there's another man who made his bow in the Royal London One Day Cup this year.
So the person I was going to suggest, he probably isn't involved in county cricket anymore. Or certainly hasn't been for a while. Because I was going to guess Basil Akram.
Yeah, I loved Basil Akram, but he's dead to me now. He's gone.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. No longer plays.
I genuinely have no idea.
Sheridan Gums.
Sheridan Gums. Oh yeah, for Surrey.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's top of the tree. He's the puff pastry hangman. He's top of the pile. Oh, now then. Oh, is that a missed stumping? I need to see that one again. Charging down the wicket came Hill. Quite a rash shot.
He ended up yorking himself, didn't he?
Yeah, did he? I'd like to see that on the replay. Did that get through to Foakes or not? Did it get just sort of trapped around his feet and body? Oh, hello. And suddenly a helmet's being thrown through the air, much to the surprise and consternation of Ben Foakes. It's all happening out there at the moment. The only thing that's not happening is a wicket hasn't fallen for a while, but an encouraging first over from Cameron Steele. We're not seeing Jamie Overton yet in this second innings.
No, Jordan Clark's going to continue from the Vauxhall end as well. Perhaps a bit of management in there. This is his first game back since he picked up that injury against Warwickshire.
Two slips still in place. A couple of people out on the leg side, and that's gone very fine. There's a polite inquiry, no more than that. The ball will run away for 4 more. Off the bat, by the looks of that. So that's in part why the umpire was not interested. The other part being that it was possibly a little too high, and that it might have been going down the leg side. And it was pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, it looked very leg stumpy, that.
It had nothing going for it at all, that
No.
appeal. But if you don't ask, you don't get. A bit of a breeze whipping up now. The sky is a glorious, limpid September blue. So your winter is all sorted, is it? You're going to the T20 World Cup?
Just about. I won't be going to that. Not the men's. I might be going to the women's in South Africa.
Oh, that'll be
Should
fun.
be nice. Yeah, that'll be very good. I'd be looking forward to that. Pakistan tests.
Lovely.
Well, I was just telling Christy. Yeah, what about yours? What about your winter plans?
Well, I fly on the 5th of October to Perth for the 3 warm-up games before the T20 World Cup. And I have the delight of starting my real campaign in Hobart in the middle of October, which is one of the coldest places on earth, and also wet.
I was just about to say that you have no right to feel down, given what's ahead of you in the next couple of months. But maybe not down, but certainly aggrieved. Is that the right word?
Yeah, Hobart. Well, aggrieved. Look,
if someone said to you, "Daniel will be going to Australia this winter," brilliant,
Yes.
nothing to complain about. Then they get into specifics.
Hobart in October, yes. It's not. It doesn't scream shorts and beach territory, but it does. I'll tell you what it does scream. It screams oysters.
Yes, yeah. I was going to say Hobart in October. No one writes songs about that, do they?
I don't think so. Well, maybe laments.
yet.
Leonard Cohen may have done. Yeah, but it'll be jolly. I mean, it's not just Hobart. Get to go to Adelaide, Sydney, Melbourne for the
there you go.
semis and the final.
It's like eating your greens before dessert.
Exactly. And I've never been to Tasmania, so I'm very much looking forward to that.
It's a lovely part of the world.
And then, of course, well, I may or may not go to New Zealand. I think I might go anyway, because it'll be February then.
For the 2 tests, yeah?
Yeah, I might go a little bit before, I think. It's a beautiful place that I've never visited. And
it's a long way away.
Yes, it is a long way away, but at the end of the over, 65 for 1, 20 overs gone. This partnership now 101 balls in the offing.
Sorry, I said that like you'd have to set off now if you wanted to make it by February.
It's about 25 hours away, really.
Yeah.
So 55 now this partnership has put on between Lythe and Hill. I fancied going and staying with a man who's done sterling work for Surrey this year on the live stream and on the radio, Jeremy Coney.
Wow.
And he's promised to...
do you want to pick that name up, by the way, just so it doesn't interfere with the sound coming through our mics?
Oh, full toss, and that has been thumped back over long on's head. Loose ball from Cameron still. It can happen, can't it, with a leggy? That one's just slipped out, gone wrong. And Hill was straight onto it in a flash.
He's been twitchy a bit, hasn't he, Hill? Because, the last ball of Steele's previous over, he charged down, yorked himself, almost got bowled, almost got stumped, and then he was very quick onto that. He was already advancing when the ball left Steele's hand there. I wonder, it's probably not a bad approach, attacking the leggy.
Oh, well, that's a class. That is an absolute classic off the spinner there, and a valiant attempt down at deep backward point, but it will be 4 nonetheless. But Dan Worrell, I think it is, initially at backward point. I bet that has spun on like the second bounce. It has. He's just overrun it, thrust out a left hand, and despite the efforts down at deep backward point, it's 4 more, so a brace of boundaries to start the over. The deficit now just 81. Yes, I was thinking I might go for a little jaunt, you see, and Jeremy said I could stay in his place, and then he'll show me the wineries of the Marlborough region, because he does that in the around about this time of year. He will be harvesting.
Drinks wine. Oh right.
Yeah, would it be this time of year? No, it's probably it must be March, April, mustn't it? March, April. He goes harvesting the grapes.
I see, right.
And then he plays in a band in his native Picton.
He's living your life, isn't he?
Yeah, kind of. He also is responsible for the funniest put down I've ever heard by one man about another, which I will tell you. Another full toss, this time just carefully bunted down to long on for a single. Hashim Amla waits. I asked him about a particular cricketer who had just got out playing really not the best shot you might ever have seen at a moment when that shot was not called for. And I asked rather disingenuously, I said, Jeremy, can you tell me what this cricketer who will not be named, what's he like as a human being? So Lythe goes through for a quick one, and he will get there safely and will keep the strike at the start of the 21st over. He moves to 30, 75 for 1. Yorkshire going very well after the early loss of Finley Bean, bowled by Dan Worrell. So he said to me, well, Dan, the player in question is not overly encumbered by the heavy weight of intellect. And as a result, he has a tremendous clarity of thought, if you can call it that. Which I consider to be the most charming insult I think I've ever heard.
It's great because not only is it funny, but also if relayed to the person who's the subject of it, wouldn't get it.
Correct. So Jamie Overton is in the attack. Surrey looking for a point of difference here. They dearly love to break this partnership. There are 13 overs left to be bowled today. I'd be surprised if we get them all in, but you never know. And so they're one of the positives of bowling Cameron Steele. Not just that he nearly picked up a wicket, but he's rushed through a couple of quick overs. It means that Surrey's over rate is currently +1, which is something they will need to keep an eye on. As we get to the end of seasons, Vish, there's always a mad rush for points to be deducted by pitch inspectors or over rate penalties. I remember here,
yes,
the famous incident.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, when the meteorite fell out of the sky, as Kevin Hand once said. I believe I might have been in this very box when it happened, when the crossbow bolt fell out of the sky. To what did Rory Burns say to you? You asked him where it landed. What did he say exactly?
I do remember this. It landed where the drive man at mid-wicket would have been. But speaking of utterances from the aftermath, nothing will beat Gareth Batty's.
Oh yes, after this ball. One more guided down to deep third. All going very comfortably at the moment for Yorkshire.
Now, Gareth Batty is currently coach of Surrey. He was playing in the game at the time. And I believe he was captain as well. He might have been potentially, I'm not sure. Certainly senior member. And he was asked about it. And, by media at the end of the day. And he said, it was a pretty tasty arrow with a proper metal end. I did archery as a kid. And that was not a normal archery arrow. It is a deadly weapon for sure. If it had hit someone, it would have caused some serious damage. It just shows the world we live in.
Well, you can't argue with any of that as an assessment.
Pretty tasty arrow.
Pretty tasty. It's a pretty tasty. It was a terrifying looking beast. I remember the shenanigans around that day, and my abiding memory of the initial moment is an innocent Ollie Pope pointing to the offending bolt. Umpire taking it straight out of the ground, thereby destroying all hope of forensically examining where it might have been thrown from. Oh, he's got him! That's the wicket. Hill's got to go fending at one. The extra pace of Overton brings the breakthrough, pushing away from his body outside the off stump. Another neat catch taken in the slips. Ollie Pope again. He's taken a few today. He came at a comfortable height. And that is exactly the breakthrough that Surrey wanted. Yorkshire 78 for 2. They're still 76 runs behind. And Surrey now, they've got an end open with a new bat coming in. Take a look at this on the replay. It's just extra pace, isn't it? He's just come at that a little bit late, guided that into the hands of second slip. Surrey fielders jubilant. The game had gone just a little bit flat, but there's some extra bounce from Overton, who is delighted. He pumps his fists. And, well, it was a decent knock from George Hill, but in the end he's just been undone by the extra pace and bounce of Overton.
Yeah, you can tell why he's so annoyed at that, but I don't know if he had much choice, because he probably had to play the line. And when you do that, when you do get that bit of extra bounce, your hands will naturally rise. Because you've already committed to the shot in some way. You'd rather it seem the other way and back yourself not to nick it, but it was an excellent delivery from Jamie Overton. And exactly why he's in this attack. You look at it, on the scorecard and it seems a little bit samey, but everyone does something a little bit different, and his thing is that extra pace and that extra bounce. You don't need him to move the ball laterally in the way that the three ahead of him do in Kemar Roach, Dan Worrell and Jordan Clark, but coming in at the end of the day when things were getting a bit tired, that's absolutely spot on from Jamie.
Certainly is, but he's Kohler Cadmore to the crease. He hit a fine half-century earlier today, 55, before he got out to a shot that he won't want to look at again, charging down the wicket at Tom Laws.
The worst thing I could say about that shot is it's a shot I would play.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And very rarely when you cover this game at professional level can you say that.
Well, I can say that possibly about Ollie Robinson's dismissal at Hobart.
Yes, another one.
That's a shot I would definitely have played, certainly to that bowler.
I have played many times.
Oh, yes. Yes. So, Surrey have got a new batter to bowl at. 3 slips in place. The light starting to fade again. Shadows cast by the floodlights. And Jamie Overton with his tail up.
Dan, I'm going to have to bid you farewell. I've got some
tapping
to do,
Work.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll go back to the coal face, as you put it.
Yeah, the coal face. Well, good luck with that. And it's been lovely having you. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Yorkshire 78 for 2 means that Hashim will come in for, I imagine, the rest of the day. You have no work to do because you've retired.
Yeah, I came here as a fan today.
It's a funny feeling, isn't it?
Yeah. And now I'm commentating on it. So
is Surrey your county?
It's sort of kind of become my county of having to come into the Oval pretty much every day for the last 4 years.
I see. So Stockholm syndrome.
Pretty much. One of the highlights of the summer was kind of what we just saw in that last over, watching Jamie Overton bowl. He's been just brilliant.
Well, he's given Surrey something different, hasn't he? All importantly, now Dan Worrell is coming into the attack from the pavilion end. He's bowled most of his overs today, I would have said, from the Vauxhall end, the end from which we're commentating. And he bowled quite brilliantly without a great deal of reward. Picked up the first wicket of the second innings to fall. Finlay Bean bowled him with an absolute cracker, went between bat and pad, snaked between them both and deviated sharply, actually. If anything, he's done a bit too much with the ball today, is Dan Worrell.
You're talking about Dan Worrell there, but I feel like you just wanted to say Finlay Bean one more time, didn't you?
I did, really. Yes. Yes, he remains dear to my heart. Well, that is a lovely shot, silken shot. Let me bring him a couple of runs. So there is a fielder out there on the boundary. 2 more to the total. I think I'm slightly drawn to names that have 2 syllables in the first name and 1 in the second. That has a nice metre to it. Do you know what I mean?
Kind of. But it's also just a great name on its own, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, he's a blessed young man. The clock has ticked round past 6 o'clock. And the issue is not that there are clouds in the sky. The issue is simply that as the sun sets behind us and to the right, the light gathers towards the pavilion and the Galadari stand, but is, well, severely compromised from the Vauxhall end. This is a function of having a mighty cricket ground like the Oval. It's built up tall. It is a source of some confusion to people who are new to cricket, and they see that day-night matches take place with pink balls. They don't quite understand why we go off for bad light. They think, well, why don't you just use a pink ball? You change the ball often enough, why not just change it for a pink one?
Well, even to people who know a bit or two about cricket, it's confusing. I get confused by bad light protocols all the time.
It's one of the more frustrating things, and there are quite a few frustrating things in cricket. But bad light, it just feels so capricious. But I've been reliably informed that it isn't, you know, that there are perfectly good processes for establishing what is and is not good light. It's just they're seldom explained to the watching public, or indeed the struggling commentator. So the end of an over from Dan Worrell that didn't really challenge the left-handed line. He was able to leave too many of those deliveries, perhaps.
I think we're at the stage where it's about the drama from the other end, what Overton's going to bring, because he is going to, you know, he's going to challenge you right up there with the short ball. It's interesting, I spoke to Gareth Batty earlier this summer about Overton as he was getting called up to the England squad. And he was focused on what Overton brings by pitching it up, and he gets lovely shape on the ball. But really, I mean, what we all enjoy is kind of the bumper.
Yes, I mean, let's face it. Quick bowling, a hurried batter. You can't really beat it for spectacle, can you?
Especially when the sun's setting, pitch is flat, and the task becomes quite simple. Just go out there and bowl as fast as you can.
I recall seeing Sylvester Clarke against Yorkshire in about 1983 on this ground in similar light, and it was genuinely petrifying. Oh, what a lovely shot. That's what happens as you pitch it up. Kola Cadmore with a silky, delicious cover drive. Too much width, too full, and beautifully put away. He's played some lovely shots today, and this one's right up there. Had to do little more than get bat on ball. Very little foot movement, but lovely hands through the ball.
I always find watching him that there are touches of Joss Buttler. Is that?
Oh yeah.
Do you see that?
Hint of Joss.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a fragrance. A soupçon. I think I see what you mean, yeah.
Possibly in the way he sets up, the kind of, almost there's a little bounce, that you see with Buttler when he's batting.
That little knee flex.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, I know what you mean. And a lot of his game is about his hands, isn't it? Now the shadow's gone right across the pitch. And this is the point at which we get into the danger zone. The light danger zone. You'll be looking at this, I dare say, thinking, well, I can see all the light shining off those white seats. But as Richie Benham always used to say back in the day, it's very, very dark out there. You can't see it on your television screens at home, he would say, but I assure you it's very dark. Well, we're not at the very dark stage, but there are sort of 3.5 shadows being cast on each player at the moment. Almost once you get to 4, and there is a 4th just appearing around Rory Burns. Then umpires start to get a little bit twitchy.
Particularly with the Overton coming in and trying to smash it halfway down. Well, he has gone fuller in this over.
I don't suppose Surrey will be too vexed by that, though, will they? They've been out in the field for a fair bit of today, having their innings wrapped up quite early. They've taken 12 wickets. They wouldn't mind getting their feet up. If they could pinch one more tonight, of course, they'd be absolutely delighted. But I think they'll be pleased with their day's efforts so far. It's the end of the 24th over of the innings. There are 10 more scheduled to be bowled. Be very surprised if we get through all of those. 86 for 2, and already out comes the Megatron. The light meter, it's been placed on the stumps. And I assure you that once they go off for bad light, that will be the close of play. They may not say it officially because they'll have to hang around, but I'm afraid the nature of physics is such that it's not going to get any lighter.
We're still going.
Yeah, I'm still going. You can't really start much early. You can't be playing cricket at 10 o'clock in the morning. They do, of course, in the Indian subcontinent, don't they? In certain parts, because they play a lot of cricket in what is the winter. So you have to start pretty early. And if you played it in high summer, it would just be impossibly hot, I would imagine. So it's going to be Worrell to continue round the wicket, interestingly. He didn't manage to get Lyth to play much in the last over, so he's obviously changing that angle to try to just mix it up, force Lyth into playing the line of the ball.
I feel like it's almost it's a particularly curved run when he goes around the wicket, where he's kind of a bit of a blind spot from, where he's blocked off by the umpire, which can be cause a bit of trouble. I feel like it caused Finlay Bean a bit of trouble.
But he
starts
as well. You're right, he starts from where he would come if he was bowling over the wicket, then comes all the way round. And that's exactly what he wants to have happen. He wants Lyth to be pushing at those balls in the channel outside the off stump, hopes that one of them might just shape away.
And so as a batter, you feel like you pretty much have to play everything. You feel like everything's coming into you. And what he'll probably try and do is just get one to nip away and bring the 2 slips into play. But then he's also got the ball that can kind of hoop into you, as which is what Finley Bean got.
Well, now you're just saying Finley Bean.
Can't help myself.
You're not alone. It feels like I almost can feel the light fading in front of my eyes. Can you? Is this an optical illusion, or are my eyes just old and gnarled?
In the last 30 seconds, yeah, definitely.
It has felt it, hasn't it? It really has felt it. Oh, it's a beauty. That's exactly the ball we're talking about. Lyth had to play at that. It's left his outside edge. Snaked past it into the gloves of Foakes. And Lyth is lucky to survive. It's been a bit sort of that kind of a day for Dan Worrell, hasn't it? He's bowled some killer balls today and he's only picked up a couple of wickets. Now that I bring you more great news from Hampshire, because Keith Barker, who must have come in as a night watcher, gone out to bat at number 4. Well, he's out. Gort Mayeye off the bowling of Gilchrist for 5. 98 for 3 now, Hampshire. They need a further 280 runs. They'll be coming very much towards the close of play there as well. Nick Gubbins has come out to bat, so I imagine there can only be a couple of overs to go before close of play. Well, also, who else do you put in as a night watcher? You're not going to put Abbott and Abbas out there, and everybody else is too important to the run chase.
I gather you've probably seen Keith Barker's celebration from yesterday.
It's a lovely shot, that could run away for 4. Well, no, it'll be cut off out in the deep mid-wicket boundary. Another couple. I have not. Fill me in.
You've not seen this?
I have not seen this.
Well, it's a new take on the celeb appeal.
Oh, yes.
Where I don't think he looks back, but he's decided to raise the finger himself.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Was he right?
He was right.
Right, here we go. Here's the Megatron again. And it really does feel noticeably darker in the last 3 or 4 minutes. Umpires now peering at that. That's it. Off they go. And I imagine, well, I don't just imagine, I'm pretty sure they will announce very shortly that is the close of play for today. It's not going to get any lighter. It's been Surrey's day. We've had 16 wickets today. Surrey began on 292 for 6. They lost their last 4 wickets for 41. It was a 34-run partnership for the 10th wicket, and the 9th wicket fell at 299. We wondered if Surrey were going to get that 3rd batting point, but they did, with some lusty blows from Dan Worrell and Tom Laws for the 10th wicket. And then Yorkshire lost 4 pretty early wickets, 67 for 4. Then they recovered nicely before Kola Cadmore was dismissed. The last 6 wickets fell at a heap to leave Yorkshire bowled out for 179. They were asked to follow on with a deficit of 154. They've lost 2 wickets. Finley Bean and George Hill, the men to go. Worrell with the 1st wicket. He has 1 for 27. Jamie Overton with a wicket just before the close to get rid of George Hill. He has 1 for 9. Surrey have used 6 bowlers. And tomorrow they will come back, knowing that if they can pick up the last 8 Yorkshire wickets soon enough, if they can manage to do that sort of a little bit before tea tomorrow, then they will have a modest target to chase down and hope that they can finish off this game tomorrow. And if they can do that, and if Hampshire fail to chase down 378, they will become the county champions for the 21st time. That's the 22nd of September is tomorrow. Mark your cards, because it could be the day that Surrey win the county championship. Taha, how do you see things planning out tomorrow?
I've been bigging him up quite a bit today, and I think he'll do the job tomorrow. Jamie Overton, I can sort of see
he's your key man, is he?
He's the key man. He's been the man to watch all summer on this pitch. If there's anything, if you get to a situation where you're struggling for that 1 wicket, he'll be the man brings it.
So there you have it. There's the match situation. Yorkshire still 65 runs behind. They've only lost 2 second innings wickets, but a refreshed Surrey bowling attack will arrive tomorrow in the hunt for wickets, and we've seen that at 10:30 in the morning in September on this pitch, well, it's pretty tricky to bat. That ball's just 25 overs old, and a refreshed Surrey bowling attack will be looking to rattle through Yorkshire, whom they bowled out in their first innings for 179 to give them a lead of 154. And as we said, if they do win the match, they will be, well, strong odds-on favourites to lift the county championship. It could be tomorrow that it all happens. But from all of us on the live stream, Taha Hashim, myself, Christy Havel, John Norman, as well as Vatushna Hantharaja, we've had a cast of thousands today, and we'll have thousands more tomorrow, including the returning Adam Collins. But for now, and until 10:20 tomorrow, it is goodbye.